The protagonist, Bu Liar, hears his name being called and tries to open his eyes. As soon as he opens his eyes, people around him start laughing and wondering why such a stupid idiot is still studying here. The guy doesn't understand where he is and thinks that this is a dream and everything around him is unreal. His classmate tugs at his sleeve and says that a teacher named Lanny is calling him again. He turns around and looks in fascination at the slender and beautiful middle-aged teacher who has approached him. She scolds the hero with hidden irritation for sleeping and wondering where he is. Buliker looks at her teacher's chest excitedly, doubting whether it is her teacher. They grab him by the ear and call him to answer at the board for sleeping in class, showing disrespect for mathematics. The hero, with fear in his eyes and under the teacher's angry gaze, stands at the board, reading the problem. He takes on a thoughtful look and realizes that he is faced with a very difficult task. On the board, you can see the problem the teacher had created, which caused such emotions in the main character. As punishment for sleeping in class, he is asked to solve this problem later so that he can show the solution before class tomorrow. His classmates start laughing in unison at the fact that the hero won't be able to solve the problem in 3 days because such an idiot can't have any ability in mathematics. But he shows with his whole appearance that he is going to teach his acquaintances a lesson. The teacher wonders why her student is so self-confident, like a knowledgeable scientist. He confidently begins to write something on the blackboard with white chalk. The teacher looks with extreme surprise and wide-open eyes towards the student's board. After Bu Liar wrote the answer on the board, he calmly asked to go to the toilet, to which he was given permission. All the students look closely at the board and doubt that the boy was able to solve the problem correctly by simply writing a random number. But the teacher looks at the blackboard with incredible surprise. She delays her answer, checking the correctness of the solved problem and, to everyone's surprise, announces that this guy's answer is absolutely correct. The hero walks down the corridor to the cries of how even the teacher spent several hours solving this problem because it is extremely difficult. Bulizer suddenly falls to his knees and in his thoughts begins to frantically realize that he has moved to another world. He begins to remember that his name is Chen Luo, and he is an ordinary mathematics teacher who has devoted himself entirely to this science. After graduating from university, he worked tirelessly for many years, and next year, he was planning to receive the highest academic title. His mind is in turmoil, and he panics because he has been transported to another world just by sleeping during the exam. He thinks that everything that happened is unscientific because everything around him is not a comic book, and at the same time, he calls on Newton to help him but does not find a counter-response. Analyzing the situation, he comes to the conclusion that he is now in the body of a student named Bu Liar, who is a complete zero in mathematics, and the whole class called him a fool. Judging by what I've seen recently, the level of mathematics in this world is very low because even an elementary school student can find the answer to such an easy problem. And since he can't solve the problem of movement, he will become the best mathematician in this world. Mathematician Chen Luo decides to reach the pinnacle of this science even in another world. Whistling joyfully, he walks further down the corridor, from where at the very last moment, someone's silhouette becomes visible. Suddenly a collision occurs, and both people fly in opposite directions from each other. The hero, with tears in his eyes, tries to apologize to the person he hit, but suddenly he realizes that he has come across a beautiful girl with blonde hair. He jumps back sharply because he is embarrassed by the position they are in, and yet he comes up to extend his hand to the girl and help her get up from the floor. With his hand outstretched and a look of embarrassment on his face, he begins to apologize to her. She stood up with an embarrassed expression on her face, not accepting his gesture, and screamed, recognizing the man in front of her as Bu Liar. The hero suddenly came to his senses and began asking the blonde if she knew him. She starts screaming and telling how a guy pushed her at the entrance ceremony, which is why she ended up in this position and was embarrassed in front of the whole school. Without stopping screaming, she declares that this pervert ambushed her on purpose. Not understanding how he is connected to this girl, since he has no memories of this body, he stands in complete bewilderment. He begins to justify himself to the blonde, since their collision happened completely by accident, but she interrupts him. Folding her hands into strange shapes, a bright fire erupts around her. The main character calls the girl naive, to which he receives a look of complete bewilderment. He doesn't believe in magic and starts to mock her, saying that he is an ancient god of darkness and talking nonsense. But suddenly, a magic circle appears right in the air and a bright yellow flame flares up. The guy looks in horror at the fire that appears in the girl's hand and doesn't understand what just happened. She starts running towards him at full speed, intending to unleash all this fire on the guy, calling him an idiot. A bright flash of light illuminates him, and the thought occurs to him that he has forgotten that magic is a prerequisite for moving to another world. With horror in his head, he is indignant that he has just moved and fireballs are being thrown at him. The blonde screams that he must be punished and runs towards him at full speed. An idea suddenly came to Boulier's mind on how to fix this situation, and he sharply bends down in front of her, heartily asking for forgiveness, to which she begins to break sharply. The girl looks at the guy with bewilderment, her gaze full of disbelief. A look of irritation crosses her face, and she says that a simple apology can't solve everything. But suddenly, right after this, she notices that the guy has suddenly disappeared from her field of vision. At this time, the hero had already run out into the street and continued running away, as far away from the blonde as possible. He begins to understand the situation he finds himself in, with a puzzled expression as science and magic coexist in this world. A hellish pain pierces his head and he quickly falls to his knees on the grass beneath him. Consciousness begins to slowly fade and the body begins to relax, falling to the ground. The protagonist is transported to his childhood memories, where he calls for his father. Several people are visible in the reflection of a puddle located in front of a certain palace. A man hands a beautiful casket to a girl, calling her mistress and offering to alleviate her sorrow. The lady took the child by the arm and hurried to the entrance of the large two-story house. Entering the house and starting to go about her business, she inadvertently began to overhear the gossip of two women who were saying that the girl and the child were aristocrats, but their breadwinner had died. Moving further through the memories, a scene suddenly appeared where a child goes to his mother with the joyful news of his admission to the Shendonas Academy. This child is Boulier, and his mother, worried about her son, warns him of the coming dangers at the academy. The woman suddenly remembers her deceased husband and realizes how much her son resembles him. Then flashes memories of his studies at the academy, where the main character is disrespected by his teachers. He promises himself that he will definitely repay his family's debt, because he is an impoverished aristocrat and he needs to put in twice as much effort. But unfortunately, fate deprived him of magical abilities, and he cannot create even the simplest fireball. His life at the academy was full of pain and ridicule, as everyone around him discussed his failures in his studies and in life, causing him to fall into deep despair. Suddenly, he wakes up and sees in front of him a girl with blue hair who calls him, worried about his health. Not understanding what is happening, Boulier tries to figure out who this girl is and how she found him. The girl extends her hand to him, offering help, and says that he needs to go to a lesson on the theory of magic. The guy stands up, leaning on her arm, and thanks her with bewilderment, because usually no one worries about him. The class is already in full swing with a lesson on the theory of magic, where the teacher talks about the 4 basic elements. While the teacher is giving a lecture, the protagonist understands the hierarchy of this world and that people are divided into natural-born magicians and ordinary people. Meanwhile, the gray-haired teacher continues to talk about magical elements. According to him, magicians use spells and hand gestures, as well as spiritual power, to control magical elements. But this requires innate abilities. Some more time passes, and classes are drawing to an end. Joyful students came out of their classrooms and announced that classes were finally over. After the lecture, the teacher suddenly discovers that someone has approached him with an additional question. Without surprise, he asks the protagonist if he has any questions. Boulier asks the teacher if it is possible to master magic without natural ability. The teacher doesn't give the boy any hope and says that it's impossible to control magical elements without an innate ability to do so. At the same time, all of the boy's classmates decide to laugh at him because the main character has no magical abilities. A guy named Tubai approaches him and reassures him that even if the hero doesn't graduate from the academy, he can always find a place in the estate of his friend's father. Remembering the chubby guy's name, Boulier realizes that he is the only friend of the former owner of his new body. After the verbal altercation, Tubai smiles brightly at his friend. They say goodbye to each other in a friendly manner and wave their hands. The hero suddenly catches the blue-haired girl's eye and asks if she wanted something. She gets embarrassed and runs out of the classroom, informing the guy that teacher Bulani told him to come to her office after school. He thinks about this girl because she has been following him all day as if she wants to say something. The boy realizes that even though he has excellent knowledge of mathematics, without magical abilities, he will have a hard time in the magical world. Hoping, he tries to use his little magical ability to summon fire. Looking at his hand, he calls out the fireball technique and waits for it to appear. Even with his hope already extinguished, he is overcome by despair because the technique, it would seem, has failed. But suddenly, his hand bursts into a bright orange flame. His surprise knows no bounds, and he looks in fascination at the fireball that appears in his hand. The hero looks at his hand with incomprehension and sees a burning yellow light in it. He, not believing in the plausibility of what is happening, thinks that his new body should not have magical abilities. But he still has to accept reality, and he sighs with relief. And immediately after that, the protagonist starts fooling around with his newfound skills. The guy begins to think about how his abilities appeared in the first place. He believes that it happened because of the intersection of space between worlds. And suddenly, he remembers that he needed to go to the teacher. He approaches the office and starts knocking on the door, to which he hears a voice from the other side asking him to come in. Apologizing for disturbing, the boy enters the math teacher's office. At what he sees, his eyes widen in surprise and his face turns red. He finds his attractive teacher in an unusual pose and looks on with admiration. But the girl does not pay attention to her student's reaction and happily greets him. At this time, the student continues to stare at his teacher. She, in turn, just as calmly asks not to pay attention to what she saw, because in this position, she always makes calculations. Boulier asked her, with an embarrassed expression, what her purpose was in calling him into her office. The blonde suggests that you first sit on the chair next to her desk. She leaves and later comes up to him and places a pen and paper in front of him. A student sees a piece of paper in front of him with a new math problem that he is asked to solve. While he is starting to solve the problem, the blonde decides to leave the office for a while and tells the guy about it. He, in turn, without wasting a second, immediately states the result of his calculations. The teacher looks at him in shock, asking what he said, to which he again receives the same number he said earlier, and that this is the correct answer to the problem. The blonde suddenly runs up to him and, grabbing him by the shoulder, begins frantically asking him how he solved this problem, because for her, this problem took a very long time. She looks at the student's face with an angry expression and asks him if he has solved this problem before, even though she chose the number 79 at random. The student asks her if she really wants to know the answer to this question, to which she playfully asks again to tell how he solved this problem. The guy accidentally runs his eyes over the girl's chest and shyly agrees to tell about his methods of solution. He is surprised and thinks that his teacher is a fool by nature. Without wasting any time, he abruptly switches to his explanation and says that he saw the teacher solving the problem and that she is performing calculations by adding the numbers one by one. He says this is a very wrong approach and it is very easy to make a mistake, but he praises her for the fact that her calculations turned out to be correct. She looks at the pieces of paper with confusion and says that this is the only way to solve the problem. The student grins widely and tells his teacher that she is wrong. He begins to explain to her a new way of solving a problem, where you first need to find a pattern. According to him, you need to take into account the first number and the last, the second number and the second to last, and so on, thus adding them up and getting 80. He asks the teacher how many numbers there are that, if added together, would equal 80. The blonde jumps up abruptly from her seat, naming the number 39. The student, at one time, praises her and asks her to sit down, but then apologizes, attributing his request to habit. He goes on to explain the solution to this problem, saying that this way the problem turns from a difficult addition into an easy multiplication. Thus, he explains that with the help of this method, she will also be able to find a solution very quickly. The teacher, excited about discovering something new for herself, happily declares that this is a wonderful way to solve the problem. Moreover, she feels that this solution method can be improved. The boy praises his teacher for her remark and begins to explain that there really is an improvement to this method of solving problems. After his explanation, the blonde falls into a stupor and incomprehensibly tries to figure out the essence of what is happening. The student, in turn, worriedly calls her by name and thinks that elementary school mathematics from his world is too difficult for her. She comes to her senses and looks away with a slightly sad look, asking if he came up with this method himself. The protagonist waves it off and says that he came up with this method to make it easier to count, but in his heart he thinks that she still won't understand if he says Gauss's name. The girl takes his hand and calls him a genius for his answer. In the eyes of the protagonist, this scene is very romantic. She says that a brilliant future awaits him if they continue to study. The guy, his face very red, calls her by name and tries to say something. The teacher understands her situation and, embarrassed, moves away from him, running in the other direction. But suddenly, her face changes because some thought occurred to her. Full of enthusiasm, she suggests that Bu Lier become an outstanding mathematician, to which he responds with a quick no and, with an admiring expression on his face, shouts that he wants to become an outstanding magician. She looks at him with a puzzled face and briefly asks why he decided so. The girl throws him down on the table with a sharp lunge and tells him that he should study mathematics and not waste his talent in vain. According to her, by becoming a mathematician, one can take a worthy position in society and one should choose mathematics, not magic. He, without listening to a word, sharply and forcefully brushes her hand away with his own. The main character says that he is interested in magic and wants to become a magician, not a mathematician. In his opinion, it is very easy to become a great mathematician in this world. You can simply tell the world a few mathematical theories. He believes that this would only be passing off other people's discoveries as his own, and magic interests him much more than mathematics. After thinking for a while, the girl suggests that Bu Lier make a bet between them. She tells the guy that soon there will be an exam in magic at the academy, which will decide whether he can stay at the academy. The student takes on a thoughtful look and states that if he fails the exam, he will be expelled. The teacher, in turn, says that if he really wants to become a magician, then he definitely needs to pass this exam. There is a pause during which the boy looks at the teacher with an incomprehensible expression on his face, thinking about something. The girl takes a calendar from the table and continues talking about the terms of the bet she proposed. She says that if the boy passes the exam, she will stop trying to persuade him to become a mathematician, and if he fails, the teacher will help him apply for a teaching assistant position, and he will be able to stay at the academy studying mathematics. After announcing the terms of the bet mentioned earlier, she asks if Bu Lier agrees to make it. A thought flashes through her head that the guy won't be able to pass the exam because he doesn't have magical abilities. Without any emotion on his face and with firm confidence in his eyes, the student agrees to the bet. Already in the hallway, the boy thinks that his teacher is stubborn and complains that she pestered him. He presents the situation that happened earlier as more romantic than it actually was. Catching himself in such dirty thoughts, he decides to distract himself and engage in magic. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl with bows appears and runs towards him at full speed. A collision occurs in which both people hit each other's heads. After this, they simultaneously begin to fall off their feet and fall to the floor. The protagonist thinks that this situation is similar to something and feels something in his hand. Opening his eyes after the feeling of pain passed, he notices a girl sitting on him. The blonde immediately starts hitting the guy for touching her breast with his hand. Out of anger, she decides to use magic and begins to cast a fire spell. She casts a fireball spell, and an orange flame erupts in her hand. Having come to her senses, the girl realizes that there is no one in front of her, and she begins to swear at the fact that the guy has disappeared again. The hero cautiously notes that if he hadn't run so fast, he would have been turned to ashes long ago. A little while later, the girl with bows decided to go to her math teacher. A student complains that she met a pervert twice at the academy today. After her complaints, she becomes angry and promises herself to throw a fireball at the pervert she met earlier. The teacher starts to laugh a little at this situation. Isabella changes the subject and says that she has already solved the problem given to her earlier. She proudly announces that she solved this problem in just half an evening and thinks that she did it faster than anyone else. The teacher praises her for her efforts, but says that Bu Lier was able to complete the task in only a minute. The girl with bows looks at the teacher in bewilderment and asks how he was able to solve this problem so quickly, to which he receives in response that there is a certain mathematical theory and offers to demonstrate it. The teacher begins to explain the whole essence of the method that the guy used. After the explanation, Isabella takes on a lost look and slowly begins to understand the essence of the mathematical theory. The realization dawns on her, and she can't believe that Boolier came up with this theory. After this, Isabella decides to meet the guy who came up with this theory, which she asks her teacher about. There is a sparkle in her eyes, and she is eagerly awaiting an answer. The teacher was a little confused by this reaction, but she agreed to introduce the two young people. A little while later, Isabella kicks open the door to some classroom. She starts loudly asking the students sitting there about a guy named Boolier. The girl says that she wants to meet this guy. The first to decide to answer is the named friend of that student, and with fear in his eyes, he tries to say something, but they pinch him sharply on the upper part of his leg so that he doesn't say anything. The one who pinched the guy turns out to be Boolier, who decided to hide under the table. The chubby guy, taking the hint, tells the girl that his friend just left on business. She looks at the speaker with bewilderment and asks a rhetorical question. The girl decides not to waste any more time in this class and asks someone to call the protagonist when he returns. The chubby guy waves his hand at her with relief and says that he will definitely fulfill her request. After the girl leaves, the door to the classroom closes with a bang. The hero decides to crawl out from under the desk to check if the blonde has left. After this introduction, there is an awkward silence, and many in the class look at Boolier with bewilderment. He, in turn, not understanding such an amount of attention in his direction, asks his friend why everyone is looking at him. The guy with the bandage grabs his friend by the shoulder sharply and forcefully. With fear in his eyes, he asks the hero to tell him about what happened between him and Isabella. With a lost look, Boolier tries to answer the other guy. He, in turn, looks at his friend with contempt and asks if the protagonist knows who Isabella is. The guy gets scared and cautiously asks who the girl who came into their class is. The brown-haired man began to tell the main character that the girl had many friends who could cause problems. The protagonist dismisses his friend's advice and counters that they won't be able to touch him at the academy. A guy with a bandage and a look of doom on his face asks the hero what their academy is called, to which he easily answers. Next comes the question of where the campus is located, and Boolier, without thinking twice, answers that the campus is on Baker Avenue. The protagonist's friend says that the campus is located in the city of Yabo, whose mayor is Isabella's father. The hero suddenly realizes the seriousness of the situation he has found himself in and begins to nervously think about what to do. He realizes his hopeless situation and asks the guy with the armband about the possibility of apologizing to that girl. Suddenly, from somewhere behind, a scream is heard that mentions Isabella, and both guys get scared and sharply turn towards the voice. A blonde man and his friends look at the main character and say that such a mediocrity won't last even a couple of days at the academy. The tall guy with golden hair is named Badr, and he has always bullied Boolier in the past. The hero's friend stands up for him, but in his thoughts, he thinks that the blonde man is saying the right things. He has these thoughts because if you don't have abilities, then you won't be able to earn respect at the academy. In addition, all second-year students will have to take an exam, and those who fail will be expelled. In fact, the magic exam is quite simple, and any student can easily pass it, but Boolier has absolutely no magical ability. Therefore, for him, this exam is potentially the end of his studies at the academy. Suddenly, the main character is distracted from his thoughts by a strong blow to a nearby table. The blonde guy angrily yells at the dark-haired guy, asking if they can hear him. There is a palpable hostility between them, and the blonde does not skimp on dirty words. The protagonist's friend does not stand aside and takes on a hostile appearance, preparing to say something to Badr. The blonde is challenged to a fight for her insolence and bad manners. However, he doesn't understand how Toby is connected to this situation and asks what it is to him. Incredible aggression flares up between the protagonist's friend and Badr, and they prepare for a fight. The offender, with strong irritation on his face, promises to remember this situation. He turns around and leaves with his friends, saying that next time he will answer for everything. The protagonist watches out of the corner of his eye, a little pale, as his offenders leave the classroom. He remains pleasantly surprised that the fat man stood up for him and showed himself to be a reliable friend. Getting straight to the point, Boolier asks the chubby one to help him with Isabella if anything happens. He responds positively to such a request, but says that by that time, he himself will have given the black-haired guy a beating. After this, the hero looks at his friend with glassy eyes and incomprehension. A few days later, the magic exam began, and the teacher announced the conditions for passing the exam and warned that those who failed would not be able to continue their studies. Students will have to stand behind a line and hit a target with a fireball. The exam begins with Badr, who shows with his whole appearance that no one here is his equal. He quickly casts a fireball spell and fires it from his hand at the target. The teacher praises him and says that he passed the exam successfully. The exam is in full swing, and each student is taking part in it. Suddenly, the blonde notices the main character and his friend in the crowd and chuckles mockingly. He tells the hero with a grin to enjoy his last minutes at the academy. In response to such dirty talk, the chubby guy orders the blonde to shut his mouth. By chance, Toby is the next one called to the exam. He, in turn, without wasting time, begins to cast a fireball spell. Suddenly, a small ball of bright orange flame flares up in his hands. He shouts the name of his technique and shoots a fireball at the target. The ball flies into the target and only barely grazes it, to which the teacher condescendingly says that Toby passed the exam. Even though it was almost a losing attempt, the guy is very happy that he was able to pass it successfully. Next, the teacher looks at the list of students, looking for the one who will go next to test his abilities. He is about to summon Bulir and is saying in his mind that he doesn't even have the skills of magic. The old man thinks sympathetically of the hero and does his best not to disgrace him in front of everyone around him. The teacher talks about everyone's successful completion of the exam, trying to pretend that he has forgotten about the guy. But suddenly, the blonde screams at the teacher not to rush to finish the exam. He notices that one student was overlooked and did not attempt to take any tests. The blonde guy points his finger at the main character and shouts for everyone to hear that he failed the exam. Bulir stands still and silently waits for the teacher to decide what to do next. The teacher reluctantly asks the boy if he will take the exam. The group of offenders heard this question and began to laugh loudly, trying to shame the black-haired man. While the crowd was engaged in heated debates about the hero, a math teacher walked by. Bulir's friend decided to console him. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder and told him not to worry about their offenders. But suddenly, the hero's spirit perked up, and with confidence in his eyes, he decided to try to pass the exam. The blonde and his company stood in shock for a while after this statement, not understanding what the black-haired man was saying. Their shock wore off, and they burst into wild laughter, calling the hero names and thinking he would never succeed. The loud noise attracted the math teacher, who became interested in what was happening and came closer. The magic teacher doesn't like this noise and shouts for everyone to calm down. Bulir is asked for the last time whether he is ready to take the exam or not. The boy, with confidence in his eyes, answers Teacher Anthony that he is ready to begin. They naively try to calm him down so that he won't feel bad about failing the exam. The hero stands in front of the target and gathers his strength, looking ahead. He takes a deep breath and thinks about how best to put on a show for the crowd. He is confident in his abilities and understands that he does not need spells and hand gestures, but for appearances he decides to do them. The fire spell sounds, and everyone looks at the target with bated breath. The protagonist shows that he is making every effort to summon magic. The crowd around him covers their faces from the fumes coming from him, so as not to get burned. When everyone opens their eyes, they look at the black-haired man's hands, where there is no hint of a spell. The blonde and his friends see this and burst into laughter because apparently Bulir screwed up. But suddenly, a flash of fire appears in his hand, and fiery circles spread around him. A huge fireball appears out of nowhere and flies towards the target. When the spell and the target collide, a huge explosion of flame occurs. Absolutely all the students and teachers on the site are amazed by this picture. After the fireball hit, the target was reduced to a pile of damaged debris. The magic teacher says with disbelief and bewilderment that Bulir passed the exam. The blonde's expression suddenly changes, and he declares that this is simply impossible because even he couldn't achieve such a result. And only Toby is sincerely happy about his friend's success class and asks why he hid his talents. Suddenly, the teacher calls the main character to him to tell him something. The math teacher also doesn't stand aside and wonders with surprise how the guy was able to do this. The hero came to the magic teacher's office and began to tell him that he trained every day from books and was able to master the fireball. Anthony explains that magic is a gift from the gods to people, and those who were deprived of abilities were called abandoned gods and thought that the guy was one of them. But now the gods have rewarded Boulayer with their gift, which happens very rarely. He is praised and encouraged to keep up the pace of his studies because he has great potential. The hero thinks wearily about the fact that every teacher at the academy is trying to force him to learn one thing or another. Suddenly, he says that he is grateful for the praise, but wants to return to his world. The teacher looks at him questioningly and asks what worlds his student is talking about. The hero came to his senses in time and wrote it all off as a joke because he accidentally let it slip. Antony did not allow the boy to be interrogated and thought that he was studying too much and assumed that Boulayer was talking about the world from the legends about the Holy Master. After the mention of the Master, the boy became very interested in what his teacher was talking about. According to legend, there once was a Holy Master who could control space and travel to another world, but everyone thinks that this is just a legend. The hero looks at the teacher with anticipation and asks about all these legends. He abruptly grabs the old man by the shoulders and declares that he must become a Holy Master. After some time, Boulayer begins to seriously study and learn about the history of this world. He sits late at night in the library and spends all his energy reading various books. According to the information in the books, there is a gradation of levels of magic power in this world, with 7 varieties in total. Holy Masters were heard of only in myths and legends. Their magical abilities were described only in ancient books. Many books indicate that the sacred masters possessed spatial magic. They could tear space apart and move between worlds. Although many now think that another world does not exist, and the magic of space is just a legend, the main character does not lose hope of returning. But Antonio's teacher doesn't believe in the magic of space, so the boy won't be able to get much information from him. The library administrator approaches the hero and inquires about his progress. Boulayer sits nervously and listens to the administrator telling him to work in the library because he has been sitting too long. The hero has no choice but to listen and take a break from reading books. After work, he looks tired because he didn't expect that working in the library was so hard. Once work was finished, it was time to go to class. As soon as the protagonist enters the classroom, an awkward silence ensues. Everyone around him is talking about his performance in the exam because he did surprisingly well. The hubbub never stopped. Such unexpected popularity only became an extra burden. Suddenly, the black-haired man notices Isabella out of the corner of his eye and shudders sharply. He can't understand what this girl is doing here and looks at her with bated breath. The blonde is sitting in some awkward position, which makes the hero feel embarrassed. He tries to turn away from her so as not to meet the girl's eyes. Isabella suddenly gets up from her chair and shouts to the whole class that she didn't know that this guy was that same Boulayer. Anticipating imminent trouble, the protagonist tries to smooth things over and bring the dialogue to an end. But the girl abruptly interrupts him and calls him a pervert in front of a full class of students. The hero is still trying to somehow calm the blonde down, but suddenly he sees a fire flaring up around her. She gathers all her powers in her hand, calling upon fire magic. Not knowing what to do, the black-haired man, in fear, decides to simply cover himself with his hands. But he feels nothing and, surprised, decides to open his eyes to see why the magic has not reached his body. Before his eyes appears a math teacher who managed to stop the careless student. The teacher, with a little disappointment in her eyes, asks Isabella why she uses magic in the classroom. The mayor's daughter at least tried to justify herself, but they shut her up without even listening to her. Immediately after this, the teacher calls Boulayer into her office. She didn't stop at just one guy and decided that Isabella should go with them. Not intending to argue with the teacher, the hero decides to meekly agree and go to her office. 2 students and a teacher quickly leave the classroom, loudly closing the door. After such an intriguing scene, all the students in the audience sit silently and ponder what they saw. The blonde man who was in the classroom sat in complete shock and did not understand why Boulier was being given so much attention. In the teacher's office, the boy explains all the awkward situations that happened to him with Isabella. She tries to reconcile them because everything that happened to them did not happen on purpose. Under pressure from the teacher, the blonde agrees to forgive the guy. The teacher decides to remember the magic exam and praise the hero for his efforts, closing their bet. She is very interested in his performance and asks him to show how he was able to overcome himself and suddenly acquire magical abilities. The hero denies it and says that he was just lucky and that he has questions for the girl about magic. The blonde does not insist on her request and waits with interest for the guy's questions. He wonders if spells and hand gestures are necessary to release the element. Breaking into the conversation, Isabella mocks the main character and calls his questions stupid. Realizing the absurdity of his question, Boulier hesitantly asks if there are such exceptions among magicians. The teacher begins to explain that even the most powerful magicians need spells and gestures, but with their level of knowledge, they need less time for this. Magic is a gift from the gods. The gods taught people to use gestures and spells to summon an element, and to summon an element without all this, you need to have divine enlightenment. The student finds this question absurd and asks why the teacher is answering it so seriously. The hero wonders if perhaps because he is from another world, the gods of this world ignored him. All this is basic knowledge about magic, and if he wants to become a magician, then he should first study the theory well. But the guy was actually called on another matter, which the girl reported. She hands him a folded paper and says that it is a scientific journal. All the most important scientific works are published in it. Isabella, who was standing nearby, suddenly notices what is written in the newspaper and is very surprised. She notices the name of the math teacher and the main character there, to which she reacts very actively. The teacher explains that she figured out the summation method demonstrated by the boy and even wrote a paper on it. But the dark-haired man is more concerned about whether he will be paid for this publication because the library pays very little. In response to his thoughts, the teacher suddenly calls the main character. She hands him a small bag of money and says that it is his reward for his work. This money would be a great help to him, as it contains more than 2 years of his salary for working at the library. He pretends with undisguised joy that he is ashamed to take this money and offers to let the teacher take half. She naively agrees to his proposal and takes half of the money for herself. Boulier responded by becoming a little apathetic because he didn't expect that they would take his money. His grief knows no bounds because he only suggested it out of politeness. With just one phrase, he deprived himself of half of all the money offered to him, and because of this, thoughts began to visit him about the need to quickly leave this world. But suddenly, something strongly attracts his attention, and he looks at the teacher with interest. He is interested in whether each article published in the newspaper is entitled to that much money. In response, he receives that money is due for each article in the scientific journal, and suddenly he has a bright idea that he wants to voice. He abruptly moves on to explain a new theory taken from his old world. The teacher recognizes what he is talking about and calls it Ruth's riddle. The hero, who is not very familiar with the science of this world, looks at the girl with confusion. Routh's riddle is a mathematical problem posed by ancient sages. Rouse has 7 children. Each child has 7 bags, each bag has 7 cats, and each cat has 7 kittens. There aren't that many numbers in this problem, and adding them up would give you the answer, but if there were more numbers, a different solution method would be a lot more helpful. The blonde asks with genuine interest if the guy can solve Rouse's riddle using a different method. With confidence in his eyes, he replies that he has some ideas about this. The girl is very inspired by this answer and asks to work on his new method. While working, quick minutes and long hours pass. Some time passes. The student, who had been in the room the whole time, managed to lie down comfortably on a chair and fall asleep. Suddenly, she wakes up because of some scream from the side. This cry belongs to the teacher, and she, jumping for joy, says that the boy was finally able to solve this problem. Isabella asks the hero in surprise if he came up with this idea himself. He, in turn, makes a very suspicious face and asks if she really wants to know about it. The blonde's interest knows no bounds, and she really wants to know the answer to her question. In response, she gets the fact that the guy does not have any abilities. He just studies very hard. The girl asks with genuine surprise if he is telling the truth. Sometime later, thoughts about what had been said earlier began to visit her. Suddenly, something unexpected happens before her eyes, and she is sharply surprised. She notices the protagonist in the third-year building and wonders what he is doing there since he is a second year. She promises herself that this time she will catch him red-handed. Coming to her senses, the girl realizes that she has lost sight of the guy again. At this point, the hero already finds himself near some high stone fence, which is located behind the third-year building. This was the place Toby had told him about, hoping that his friend wouldn't do anything stupid. With a light leap, the hero jumps over the fence and suddenly remembers his magic teacher. He told him that if the boy wanted to learn about magic, he should go to the Magic Association in the city of Yabo. There is something amazing behind the fence, and the hero stands still for a while. He allows himself to take some time to enjoy the city's unusual architecture. The city is peaceful and quiet, but there is something lively happening on the main street. Traders from all over the streets beckon potential buyers to them, hoping to sell their goods. The black-haired man calmly walks through the city, looking at all its beauty. His attention is drawn to a majestic castle with white and beautiful masonry in the center. He recognizes in this structure the magical association he was looking for. Before entering the building, he carefully takes out some kind of mask from his pocket. He needs to be careful. It's better not to reveal his identity in vain. There are few people at the entrance to the association, so he decides to go straight to the counter in the middle. Behind her stands a girl with blue hair who offers help to the main character. He recognizes this girl as his classmate named Molly and wonders what she is doing here. The girl offers him the services of a high-level mentor, naming a rather high price for it. Hearing such exorbitant prices, the hero was a little taken aback and dumbfounded. He doesn't have that kind of money and decides to put an end to his idea, starting to leave the building, but the girl calls him back. If you have problems with money, you can simply get a subscription to the association's library. Boulier turns around in surprise and asks again if he heard correctly about the library. The Library of the Magic Association contains several tens of thousands of publications on magic, and it is absolutely free. The main character, sensing that he won't have to pay for knowledge, suddenly asks to sign up for a subscription. In response, they ask him for a magician's certificate, which unfortunately he does not have. The girl thought that the guy in front of her was already a magician, and the membership was needed to prove that the person really does magic. She says that you can prove your abilities by simply demonstrating your ability in magic. The guy asks if it is possible to do this right here and now. It's possible to pass the test, but Molly warns that today's expert is quite strict. They say his pass rate is only 10%. Without losing hope, the hero agrees to take the exam because climbing over the fence again will be problematic. After some time, they arrive at examiner Andrew's room. The hero notices that the man is wearing a red mage's robe with 2 silver stripes. He is a mid-level fire element mage. The magician immediately begins by asking about the young man's identity and his mask. The guy calls himself Chen Luo from the previous world, and he needs a mask to hide his burn after training. The old man sitting next to him says that perhaps the guy has unusual fireballs since he was able to burn his face. The man, with interest, calls the black-haired man's name strange and thinks that due to his age, he can only become a low-level mage at most. The girl suggests that Andrew go to the exam hall right now to test the guy's abilities. In response, she receives sharp disagreement, to which she takes on a very surprised look. The examiner says that he doesn't need a hall, and the exam can be held right here, inviting the guy to show his skills. Boulier looked at the mage in surprise, wondering if he should really use his magic here. He is confused by the small amount of space in the room they are in. The old man looks at him with disdain and says that Andrew will not be harmed by the small fireball that the black-haired man will create. The guy, in turn, is in no hurry to argue and accepts the conditions. He stands right in front of the examiner and gathers all his magical powers in his hand. The man is not happy with the way the spell is being cast, but to everyone's surprise, too much power gradually accumulates in the guy's hand. They all suddenly realize that the fireball will be quite large, and Andrew orders them to stop. But it's too late to reverse the spell, and the guy decides to use his skills to the fullest. The room is illuminated by a bright flash of light from a huge fireball. With a light devouring everything around, the ball flies straight towards the examiner. He, in turn, not expecting such talent, begins to press against the door. Suddenly, an explosion of incredible proportions occurs in their small room. Silence falls and columns of dust and clouds of smoke rise around. The girl, inhaling all the accumulated soot, begins to choke and cough. She tries to catch her breath and see how the exam ended. The girl notices an old man in the middle of a cloud of black smoke who is also coughing and casting some kind of spell. In the place where the examiner was, a huge blue shield is visible. Andrew, meanwhile, is trying to come to his senses and finds himself lying on the dusty floor. The gray-haired old man managed to cast a spell in time and protect the bald magician. He continues to hold the shield near himself with a serious look on his face and tries to see something behind the smoke. The examiner cannot come to his senses, and the old magician has to take him by the shoulder and shake him. The girl was able to examine in detail the entire picture that had formed around her and froze in surprise. Suddenly, the guy took his word and immediately apologized to the magicians. He naively believed that everyone was ready for his spell and therefore struck with all his strength. The guy successfully passed the test, and after some time, he finds himself in some room where he is handed a magician's certificate and a library card. He quickly picks up his new documents and begins to examine them. The girl attracts his attention and says that she was very surprised by his performance in front of the examiners. Bu Liar, called by the name Chen Luo, thanks her for the praise and says goodbye as he leaves her. When he said goodbye, he called her by name, and so she suddenly wonders where they could have seen each other and how he knew her name. There turned out to be a lot of books in the library, which surprised the hero very much. He immediately starts reading and sits thoughtfully at an empty table, reading another book. He is very surprised by the content of the books because they really do contain a lot of valuable information. He is especially drawn to books about magical and spiritual power. The level of magical spiritual power is the main criterion for determining the level of a magician. The higher the spiritual power, the stronger the magic will be. Moreover, high-level mages with high spiritual power can even control the magical element of lower-level mages. However, the books are rather vague about the 4 magical elements. After all, the level of education in this world is quite low. Magicians in this world believe that the 4 elements are not only the basis of magic, but also the foundation of the entire world. The remaining elements are combined in these 4 main elements in certain proportions. If you look at them from the point of view of modern science, their worldview is very primitive. Even high school students know that matter is made up of different elements, and that the so-called 4 elements in the periodic table do not exist. But since there are magical elements in this world, the hero cannot find a scientific explanation for this. Suddenly, the thought occurs to him that it might be possible to interact with magical elements. In a rush of his thoughts, he suddenly jumps up from the table, shocking everyone around him. If his ideas are correct, then perhaps he will be able to create new magic. He abruptly takes his documents, which had been lying on the table all this time. Without wasting a second, the guy gets ready and runs out of the library at full speed. He decides to try to confirm his suspicions and quickly runs to the Magic Association. Already in the association, he, out of breath, heads off somewhere and is noticed by the people who took his exam. Still not fully recovered from the experience, an old man and an examiner are sitting in the hall, and a girl with blue hair is offering them tea. Andrew says that this Chenlo has very low spiritual power, but he was able to gather an unimaginably powerful fireball. What makes things even stranger is that the old man was unable to control the element he summoned. The gray mage suggests that perhaps the boy has something they cannot understand. It's getting dark outside, and the black-haired man decides to leave the city and return to the academy. He easily jumps over a high fence made of stone bricks, and just as easily after the jump, he lands on his feet without touching a speck of dust. He decides not to waste time and try to create new magic right here. His head is attacked by thoughts, and he tries to focus on recreating something new. The guy fills his lungs with air and suddenly feels something near him. Some illusory white stream of something unknown swirls around him. In this flow, he recognizes his Qua emitted by his body and understands that he can control it. He decides to try to direct the flow of Qi into the second element. A magical ball forms in his hand, which is converted into oxygen. But suddenly, he begins to doubt whether this is really an element of pure oxygen. It is impossible to determine this by eye. Boulier collects the oxygen he created in his hand, making it denser. If it really is oxygen, you can try to ignite it to make sure. But the guy doesn't succeed the first time. After adding fire, only a thin stream of smoke comes out of his hands. Without losing hope, he tries to repeat his crazy experiment again. By creating oxygen again in his hands and squeezing it, he adds fire to the mass. Suddenly, a colossal explosion is created around him. The windows of neighboring buildings are shattered by the shockwave it creates. Even a glass standing peacefully in the math teacher's office is covered with measured cracks. She hears some loud noise from the street and, distracted from her work, directs all her attention to it. Through the windows, badly cracked by the shockwave, she sees an explosion that occurred not far from the building. In the middle of a small thicket, countless sparks and clouds of gray smoke fly. The hero is right at the epicenter of events and is trying to catch his breath from the smoke settling around him. The wind begins to twirl everything in the air in a whimsical manner. The guy thinks that he was lucky to react quickly. Suddenly, his face becomes covered in sweat and genuine fear. He looks somewhere to the side. He assesses the damage caused by the explosion. It seems that this oxygen turned out to be much purer than the main character expected. Somewhere nearby, a voice is heard loudly asking what happened here. The hero turns towards the voice and sees some guy running towards him. No one thought there would be so much noise, and the main character decides to run away from the crime scene to avoid getting into trouble. Without sparing his lungs, he runs quickly through the thicket to hide. Although this noise may have alarmed everyone around, Bu Liar seemed to have managed to create something worthwhile. Some time passed, and now the hero is sitting in class, thinking about everything that happened the day before. He is very tired because he studied all night and decides to take a little nap on his desk. But one can only dream of a quiet life, and suddenly someone starts to tap sharply on his back. It turned out to be Toby, who began to tell very nervously about what had happened last night. To deflect suspicion from himself, the black-haired man says that he slept like a log last night. The story goes that last night there was an explosion near the third-year building that blew out all the windows. Everyone thinks it was some high-level magician, but it's unclear why he would do all this. The hero says that he has never even seen such magicians, to which his friend looks at him in surprise and asks how he could not have seen high-level magicians. After all, their math teacher is a high-level magician. At this information, Boulier's face suddenly took on an expression of incredible surprise, and he jumped up from his seat. Sometime later, the main character decides to go to the teacher, and now he is knocking on the door of her office. She unexpectedly quickly opens the passage and greets her student. The guy decided to come into her office just in time because she needed him for something. She reports that the Association of Mathematicians has already published an article about Ruth's riddle. Since it was he who proposed this solution method, his name is listed first among the authors. The girl congratulates the black-haired man because he solved the most difficult problem in the world of mathematics. But without paying any attention to this, he declares that he came on other business. Unexpectedly for the blonde, he says that he wants to study mathematics with her and asks her for help. After such a statement, she looks at him in confusion, thinking about what she heard. The guy wanted to become a magician, but suddenly decided that he also really liked mathematics and he didn't want to regret it later. He says that it seems to him that even in his past life, he was an outstanding mathematician. The girl, overcome with emotion, suddenly grabs his hand, calling him by name. She can't contain her emotions and presses his hand to her chest, saying that she is very glad to hear it. The teacher hugs him to her chest and says that from now on, they will do math every day after school. Extremely embarrassed, the guy turns away from her embrace, trying to push her away with his hands while simultaneously asking for help with magic. Still embarrassed after such a scene, he hears consent from her side and decides to leave quickly. The boy quickly moves towards the exit of his teacher's office and opens the door. The blonde calls out to him and asks him not to forget to come to her tomorrow, to which he agrees. But suddenly, she sharply asks him to stop and stay for another minute. After this, she sits thoughtfully at the table with her hands folded, thinking about how to formulate what she wants to say. Boulier was a little perplexed by such abruptness and looked nervously at the girl. The thought occurred to her that the black-haired man had decided to study mathematics with her only because he would help her with magic. This question puzzled her greatly because at that time, his request for teaching mathematics was not sincere. Realizing the situation he found himself in, the protagonist anxiously tries to find in his head what to answer. And suddenly, a great idea comes into his head to get out of it. He states that spending so much time together will make it more convenient for him to ask her about magic. Before he could really finish speaking, the teacher's hand suddenly fell on his shoulder. She grabs him, to which the guy reacts very confusedly, feeling afraid of what she will say to him. The girl says that he has a talent for mathematics and can use it as a tool. The guy's answer satisfied her, and she sends him to rest and not to forget to come after school. The hero suddenly notices that this girl is smart and stupid at the same time. Some time passes, and the evening of the next day arrives. Bulayer opens the door to the teacher's office without knocking and greets her. Suddenly, he notices two girls in front of him, sitting at a table and talking about something. Isabella was clearly unhappy with his visit at such an hour. Perhaps she wanted to talk to the teacher alone. She immediately, without ceremony, asks the guy about the purpose of his visit. The teacher apologizes to the girl, saying that she forgot to tell her that from today on, Bulayer will also be teaching her math. Isabella is asked to take care of the guy, but apparently she is not very happy with this request. The blonde invites the hero to sit next to the student and says that she has prepared a task for him. One stone was thrown into a well. After some time, another stone was thrown, but twice as heavy as the previous one. The question is when the second stone will catch up with the first. Isabella suggests that they need to know the interval to solve this problem, and before she can finish speaking, she is interrupted. The guy, without waiting for an answer from the girl sitting next to him, sharply replies that the second stone will never catch up with the first. Strictly speaking, if you ignore air resistance, a large stone will never catch up with a small one. His answer slightly irritates the blonde sitting next to him. She accuses him of not knowing even such basic things. According to the teacher, she doesn't know what air resistance is, but everyone knows that the speed of a body's fall is directly proportional to its mass. The greater the mass, the faster the body falls. This was established by the ancient sages. Even children know this. But the main character does not agree with this. His face reveals undisguised irritation. He says that if the sages said something, it does not mean that it is necessarily true, and asks if they have seen this in real life. The blonde is unhappy that the guy dared to challenge ancient wisdom. There is considerable tension between them, as no one wants to give in. The hero declares that science must be precise, and the approach to it too, because if the truth cannot be proven, then it is not the truth. The student invites him to make a bet, to which the guy responds negatively. The teacher doesn't want the kids to quarrel, and tries to smooth things over by stopping their squabbles. But suddenly, the mayor's daughter bets 10 gold coins on this, and the guy immediately agrees. The teacher puts her hand on her face in frustration because she can't stop the black-haired man. Some time passes, during which the teacher and her students choose a place to conduct the experiment. She states that one stone is twice as big as the other and suggests dropping the argument. But he stands firm in his decision, not wanting to give up easy money. No one thinks that the black-haired man will be able to win this argument, because no one questions the wisdom of the ancients. The blonde says that being self-confident is good, but there is no need to be too smug. After this, white patches of created wind currents appear out of nowhere. The teacher steps on them to keep her in the air. The blue wind begins to lift the girl higher and higher, faster and faster. The hero, seeing the magic of flight for the first time, is very surprised by such a performance. He stands next to Isabella, and they both wait for the teacher to rise to the required height. Finally, the teacher reverses her spell by climbing to the very top of the clock tower. She raises two hands, and in each of them there is a stone, one larger, the other smaller. Without a shred of doubt, the mayor's daughter declares that the guy will definitely lose this bet. The teacher raises two stones to the same height to make the experiment as accurate as possible. And suddenly he lets them go. The stones fly in free flight, and at first, it seems that they are at different heights. They fly closer and closer to the ground, gaining significant falling speed. But suddenly, both pieces of rock land unexpectedly at the same time. The blonde, not believing the truth of what is happening, looks in surprise at what lies in front of her. The guy, in turn, only chuckled maliciously because he was initially confident in his judgments. The teacher was also incredibly surprised, as evidenced by her facial expression. She recited the spell again and slowly descended to the ground to examine everything in detail. Both stones continue to lie quietly on the grass while the trio thinks over everything that happened. Isabella finally realizes what happened and looks ahead with complete incomprehension in her eyes. Both girls cannot understand how this could happen because ancient sages cannot lie. The teacher does not understand how her student can know that the law of falling bodies is incorrect. He says that he read this law in a textbook and checked it with 2 stones and realized that reality and the rule in the textbook differ. It turns out that the truth that adults have been passing on for over 1,000 years can be refuted by simply throwing 2 stones. It's interesting how many scientists don't know that the simple truths they know are actually not true. The blonde grabs him by the shoulders and says that this law was very important for their world, and soon in the future, a new law will appear in the textbooks under the name Liar. The guy is not very happy with the latest empty fame that will be his, especially since he was not the only one conducting the experiment. The teacher tries to calm him down by saying that it was all his fault and that she just threw 2 stones. However, if he wants, he can refine this law together with Isabella, to which she reacts very nicely. The hero replies that he will definitely need her help in finalizing this law and invites her to participate. Suddenly, all the embarrassment disappears from her face, and she looks at the guy in surprise. Thoughts are rushing through her head, and she is thinking hard about the proposal she made earlier. She imagines the news headlines trumpeting the fact that 2 geniuses have emerged at Shandanasa Academy and are working on a new law. Her face flushes again, and she thinks about the prospect of working with the guy. The girl decides not to show her true emotions, and playing hard to get, shyly agrees. The blonde thinks for a long time about the fact that they will have to work alone. Possible names for the new law on falling bodies come to her mind. Imagining that their names would be placed one after the other in the title, her face turns red again. Suddenly, she offers the main character her help if someone bullies him at the academy, while thinking about how smart and handsome he is. The guy suddenly extends his hand to her, and the girl thinks that he wants them to shake hands. This gesture made Isabella very upset and embarrassed without understanding why. She decides to find out why he is raising his hand, and in response receives a request for 10 gold coins. The main character clearly meant something different by his gesture than the girl thought, and his eyes begin to shine from the imminent money. The girl was filled with disappointment because of her erroneous thoughts and resentfully retreated from the guy. Finally, the protagonist receives his promised payment for the bet and starts counting coins. He is very happy that he won 10 gold coins in one dispute and became rich in one day. Isabella assumes that the guy is more interested in money than fame, but she feels that he is not doing all this just for the money. The hero thought deeply after these words and just sat in silence for a while. The girl, with genuine interest, decides to ask what he really wants. This question left the guy stumped, since before that, he didn't quite understand what he wanted. He evaluates everything he has done in this world and suddenly understands something for himself. Memories of how hard he worked in his past life flash through his mind. He recalled his students and his work as a school teacher, and his friends, whom he left behind in a world that was already past his time. After such immersion in himself, he suddenly finds what to answer the girl. But what he wants is apparently not for other people's ears, so he just denies it by saying that he just wants to earn money and live better. With a fake smile on his face, he says goodbye to Isabella, his teacher. Not having received the expected answer, the blonde looks thoughtfully towards the departing guy. She realized that the main character's thoughts were tormented by thoughts that he could not tell anyone. The day passes. Layer is already sitting in class and thinking that sleeping on the desk is much more comfortable than in that cubicle. But analyzing his situation, he comes to the conclusion that now he at least has money. He cannot afford to be sad and sit still, and therefore must move forward. Badr approaches his desk, sharply hitting the tip of the desk and calling out to the black-haired man. The blonde reluctantly tells that Layer is being looked for by a certain Fizi. The hero looks at the guy with confusion and asks who is looking for him because he hears this name for the first time. In response to this, Badr grabs him by the sweatshirt and is very indignant at the guy. Suddenly, someone from the side orders the golden-haired man to stop and let the main character go. Not far from them, a blonde guy appears with a tie, straightening it. It turns out to be the headman Fizi, who was looking for the main character. And he appears not alone, but with two serious-minded guys who pierce the black-haired man with their gaze. The village chief looks down at Bu Liar with a hint of disdain. The guy looks at the blonde with interest, since they have never met before. The golden-haired man with the blue shirt addresses the hero, asking if his name is Bu Liar. He looks at the black-haired man appraisingly and chuckles mockingly, standing right in front of him. The main character finally came to his senses and with a serious look on his face, said that he should be let go. He introduces himself to the headman and asks with interest if something happened. The pompous blonde warns him to stay away from Isabella. In his opinion, a person like Boulier should not communicate with such a girl. After this, the headman orders his whole gang to leave, and they turn towards the exit. Suddenly, the blonde accidentally bumps into Toby, who was passing by. The plump one couldn't stay on his feet and fell awkwardly to his knees after the collision. He is afraid to say anything in response to such disrespect and simply waits silently until the group of offenders leaves. With a slight look of embarrassment on his face, he approaches the main character and asks if everything is okay with him. In response, he receives that everything is fine with Boulier and the guys just wanted to talk to him. Toby is very surprised that Feezy's gaze fell on the black-haired man, and he does not understand the significance of what happened. The guy with the armband explains that the blonde guy is the class president and everyone at the academy is afraid of him. Feezy comes from the famous Howard family in Yabo City and is the son of a viscount. Viscount Howard is an important person in a certain society of numbers, and many of the academy's teachers are also members of this society. Toby tries to calm the boy down, saying that he understands why he became captivated by Isabella's beauty. But his friend advises him not to ignore Feezy's warning, and the black-haired man at that moment is confused and embarrassed by what the plump man thinks of him. Some time passes at the academy, and it is midday when classes have just ended. The hero is already sitting with Isabella and thinking about how to properly use that new oxygen technique. His main advantage will be that he won't need spells or hand gestures, but he doesn't know how to summon two elements at once. He is distracted from his thoughts by a blonde who says that he needs to stop lounging around. She tells him to solve the problem that the math teacher gave them. The hero, yawning boredly, abruptly hands her a piece of paper. On this sheet of paper, the girl sees some formulas and understands that the hero has already decided everything a long time ago. She is very surprised, since in the same amount of time she managed to solve only half of it. The main character says that you can't solve everything the same old way. In his opinion, it is necessary to find original methods for solving problems. Ignoring his pomposity, she looks at the piece of paper with embarrassment. Taking advantage of the momentary pause, the hero remembers that he wanted to ask the girl something. He is interested in the fact that Isabella can summon two fireballs at once, to which he receives the answer that she can summon several of them. This information shocks him, and he looks at her with confusion. The blonde realizes that the black-haired man can only summon one fireball at a time and begins to mock him. He explains that he has studied many books on magic, but has never found a way to summon more than one element at a time. The girl, in turn, says that the books only contain the basics. Such skillful techniques are not there. In order to master such magic, you need to hire a high-ranking magic consultant. But if someone called her sister, she would help him learn such magic. The main character, without a shadow of a doubt and with complete indifference, calls the girl sister. The girl, not expecting such a quick and sharp answer, is simply at a loss. She was very tense by the expression on the guy's face when he said that magic word. But without breaking her word, she calls the black-haired man to her, saying that she will teach him. After this, they leave the academy and find a free clearing for themselves. The girl gathers her strength and casts a spell of fireballs. A multitude of yellow fireballs suddenly flare up around her. The hero is very surprised by what he sees, since his skills do not allow him to create even two balls. What catches his attention is how stable the spell has become. The girl explains that the main key to summoning multiple fireballs is the distribution of spiritual power. Many people believe that spiritual power can only be directed to one place, but once one masters this technique, he will be able to distribute the power to different places. Each part of this power is capable of summoning an element, thus multiple balls can be summoned. The hero decides to check whether it is possible to summon different elements using different parts of the power, to which he receives consent. While they are having a nice conversation, a guy with golden hair watches them from around the corner. This man turns out to be Badr, who thinks that the two are in a relationship. After that, someone next to the golden-haired man squeezed a piece of the wall so hard and nervously that it began to crack. The headman, who was standing nearby, also saw those two and was thinking nervously. He promises himself that Boulayer will definitely pay for what he did. At this time, the hero is training hard and trying to divide the spiritual power into 9 parts. The blonde explains that you need to do as she says. You need to share the spiritual power step by step. But if he doesn't succeed, she asks him with a smile not to be upset, because even she needed 6 months of training. Suddenly, immediately after these words, several balls suddenly flare up around the young man. The girl looks at what opened before her eyes with confusion and asks how he was able to do this. In response, she receives an unperturbed answer that he simply divided the spiritual power into 9 parts and summoned fireballs. But she doesn't accept that answer, and she asks how he could do it so quickly. He looked at the girl in surprise and said that he understood the technique and was able to do it. Such a banally simple answer shocked the blonde, and for a while, she just stood and looked at the guy. Her face flushed at the thought that this guy was not only a genius in mathematics, but also a genius in magic. She starts to get very angry because her training was much longer than his, but she decides to lie for the sake of her pride and say that she did the same in the past. The girl's obviously undermined pride forces her to abandon the boy's training and run away. The guy didn't understand her indignation and attributed her hysteria to the fact that he doesn't understand women. He put his hand in his pocket and suddenly felt something strange. This caught his attention, and he decided to look at it in surprise. By that time, the girl had not yet recovered from her emotions and was nervously walking towards the academy. But suddenly, Boulayer catches up with her and grabs her forearm with his hand. Isabella is frightened by such an unexpected gesture and asks if he needs anything else from her. She notices that he is holding out his hand to her with an object resting in it. It turns out to be some kind of bracelet with a cute golden cat and a red thread. The hero extends his hand to her, addressing the girl by name and asking her to take the item. According to him, what he was able to learn is entirely due to her, and he thanks her. She looks at the brooch with bated breath and thinks for a while about what to do. Her face flushes and she presses her lips together in embarrassment as she looks at the protagonist. She is surprised and says that the hero still has a conscience and thinks that he is not so stupid. The blonde snatches the treasured gift from the black-haired man with a sharp movement of her hand. She did not dare to show her true emotions and runs away from the protagonist in embarrassment, saying that the gift turned out to be ugly. Since she was running with her eyes closed, her legs got tangled and she fell comically onto the grass. Without asking for help, she gets up from the ground herself and chuckles nervously because of the awkwardness. After this, she turns towards the hero to see his reaction. The hero is surprised and a little embarrassed by the girl's gaze. He cannot decide what to do next. But before he could say a word, he sees the girl stand up and, showering her with insults, run away. She promises not to let it go so easily, but Boulayer only sighs tiredly in response. After this scene, he decides to take a break and lie on the grass for a while in the sun. He thinks that if she didn't like it, she wouldn't have taken the gift. He spent 50 silver on it. The boy was thinking about the fact that at first he wanted to give the bracelet to the math teacher, but suddenly he noticed something in front of his eyes. 3 guys approached the main character, who was lying peacefully on the grass. Badr reminded the black-haired man that the headman Faizi had warned him about the girl. His closeness with the mayor's daughter began to really irritate the class president. Without saying a word, the protagonist suddenly rises from the grass with a serious expression on his face. And just as unexpectedly, he simply goes on the run from the company of his offenders. The blonde and his company did not stand still and decided to start a pursuit. The explanation for the protagonist's actions is that he sees no point in messing around with these guys. Suddenly, one of the 3 decides to provoke the hero by saying that the black-haired man's father died while fleeing during the battle. Such unflattering words about Boulayer's family unsettled him, and he stopped abruptly. The blonde, in response to this, only continues to mock the guy. He saw a gap in the protagonist's defense and decided to sneakily attack him from behind. But after swinging and striking, the fist never reaches its target, stopping right in front of the hero's head. The offender did not expect this, and therefore, having struck with full force, he is simply thrown back and only he receives damage. The hero is very irritated frustrated by the behavior of the group, which can be seen from the expression on his face. The blonde, meanwhile, still can't recover from the blow. His hand is badly burned, and he feels incredible pain. The protagonist becomes even more enraged and says that his father was a brave warrior who died for his homeland. He was a wonderful father, deserving of respect and reverence even in death. The black-haired man threatened that no one could insult his now-deceased father. Due to his anger, the hero automatically created 9 fireballs around himself, which attracted the attention of his offenders. They were incredibly amazed by the black-haired man's abilities because before, he had no magic at all. The prospect of being burned alive frightens the boys, and they run away, leaving their leader behind. He is left alone with the enraged Boulier and looks up at him with fear. What he sees frightens him greatly, and he panics, begging for mercy. The blonde tries to defend himself by saying that fighting is prohibited at the academy, but he only receives a disdainful look. From this, the panic in his eyes disappears, and only despair remains. He looks obliviously at the black-haired man. The hero, at the same time, not intending to stop, swung his hand to send fireballs flying. His powers are concentrated, and fire magic begins to move towards the offender. But suddenly, the main character notices someone's presence behind him. Badr, meanwhile, closes his eyes and tries to defend himself by putting his hands in front of him and screaming for help. His body didn't feel any pain, so he thought something strange was happening and decided to open his eyes. He sees in front of him not 9 fireballs, but a guy lying at his feet. Not understanding what happened, he tries to come to his senses, looking at the guy lying peacefully in front of him. The blonde man hadn't yet recovered from what had happened, and so, with a bit of fear, he decided to poke his finger at Boulier to check if he was alive. Thanks to fate, Badr decides to quickly retreat somewhere to the side before the black-haired man wakes up. But he is quickly stopped, forced to stand still in a commanding tone. He sees in front of him a math teacher who is trying to help the hero and tries to justify that it is not his fault. At this time, the main character just lies thoughtfully on the grass, pretending to have lost consciousness. The blonde keeps trying to justify himself, but they don't believe him. The teacher puts more and more pressure on him, saying that she knows how he feels about Boulier. Their absurd emotional squabble is interrupted by a man with a beard and mustache. He scolds Badr since the black-haired man was lying at his feet. Therefore, the golden-haired man does nothing but lie. The old man orders the young man to enter his office and await his fate. He reports to the vice-chairman of the Calvin Society and says that it is all the fault of the academy management, asking for forgiveness for the spectacle. The 2 men walk away, talking about the situation, while the girl tries to bring the teenager to his senses. She thinks about Boulier's current state, but suddenly she shudders for some reason. The protagonist moves away from her a little, and his face becomes one of extreme embarrassment and excitement. The girl sees this and thinks that the guy has become really ill, but he answers her that everything was fine with him until the girl almost strangled him. She hugs him in a motherly way and says that she was very worried about the guy. At the same time, an old man approaches them and says that this matter will be dealt with, but they came for a different reason. The girl, taking the floor, decides to introduce these men to the guy. The old man's name is Archil, and the younger man's name is Calvin. The boy bowed respectfully to the 2 academy workers, greeting them. The black-haired man managed to become famous, and these people already know him as the man who helped teacher Boulengia solve the riddle of Rufus. But the teacher interrupts the old man, saying that the boy himself solved the riddle, and she only wrote an article. Thanks to solving the Rufus riddle, Boulier and the teacher were nominated for the Edwin Prize, which is a great pride for Yabo City. And if they wish, these men will do their best to help them get this award. But the girl is more concerned about whether the guy will also be able to receive this award. Expecting this question, the old man sighs resignedly, looking at the girl. The guy is still too young. No one in the mathematical community has such results. If the teacher says that it was he who solved the riddle of Rufus, then no one will believe him. The girl was about to exclaim something, but the main character called out to her and took her hand. She looks sadly at the guy with a little bitterness in her eyes. Interrupting their silent dialogue, Archil suggests that they discuss this issue privately and make a final decision later. She agrees with this argument, and the 2 men slowly move away from them. After some time, evening falls at the academy, filling the building with orange colors. The teacher and Boulier walked silently down the corridor, thinking about something. Suddenly, she tells the guy that although the usual solution to Rufus's riddle is not something extraordinary, the hero's method became a great breakthrough in the history of mathematics. It must belong to the main character. A stranger should not receive this award instead of him. This causes a slight stupor in the guy, and he anxiously thinks about what to answer. After thinking for a while, he says that this prize should not belong to him at all. Besides, Teacher Bulangi has long been no stranger to him. The flattering words make the girl's face blush. She is pleasantly surprised. Ashamed of her reaction, she sends the student to go home quickly, and he, in turn, thinks about what he said wrong. After some time, a large number of school children gathered at the notice board. They are all discussing the article published by Teacher Bulangi and the name of the student who worked on it. They emphasize that many scientists have been unable to find a solution to the Rufus riddle for centuries. While everyone was discussing the guy, he decided to walk through the crowd amidst the general noise so as not to be noticed. Finally, he manages to do it and remains unnoticed. Not far from him, he suddenly hears swearing coming from the office closest to him. He notices the figure of the old man he met earlier and someone else standing in the back of the classroom. These people turned out to be Badr and his father, who, in turn, very loudly scolds his son for fighting. His method of upbringing turns out to be very strict, and in response to his fighting, he decides to teach his son by beating him. The hero watches this scene with anger, not intending to interfere in what is happening. After an exemplary spanking, the blonde's father asks Arshil for forgiveness and begs him not to expel his son from the academy. But Badr's behavior turns out to be unacceptable. He has seriously violated school rules. Without letting the old man finish speaking, the blonde's father suddenly falls to his knees, heartily begging for mercy on his son. Standing in this pose, he nervously begs the old man to leave Badr in the academy despite his misdeeds. Extremely surprised by his father's behavior, the protagonist's offender asks him to get up from his father's lap. But Bu Lear, despite her indignation, still decides to intervene in this situation. He approaches Archil, greeting him and receiving a mutual greeting in return. Pretending not to have heard what was being said, the hero asks the director what happened to Badr. The blonde's face fills with anger because the black-haired man suddenly decided to interfere in this situation. Archil explains that the wayward student broke a school rule and the academy has already decided to expel him. Damaging his pride, Badr's father, still crawling on his knees, clings to Bu Lear's sleeve and thinks that he can help. According to him, he will definitely teach his son a lesson and asks for forgiveness. It was not easy for them to enroll him in this academy. If he was expelled, his whole life would go down the drain. After such pathetic speeches, the black-haired man only sighs, getting ready to say something. He turns to Archil, mercifully asking him not to punish the blonde so harshly. The bully, hearing such words from the one he bullied, simply goes into shock. Listening to the boy's request, the director says that the academy can temporarily postpone the decision on expulsion. The guilty party and his father are overcome with genuine surprise, and at the same time, relief. But he is warned that if Badr does something like this again, the academy will not give him a second chance. In response to this, the blonde's father forcibly bends him over in front of the director in order to show respect. He tells Badr in a commanding tone to thank Bu Lear and Archil. Not daring to disobey his father, the young man obediently bows and thanks the director and the black-haired man. The old man accepts the apology and sends both students to go to class. They reach the door of the auditorium, and the hero is already about to open the front door. But the blonde stops him, asking why he decided to stand up for him. Holding the door handle without opening the door, the protagonist stood thoughtfully in place. He explained his actions by saying that he did not want Badr to let his father down. The young man looks thoughtfully at the floor, thinking about what the black-haired man told him. After this, he quietly expresses his sincere gratitude to him behind his back. He also tells him to be careful of Faizi because he will not let the main character go just like that now. He says that the class president's uncle is the deputy director of the academy. After school, Bu Lear decided to go to the library as usual, thinking about how difficult the day had been. Unexpectedly, the library administrator meets him at the door, his whole appearance indicating that a serious conversation is about to begin. The protagonist did not expect to see the old man and therefore asks what he is doing here. The librarian asks if Bu Lear has offended anyone recently. The guy is taken aback by this question and he naively asks if something happened. In response, he receives the following. He will no longer be able to work in the library, nor live in the room. This is an order from the deputy director. After this dialogue, the hero decides to go to the teacher Bulanya, who from the very beginning says that she wanted to take him and Isabella to a seminar at the Mathematical Society. Bulir says that he can't participate because he was kicked out of his room and needs to look for a place to live. In response to this, the girl invites him to live at her house since she has had a free room for a long time. The hero is embarrassed by such an abrupt proposal, thinking about how they will live together. Worried, he asks if it will be comfortable for the teacher to live under the same roof with him. She calmly replies that there is nothing inconvenient here because they can do mathematics at any time. This answer suits the guy, but the redness still doesn't disappear from his face. They come to an agreement, and Bulanji tells him to come see her after the ball. Suddenly, Isabella enters the office unexpectedly, immediately asking what the guy is doing there. The teacher explains that Bulir is also coming with them to the seminar and that he will now be staying with her. The latest news causes extreme indignation in the blonde, and she immediately expresses her negative opinion. Not understanding his student's reaction, Bulange says that the protagonist is not such a bad person that there is anything to worry about. The guy, in turn, is stunned, not understanding why he is being insulted again. To avoid this awkward topic, the teacher forcibly sends the girl away, sending her and Bulir to change for the seminar. At the same time, the teacher asks if the guy has clothes for the event. He needs to wear something formal. Not knowing what exactly is required of him, he asks if a magic robe will do. The teacher tells him that if he has one, then his proposal is welcome. Some time passes, and it is approaching evening. The ball begins, and people arrive systematically. The hero stands on the red carpet with two girls in beautiful dresses. When they reach the building, Isabella tells the guy that they have arrived. It is the Howard family estate, and also the site of the Magical Society's seminars. The Magical Society is a prominent organization in the kingdom of Dalonan, which is why they chose the Howard estate, where every Magical Society seminar is held. It turns out that the Howard estate is the home of that very head of his class. Three men are standing near the estate, and they are heatedly discussing something among themselves. One of them, the vice chairman Calvin, is approached by teacher Bulanji. Calvin notices the girl and Bulir, who is next to her, and greets her happily. The guy, without hesitation, also greets the man, and Isabella, standing next to him, does not understand where they could have met. The deputy chairman invites the dark-haired man to introduce his friends, who were just talking about him. Bulangi decides not to disturb their small talk and politely leaves, promising to find students later. Bulir and Isabella enter the estate and look around in surprise. The guy is surprised by how rich the event looks and immediately starts serving the buffet. Without hesitation, he helps himself to all sorts of snacks and drinks, quickly eating everything. But Isabella doesn't like his behavior because she thinks he's bringing them to shame. Suddenly, something catches the guy's attention, and he looks in that direction with interest. He sees before him a huge canvas depicting two rivers connected by bridges. The blonde explains that this is the pride of the Howard family, called the Seven Bridges of the Royal Capital. The hero asks the girl in confusion about the title of this painting, showing that he knows nothing about it. This conversation was overheard by the son of the owner of the house, who, mockingly, began to insult the main character for his behavior. The girl did not tolerate such treatment and stood up for the guy, saying that Bulir came with them and he was worthy of respect. But the blonde has a different opinion. He continues to insult the hero for his incompetence because he doesn't even know the name of this picture. Isabella decides not to enter into an argument with Faisy and drags the black-haired man away. The headman notices that she took the guy by the hand, and this makes him very angry. He decides to approach Bulir, saying that all he does is hide under his skirt. In response, he hears a joke. The hero asks him about the meaning of this painting. For some reason, this question confuses the girl, and she looks at the guy with confusion. He explains his interest by saying that after hearing about the history of this painting, he will be able to come up with a new method. The blonde hears this and says that teacher Bulanyi simply took pity on him and wrote his name in the article, nothing more. The girl again stands up for the guy, saying that Bulir came up with a way to solve the riddle on his own. In response to this, the blonde decides to put on a show and loudly announces that the hero will be able to solve the riddle depicted in the painting. Isabella is extremely surprised by his actions because he decided to turn a personal dispute into a public one. Whispers begin to spread throughout the hall, sharing unflattering rumors about Bulir. The general hubbub is noticed by the teacher Boulanger and Calvin, who were standing at a distance. The blonde teases the protagonist, saying that he is now obliged to solve this riddle. Suddenly, someone's hand appears and grabs the hero by the forearm. It turns out to be Bolangi, who excitedly asks why the guy decided to get into an argument with Faisy. According to her, the Howard family has great power in the city of Yabo, so conflict with them is suicide. If he gets into conflict with them, he will have problems not only with the mathematical society, but also with the academy. Moreover, mathematicians have been struggling for centuries to solve the 7 bridges of the royal capital, and Faisy wants him to try to solve the riddle in order to shame him in front of everyone. The blonde man accidentally overhears their conversation and turns to teacher Bologna. He says that she called Boulir a genius, but now for some reason she doesn't believe in him. The teacher begins to raise her tone and tries to justify herself, but she is interrupted. The protagonist declares with complete confidence that he can try to solve this riddle in gratitude for the fact that he was kicked out of the library because of the headman. The girls hear this and are very surprised because they did not know why Boulir left the library. He is asked one last time if he really wants to deal with this, but the hero already turns to Faisy, saying that he will solve this riddle and accepts the bet. The 7 bridges of the Tsar's capital is a riddle devised by the first generation of the Howard family. Several hundred years ago, the headman of their clan was a high-ranking official, and he noticed that the capital had a special terrain. At that time, the city was not yet so big. The city was divided into 2 islands, which were located in the middle of the river. To facilitate travel between the islands, 7 posts were built. These bridges helped the capital's residents establish mutually beneficial relationships. One day, the elder was looking at these 7 bridges, and a thought occurred to him. The question was whether it was possible to get to any place using these bridges, and also to go around each bridge just once and return to the starting point. When the elder put forward this idea, mathematicians from all over the kingdom began to think about the question, and many famous scientists came to the capital to find a solution. Much time passed. Scientists put forward many theories, but no one understood how one could return without crossing the bridge at least once again. Until one day, the elder himself found a solution. He announced it to everyone, and the next day, everyone could see for themselves the correctness of his decision. Almost all the mathematicians of the kingdom gathered on the bridges, but they waited until the evening. But the elder did not appear. A few days later, the elder's body was discovered. Most likely, he was so excited by his discovery that he accidentally stumbled and drowned in the river. The elder's death was a huge loss for the mathematical community. The riddle remained unsolved, and even his family still don't know the solution to this problem. Although the solution is lost, to preserve the memory of the first-generation elder, their family hung this engraving in the living room. Blondin believes that this is a source of pride for the entire mathematical community. The guy immediately understands what is being discussed because this riddle is similar to the one that was in his world. After telling his story, Faisy mockingly asks if Boulir can find a solution. He responds that he will not be able to find a solution, but then no one will be able to find it. The blonde starts to burst, and he tries his best to hold back his laughter, only chuckling mockingly. And now, completely unable to restrain himself, he begins to laugh out loud at the guy so that the whole room can hear him. The audience becomes disappointed and sullenly begins to walk away from the 2 guys. One of the girls thinks that Boulir is just another arrogant child who doesn't know his place. But her friend, standing next to her, looks closely at the guy and sees his intelligent look. In her opinion, the black-haired man is not as simple as everyone around him thinks. After the blonde laughed, the protagonist began to explain his answer. He says that the riddle of the 7 bridges cannot be solved, which is why he will not be able to find the solution. His answer makes the audience suddenly fall silent and fall into thought. Teacher Bolani and Isabella begin to discuss his statement with each other. Faisy insults the boy and asks how the first elder of their clan could find a solution if it doesn't exist. In response, he hears a counter-question about whether there is evidence that their elder has actually found a solution. The blonde is extremely outraged by this question and asks if the guy knows what position the elder occupied in the kingdom. Suddenly, someone from the crowd loudly hits the floor with a stick and orders them to be quiet. This man turns out to be Viscount Howard, who tells Faisy not to boast about his pedigree. After this, the blonde suddenly loses all his enthusiasm and heartily apologizes to his father. The Viscount decides to meet Boulir and says that he already knows him. Without showing his emotions, the boy obediently bows and greets the head of the house. He, in turn, says that he saw their argument with his son and asks the guy for forgiveness. But he noticed that the black-haired man said that there was no solution to this riddle, and this statement dishonors the honor of their ancestor. The hero begins to explain that the 7 bridges of the royal capital really have no solution. The blonde standing next to Belier notices that he has never looked so confident. The Viscount becomes nervous and angrily asks if the guy wants to test his guess. The protagonist does not give up and says that he can prove to everyone that this riddle has no solution. According to him, when faced with such a difficult task, many sages of that time decided to find a practical solution themselves. This method is worthy of respect, but if we look at the truth, the answer will be difficult to find. During his speech, he drew something on a piece of paper, and after that, he decided to show it to the audience. He says that a complex practical problem can be represented on foliage as a simple numerical problem, with each piece of land being a dot and the bridges being lines. Then, the 7 bridges of the royal capital can be simplified as follows. If it is possible to exit from each point without repeating the pattern, then this will mean that it is possible to return to the original place. Some people exclaim with admiration that they did not know about this method of trying to solve the problem. Suddenly, one of the 2 girls who were discussing Boulier says that this guy is really not that simple, and her friend was right. She, in turn, looks at the guy smugly, pleased that she was not mistaken. The hero goes on to explain that in addition to the starting and ending points, when someone crosses a bridge onto a piece of land, they leave another bridge. Now, the points connected by segments of unpaired numbers can be called singularity points. The points connected by segments of even numbers can be called paired points. Boulangi begins to understand that if they want to set off from the starting point and eventually return to it, then they need to reach all the points. The guy confirms her guess and says that the key point is that all the dots must be paired. A guy with glasses understands what Boulier is talking about and starts asking him something in a loud voice. But interrupting him, the guy says that the 4 points in that riddle are singular, so no matter what method they choose, they will never be able to return to the original point. Therefore, the 7 bridges of the Tsarist capital have no solution and never had one. Everyone around looks at the guy in shock because they realized what he was trying to say. The bespectacled man notes that there are no flaws in this theory, which means that the problem really has no solution. The blonde, who felt very awkward after this evidence, cries out that the young man is wrong. It's slowly starting to dawn on everyone that the Howard family has been lying to everyone all this time. Feezy, in response to this, orders everyone to be silent and says that the guy is wrong. But after such compelling evidence, no one has any doubt that the riddle really has no solution. The girl, who had no doubts about the boy's intellectual abilities from the very beginning, says that their ancestor was a deceiver. Unable to cope with the pressure of the audience, the blonde begins to call for his father in panic. But suddenly, not finding support from his father, he receives a punch in the face from him. Viscount Howard hit his son with all his might, and he flew back several meters. The head of the house begins to blame Feezy for not being able to keep his mouth shut. If it weren't for him, the Howard family wouldn't have been disgraced in front of so many people. He promises himself that the guy who dared to discredit their family will pay for his misdeeds. The Viscount begins to quickly walk away somewhere to the side, away from the eyes looking at him. But suddenly, he hears a voice from somewhere behind him asking him to stop. The guy says that according to the rules of the Mathematical Society, he helped with Feezy's question, and now he must help him in return. The Viscount stood up thoughtfully and began to think about what to answer the young man's question. He agrees with the argument and asks what question he wants answered. The guy's question is quite simple. He wants to know if the sides of a square are equal to 1, then what is the diagonal? The head of the house looks at the guy with extreme surprise, thinking what to answer. Boulangi enters the conversation and asks if Boulier knows that the Howard family proposed the Howard theorem. According to their theory, if the sides of a square are equal to 1, then the square of the length of the diagonal will be equal to 2. This is true, but the black-haired man notes that he was not asking about the square of the diagonal. His question was about the diagonal itself, not about what the Viscount had answered. This clarification makes the head of the house tremble, and he begins to panic. The public hears this and also begins to wonder what the diagonal is. They hope that the Viscount will be able to explain it to them. After thinking for a long time, the man begins to sweat heavily and worry because he does not know the answer to this question. The guy realized that, as he thought, the Viscount knew about this number from the very beginning. In Boulaire's past world, although scientists are respected, no one knows about them. In this same world, although science is at a low level, scientists are highly respected. Scientists who have made great contributions to science enjoy not only international fame, but also the respect of the royal family and aristocracy. So scientists get together, take control of economics and politics, and become a huge force. The Howard family holds an important position in the mathematical community, so the community has a strong voice. The Mathematical Society includes figures from science, politics, and religion. They believe that everything on Earth can be represented as numbers. In essence, their ideas are similar to the ideas of the Pythagorean school. The Pythagorean school was founded by the great scientist of ancient Greece. The school of Pythagoras had many followers, but it had one flaw that led to the disappearance of the school. This flaw was that they represented everything not in real numbers, but in rounded numbers. Pythagoras believed that if you compare round and real numbers, you can express all the numbers in the world. The first to discover this flaw was Pythagoras' student Hippasus, who realized that it was impossible to express the diagonal of a square using a ratio of integers. This discovery shook the foundation on which the entire school of Pythagoras was based. When the students realized that they would not be able to solve this problem, they decided to find out who had posed this problem. Finally, they tied a large stone to Hippasus and threw it into the sea. But the truth could not be hidden for long. More and more people began to pay attention to the problem of Hippasus, and the school of Pythagoras was destroyed. Numbers that could not be expressed using a ratio of whole numbers came to be called irrational numbers. Since then, people have begun to expand their knowledge in the field of numbers, and it has grown into an entire field. Judging by his expression, he had known about the existence of irrational numbers for a long time. The guy became interested in how this world treated Hippasus. This question put the Viscount in a very awkward position, and he began to worry greatly. The public became very interested, and people began to try to calculate the diagonal themselves. Boulaire also became curious and asked what was wrong with this number if it could not be expressed by any number. The guy explained that this was a completely new number, and there were a lot of them. Someone had already found a similar number, but this discovery was hidden thanks to Faisy. The Viscount realized the situation he was in, and it was all because of his son. He walked up to him and began to look at him with eyes full of anger. But the blonde didn't want to get hit in the face even more, so he began frantically looking for a way out. Faisy decided to shift all the blame onto Boulaire, because of whom the Howard family was so disgraced. He wishes the guy death and starts running towards the guy to beat him up. The blonde, not seeing anything in front of him, rushes at the young man with his fists. In response to this, the black-haired man takes a defensive stance, preparing for a fight. But someone intercepts Faisy's hand right in flight, preventing him from harming anyone. The golden-haired guy is stopped by a girl who has taken a liking to Boulaire. The blonde looks at the red-haired lady with bewilderment and exclaims for her to let him go. She, not giving in to the guy's emotions, politely apologizes and says that she has to stop him. Faisy tries to escape from her grip, but he can't because for some reason this girl is very strong. Suddenly, he hears his father's voice calling his name, and the boy is overcome with primal fear. The Viscount is extremely dissatisfied with his son's behavior as he has greatly disgraced their name. Expecting a quick reprisal, the golden-haired man somehow tries to justify himself, but his head suddenly goes empty. The head of the house suddenly raises his tone, preparing to inform those present about something. He apologizes to people for the troubles his son caused. He says it is his fault. Regarding the number Boulaire mentioned, he asks not to worry, as their mathematical community will make every effort to find an explanation. He politely thanks the black-haired man and says that he has to leave. His politeness turns out to be only a show. With a wry grimace, he wishes the guy a pleasant evening at his estate. Boulaire, rejoicing at her small victory, wishes all the best to the head of the house. As he left to go about his business, the Viscount thought that he could not even imagine that he could disgrace himself like that. The guy sincerely thanks the woman who stood up for him in front of the blonde man. she is surprised that he called her mistress and asks how he could forget her. Suddenly, Isabella hits the guy on the back of the head with all her might, which he didn't expect at all. She angrily asks why he is touching strange women. Because of this small, playful skirmish, the red-haired lady begins to laugh sweetly. She apologizes for disturbing the flirting between the two teenagers. Both academy students are surprised and look towards the woman, who says that she was just joking, but is jealous of their relationship. Isabella is very embarrassed by this statement and says that the girl was thinking about the wrong thing. The blonde asks, addressing her by name, what Alice is doing here. The woman tells her that she always takes part in such events, but did not expect to see the mayor's daughter here. Boulanger joins the conversation and says that Alice's family is very well known in the mathematics community in Yabo City, and she has been participating in seminars on behalf of her family for many years. She introduces herself to the guy by saying her name and extending her hand. The girl says that she is a third-year student at Shandanasa Academy and is Isabella's classmate. The guy extends his hand in response and says that he is pleased to meet her. Alice approaches his face and looks at his eyes with interest. Because of her closeness, the guy involuntarily glances at her chest and becomes very embarrassed. While the girl is looking at the guy, Isabella sadly realizes her shortcomings in comparison with Alice. The mayor's daughter's classmate says she enjoyed the boy's performance. She suggests that he start studying mathematics in more depth. But unexpectedly, Boulanger says that he has to refuse her, showing his aloofness. He suggests turning to teacher Boulanger since he learned a lot from her. Alice realized that he couldn't be taken in by simple tricks and admired his fortitude. She says goodbye to the group and says that she would like to chat with the guy when no one is around. This statement irritates Isabella somewhat. She was puzzled by the way he reacted to her request to go with Alice. But he looked at the girl with confusion, asking why he should go with her. In her opinion, all men are the same, and when they see a beautiful girl, they immediately run after her. But Boulanger didn't dare to discuss it seriously, and then said that Alice couldn't compare to Isabella in beauty. She, in turn, becomes even more embarrassed and asks if he really thinks she is more beautiful. The guy, with a completely imperturbable face, calmly replies that he really does think she is more beautiful. He is very glad that he got away with it, and the girl at this time is embarrassedly thinking about his compliments. Suddenly, a man in a white suit approaches him and his company. The man turns out to be Chairman Calvin, who is asked what he is doing there. In his opinion, they are the main characters of this evening. He could not help but say hello. Not realizing the magnitude of his achievements, the guy modestly says that he simply helped with the solution of the problem and mentioned this number. But the old man says that this problem and the number he mentioned are not simple at all. The Howard family considered the riddle of the 7 bridges to be their pride, but today it has proven that there is no solution to it. Because of this, the family's position is now in great question, and the mentioned number could shake the entire world. So the old man decides to find out who this guy really is. He is interested in why such talent has suddenly appeared only now. And what is the goal of the guy who was able to shake the entire world of mathematics with one short lecture? Boulanger decides to play the fool and says that everyone saw Faisy ask him to solve the problem. He just had an idea and voiced it. As for that number, it was pure curiosity, and the Viscount said that he would definitely find that number together with the Mathematical Society. Without arguing, Calvin backs down from his questions and admits that he has overthought things. But he warns him to be careful with the Howard family because the guy shouldn't compete with them. By that time, the father had reached his office with his son, who was lying on the floor at that time. He was severely beaten for disgracing his family, and many bruises are visible on his face. A dark figure stands next to the head of the family, informing him that it is time to begin something. The Viscount is waiting for Boulanger to leave the estate to do something to him and make it look like an accident. The figure listens to his order, bowing obediently. Suddenly, the man hears someone's voice from behind him, which says that he is going to kill someone again. Behind him stands a guy with white hair and the same white suit. The father turns his head menacingly, not liking the tone of the guy named Abel. The figure in black exclaims in surprise because he killed him with his own hands. The guy says that their surprise is normal because the Viscount himself ordered his death last time. Not believing his eyes, the head of the house jumps up from his chair and shouts, asking how he didn't die and whether Boulanger is his man. Wanting to get rid of the white-haired guy, he suddenly takes out a gun from somewhere. Pointing a gun at Abel, the Viscount orders him to answer his question, and by that time, the blonde comes to his senses and sees his brother. The guy in the white suit says that the man asks too many questions and he doesn't know where to begin his story. But after thinking a little, he still agrees to tell his father something. According to him, Bu Liar had no connection with him, but he had a great reason to return. With complete calm, at gunpoint, he declares that he is going to completely change the Howard family. The head of the family looks at the guy with confusion and asks how he is going to do this. In response, he hears a counter question. Abel is interested in what, in his father's opinion, is the foundation of their family. The Viscount, without a shadow of a doubt, immediately answers that the basis is fame, to which he receives a negative answer. The white-haired man claims that their family is actually built on deception. The man starts to get angry and asks what he means by his answer. Abel says that he knew that the 7 bridges problem could not be solved, and he knew about this too. But to protect the glory of their family and the name of the mathematical society, the father wants to hide this truth. Over the years, whenever people appeared who wanted to reveal the truth, he got rid of them in various ways, including even him. Even his own son was no exception to the old man's rules. The Viscount orders the boy to shut up so as not to hear the inconvenient truth anymore. He wants to kill his son again, under the pretext that he is doing it for the good of the family. But Abel is not afraid of him and declares that he has already crossed the line because the truth cannot be hidden forever. Today, that guy named Bu Liar already did it. He exposed their families in front of the mathematicians of the whole city. The father can deal with everyone, but he will not be able to kill all the witnesses. The white-haired man suddenly grabs the barrel of the pistol and brings it closer to his shoulder. He says that if he fails to kill all the witnesses, then tomorrow the truth will be revealed to the entire state. Abel asks if his father will be able to keep the family going if it falls apart completely. Unable to resist his son's arguments, the Viscount lets go of the gun and allows the boy to take it. He asks the white-haired man what he should do, and his son suggests that he become the new head and change the family, then Howard will continue to exist. According to him, the father should know that no one but him can save this family. The Viscount is increasingly giving in to the pressure and is frantically considering the proposal, and the words spoken in his ear make him make a decision. Several days have passed. The main character wakes up in the house of the teacher Bulanya. He really likes this room because it has a comfortable bed and there is no terrible smell like in the closet where he lived. He decides to leave the room and go say hello to the teacher. But suddenly, his attention is caught by something that causes surprise to appear on his face. He sees a huge stack of written papers in Bulanya's room. The hero thinks that the girl had apparently been looking for the number he had spoken about at the ball all night. After the seminar, news of the unsolvable problem theory spread throughout the country, and the Howard family's reputation began to be seriously questioned. But compared to the unsolvable problem of the 7 bridges, the number that could not be found began to be called the devil's number. Almost all the mathematicians in society began to try to find the devil's number, but no matter how hard they tried, they failed. It is understandable. In this world, mathematics has not reached the level where it would be possible to express physical values. In this world, physics has not yet been discovered, but even so, in this world, scientists are highly respected. They continue their search even in the dead of night. The protagonist believes that someday they will be able to find the answer, even if they make a lot of mistakes, but in the end, they will reach the truth. While teacher Bulangi is still awake, the hero decides to read the newspaper. He read that the Howard family had a new head, and many people thought that the new head would disband the Mathematical Society. Leaving the Mathematical Society would be the best decision for the Howard family, but Boulaire wonders why they would take such drastic measures. He tries to figure out what this new leader is, and at that moment, Bulangi starts to approach him from behind. She sleepily greets the guy and wishes him good morning. The black-haired man is surprised by the girl's innocent appearance and is a little embarrassed. He admires the blonde's beauty while she continues to look at him silently. But after that, her face is filled with indignation because she asked to wake her up when the guy gets up. She pokes him in the cheek with her finger and calls him a naughty boy. She speaks defiantly about the number that Boulier doesn't want to talk about. Because the girl is too close to the guy, he becomes even more embarrassed and her nose starts bleeding. As the young man sits with a flushed face, Bulangi begins to realize that she is dressed inappropriately. Suddenly, it dawns on her why the guy reacted so sharply to her presence. And she screams out in extreme embarrassment throughout the house, calling Bulir a pervert. After such an awkward situation, the guy decides to cook something. He stands near the stove with a handprint on his face. The girl asks him for forgiveness because she hit him subconsciously and not on purpose. The black-haired man notices that when Bulangi first wakes up, she looks like a completely different person. The blonde begins to worry that in this state he will no longer like her, but the guy casually replies that he likes her in any state. After hearing this, she begins to look at the black-haired man in surprise. This answer suits her, and embarrassment can be seen on her face, while the guy looks extremely pleased with his answer. The girl suddenly becomes curious as to why he is cooking eggs and red fruits, which can be eaten anyway, together. He says he's making an omelet with tomatoes, and the blonde starts looking at him strangely. According to him, tomatoes are the name given to red fruits in his hometown, and almost everyone there knows how to make an omelet with tomatoes. He remembers his past life and how lately this was all he ate. After cooking, he quickly gets ready and leaves for school, telling the girl to try his cooking. The girl suddenly stops him to pass something on. She presses a white cloth against his chest and wipes something off his sweatshirt. The hero is extremely embarrassed by such unexpected actions on the part of Bulangia. Now his outerwear looks cleaner than before. The teacher sends him out, and he, still not having recovered from his stormy emotions, says goodbye. The girl is left home alone and decides to try the food, which looks pretty strange to her. She takes a small piece of the food on a spoon and slowly puts it into her mouth. The taste of the omelet surprises her greatly, as she has never tasted anything like it. Her body is bathed in bliss. She enjoys the taste of sweet tomatoes. The dish seems incredibly delicious to her, and she exclaims about it with admiration. The hero, who has already reached the academy, suddenly notices that his stomach is growling loudly. While he was preparing food for the teacher, he didn't even think about himself and didn't have time to eat in the morning. Meanwhile, the girls in Bulir's class are discussing the fact that the new head of the Howard family has ordered the dissolution of the Mathematical Society. They talk about its beauty and the mystery of the man who solved the family's main mystery and then disappeared without a trace. One of the girls says that her uncle from the Mathematical Society said that the guy was about the same age as them, but he himself asked to hide his name. She doesn't understand how this is possible if that guy shocked the whole world with one number, and he is their age. Bulir is distracted from eavesdropping and finds Isabella standing next to her, asking about the devil's number. But the guy continues to deny it and says that he doesn't know anything about him. The blonde doesn't believe the main character and states it outright. Suddenly, another third-year student comes into his class and asks Isabella to leave the guy. This girl turns out to be Alice, who happily greets Buligur. He greets her back, while the blonde looks at her indignantly. The boys from the same class as the black-haired boy look at what is happening in surprise, envying him. One of them is trying hard to understand why Bulir is so popular among girls. Alice approaches the hero, asking if they were talking about the devil's number. In response to this, she hears only a loud rumbling from the guy's stomach. They look at him with confusion, and he is very embarrassed by the awkwardness. He apologizes to the girls for what just happened. Alice, in response to this, only laughs sincerely at the absurdity of the situation. Isabella calls the guy a pig and says that it's not even time for lunch yet. Suddenly, a bun wrapped in a napkin to make it easier to hold is thrust into the guy's face. Alice handed him the food and said that she had accidentally taken an extra portion today and asked for help in eating it. Bulir looks longingly at the bun, with drool hanging from her mouth. He thanks the girl heartily and says that she is a very good person. Isabella grabs his cheek, shouting at him not to take food from strangers. He says he wanted to refuse, but the bun smelled too good. The blonde looks at him with extreme irritation and asks why he didn't ask her for a bun. But he notices that she herself called him a pig, so he didn't ask her for anything. Alice explains that it is normal that she has sympathy for him and wants to help because Bulir is a genius. Isabella only hisses angrily in response, looking at the other girl with irritation. With a little embarrassment, she also hands the hero a portion, telling him to give her Alice's bun. Alice, in turn, teases the blonde, saying that she cannot decide for him because they are not in an official relationship. Isabella's patience is wearing thin, and she looks at the girl angrily. The blonde offers Bulir a choice between the two. Whether he will have a sandwich or a bun, he can only choose one. Rivalry flares up between the girls, and the guy only thinks about eating in peace. He asks Isabella to pass him her sandwich, thanking the girl. The blonde dances victoriously because the guy chose her dish. But, unexpectedly for everyone, he takes a bun and a sandwich in both hands, shoving them into his mouth at the same time. To everyone's surprise, he stuffs everything into his cheeks, trying to swallow the food. He strains his throat hard and tries to force both buns down his throat. He succeeds, and with tears in his eyes, he says that he liked it and thanks the girls. Everyone looks at the guy with extreme surprise, observing the absurdity of the situation. Isabella boasts that her sandwich is so delicious that Boulier gobbled it up so quickly. A piece of Alice's bun remains on his face, which she notices and decides to remove with her finger. She says with an erotic look that he has something left on his cheek and is going to eat it. The girl licks her finger, on which a piece of bread is resting, and calls the guy sloppy. Continuing to feign excitement, Alice eats the remains of her dish, and Isabella reacts extremely negatively to this. Suddenly, unexpectedly, a signal sounds throughout the entire building that it is time for lessons. Alice says goodbye to Boulier, wishing him to study well. At the same time, the blonde, with anger in her eyes, orders him to wait for her in the classroom after class. Third-year girls leave the second-year class and slam the door loudly. Boulier finally breathes a sigh of relief. For him, this change was filled with stress. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly grabs the guy by the cheek again and calls him by name. This man turns out to be Toby, who immediately asks where he managed to meet Alice. Boulier replied that he had met her a few days ago in the evening, to which the fat man reacted very strangely. The black-haired man explains that a few days ago, teacher Belangi took him to a seminar of the Mathematical Society where he met her. Toby suddenly remembers that it was at that seminar that they started talking about the devil's number. But his interest was not satisfied, because the teacher came into the class and Boulier immediately went to answer at the board. Belangi asks the class to split into groups and try to solve the problem on the board. While no one is looking, the teacher nudges the boy with her elbow, calling him by name. She carefully hands him another bun, to which the hero reacts very strangely. The girl whispered that he forgot to have breakfast today and brought him something to eat. But the guy, who has already filled his belly, looks at the bread with despair. He returns to his desk, where his classmates have already divided into groups. Toby notices the bread Boulier is holding in his hand and asks where he got it from. Not wanting to explain the details, he says that he will tell you later, and now the problem needs to be solved. The pink-haired girl suddenly changes the subject and asks Boulier about the same man who was at the math seminar. Trying to pretend he doesn't know anything, the guy says he thinks he saw that man. The student doesn't understand this answer and looks at Boulier with understanding. He explains that when the mysterious man appeared, he had just gone out on business, and when he returned, the man had already told him about the devil's number. Toby also intervenes in the conversation, and they both don't understand how this happened. The guy explains that he had overeaten at that moment, and his stomach hurt. The hero's friend suspiciously says that Boulier was wrong not to take advantage of this opportunity. But the girl stands up for the guy, saying that getting to such an event is already a stroke of luck. She remembers that he knows mathematics well, and asks him to find time to study with her. Toby confronts the pink-haired girl about the fact that she actually means something else in her request. The other girl who was sitting with them starts to look very irritated. Some time passes and the bell rings, signaling the end of classes. The hero was very exhausted because he tried not to be seen by Isabella and to run away. He finally wants to practice magic because it needs to be maintained at a good level. Suddenly, a voice sounds not far from him, asking when the guy became interested in magic. He sees some dark figure in front of him, not understanding who it is that is standing in front of him. A sharp blade is suddenly pressed to his throat, and the hero becomes very frightened. Boulier looks at the one threatening him with fear, but he can't see his face. This dark figure turns out to be a girl with blue hair. The protagonist's classmate orders him not to move because the dagger is very sharp. He recognizes the girl as his friend named Molly and tries to understand why she is doing this. She claims that it was he who solved the riddle at the seminar and spoke about the devil's number. According to her memories, Boulier never had such talents, and she orders him to tell her why he is pretending to be him. The guy, without showing fear, says that he is Boulier and decides not to tell anyone for now that he has moved. Molly removes the dagger from his throat and begins to squeeze his cheeks, thinking that the hero was simply disguised. She tries to peel off his skin with obvious irritation, as any mask can be easily removed. But suddenly he realizes that this is not a disguise, but his real skin, and nothing works. Unable to bear the bullying anymore, Bulayer kicks her in the leg, knocking her to the floor. Unable to keep her balance, she falls over and flies down at full speed. But the hero manages to grab her by the arms and hold her up so that she doesn't hit herself. Molly shyly screams for him to let her go, to which the hero replies that he can do it, but she should not put a knife to his neck. He threatens her, waiting for an answer from the girl, who looks at him with fear. The guy tells her that she has already convinced herself that he is not wearing a mask and is Bulayer. Molly can't stand such pressure and, with a red face, asks to let her go. She asks the hero where he got such talents and why his manner of speaking changed. The protagonist decides to tell that he is Bulayer, but at the same time, no, because one day he just woke up like that. He says that he comes from a world where there is no magic, but science is well developed. People there don't know how to use magic because for them, magic is just a fiction. In that world, science is so advanced that it surpasses even magic. People can do things that cannot be done even with magic. With the help of advanced science, people have been able to explore even distant worlds of the universe. They can even fly to other planets. And in that world, he was just an ordinary mathematics teacher, so he can use mathematical knowledge that no one in this world even knows about. Molly wonders if it is true that it is possible to cross the sky, and if there are even other planets there. The guy replies that it is true. Besides their planet, there are countless others in space. Eventually, he woke up in a world where he became a mathematical genius and an excellent magician, but unfortunately, he lost some of his memories. The girl thoughtfully analyzes what the hero said and decides what to do next. She breathes a sigh of relief and makes a decision for herself regarding Bulayer. Now Molly smiles and says that she believes that this is the guy she knew because he always loves to tell all sorts of tall tales. He asks her, confused, about what he said earlier, and in response she says that he used to like science more than magic, and he wanted to live in a world where there was no magic, probably because he had never had any luck with magic. The girl claims that he was apparently crying that day because of memory loss and promises to help him regain his memories. Playing along with her, the guy takes Molly by the hand and thanks her for her concern. She looks embarrassed as Bulayer gently takes her hand, but interrupting the romantic moment, she distances herself and tells him not to imagine anything because she only agreed to return his memories. Some time passed at the academy. The girl and the guy resolved all their issues and went their separate ways. Bulayer began to think about his actions earlier and stood thoughtfully in the corridor. He began to worry because he told someone for the first time about his movement between worlds. Suddenly, he notices a presence behind him and sees a hand that, grasping his body, is trying to make a grab. It turns out to be Toby's hand, who easily lifts the hero into the air, grabbing him with both hands. A squabble begins between them, and Faisy watches it all from afar. They finally notice the blonde man, and by that time, Bulayer is already calming his friend down. Toby jumps forward to find out what Faisy wanted from them. He, in turn, unexpectedly for everyone, begins to lean forward. He asks Bulayer for forgiveness and says that he treated him wrongly. Faisy Howard said that he sincerely apologized to him and apologized again. The black-haired man, who didn't expect this from the arrogant blonde, stands and looks at him in surprise. The pause continues, and more people begin to notice the headman's unusual behavior. But in response to such sincerity, the hero only looks at the blonde man with a question on his face. The people who had already gathered around did not understand why Faisy Howard himself was apologizing to Bulayer. The headman suddenly takes out some dark paper and hands it to the black-haired guy. It turned out to be an invitation conveyed to him by his elder brother, Faisy, who had become the head of the family. This evening, he is calling a conference of all the kingdom's mathematicians, and he wants to shed light on the Howard family's reputation. The blonde man, looking as if he was under pressure, asked Mr. Bulayer to participate. Sensing a trap, Toby warns the hero that it could be a trap. The protagonist is seriously considering whether he should go to this conference. Some time passes. It is deep evening outside. The sun has already hidden behind the horizon. More and more learned men and women are entering the Howard estate. The hero couldn't resist and also came to this conference, unable to contain his curiosity. Suddenly, someone grabs him by the ear, and he thinks that this situation is all too familiar to him. He was grabbed by an extremely displeased Isabella because Boulier ran away from the audience to avoid seeing her. They are also met from behind by teacher Boulanyi, who also received an invitation. She greets her students and says that she, too, has been looking for a guy all over the academy. The protagonist is surprised that the teacher received an invitation to the conference. According to her, news of this event has already spread among all mathematicians in the kingdom. Almost all the city's mathematicians gathered here. Some even came specially from other places, but no one received any invitations. Apparently, Boulier was the only one who received an invitation to this conference. Someone touches the protagonist's ear again, and he flinches nervously. The man turns out to be Alice, who asks what happened to his ear. They surround the hero and begin to talk in raised tones. Already knowing where this is all leading, the guy desperately realizes that the two girls will be squabbling among themselves all evening. Not allowing them to escalate the situation further, Boulanyi calls the company into the estate. The hero, surrounded by girls, slowly climbs the steps and enters the corridor leading to the main hall. Something strongly attracts his attention, and he cannot tear his gaze away from it. It turns out that the image of the 7 bridges of the Tsarist capital has already been removed. Boulanyi wonders with interest how the new head of the family, Abel, will be able to resolve the situation. Boulier notices that she talks about him as a friend and asks if she knows him. She replies that they were classmates and he wanted to become a teacher at the academy, but disappeared somewhere 3 years ago. She was very surprised that a few days ago he became the new head of the Howard family, and the guy asks what this Abel is like. This question left the girl stunned, and she couldn't immediately figure out how to talk about her former classmate. But after thinking for a bit, she briefly described him as having only mathematics on his mind. While the people were gathering, Abel sat in his office and looked at some paper. Faizy came to him and said that everyone had gathered and were waiting for the new head of the house. In response, he hears an unexpected question from his brother on the topic of love and says that anticipation only intensifies the passion on a date. He also wondered if Boulier had come to the conference. The blonde replies that there are a lot of people there, and he is not sure that the guy came, but he did everything he could. Abel sees Faizy is nervous and decides to calm him down by telling him that he is not his father and that he is not to be afraid of him. Finally, he called his brother to go to the people and said that it was time for a new era for the Howard family. For some time, everyone waited for the new head and had already managed to relax. Badr was also there and suddenly noticed that the doors leading into the depths of the estate were opening and Abel was coming out with his brother. The guy with the scar walks the red carpet with grace and confidence. Some people in the crowd are surprised at how young the new leader is. Stepping into an empty space where he would be visible, he greeted everyone present and thanked them for coming. He states that his name is Abel Howard and that he will now represent their family. Boulanyi notices that the guy has changed and is no longer the same as he was 3 years ago. He dresses differently and speaks completely differently. Addressing the people, he says that he is sure they are eager to get to the main issue. But first, taking out a certain book, he asks permission to tell about his family's past. The hero looks at this magazine with interest, trying to guess what it is. Abel explains that this is the notebook of a first-generation elder of their clan. This book contains the whole truth that their family has been hiding for several centuries. Like many other scientists, their ancestor went to 7 bridges to find a solution to the problem. He spent a lot of time there, but still could not find the answer, but the elder was not going to give up. And one fine day, he finally found the right path. Excited by his discovery, he immediately told other scientists about it, and on the morning of the second day, he showed the path he had found. The elder was so happy that he didn't even check the correctness of his theory a second time. He immediately began telling others about it. But late at night, he finally decided to prove his theory, and then he realized that he had made a huge mistake. He didn't find the right solution at all, but simply took the wrong turn during his research. The elder realized what a big mistake he had made, and that in the morning he would have tarnished his honor in front of so many people. In the end, unable to bear the shame, the elder decided to throw himself into the river. He wanted to atone for his guilt with his death. He left behind his notebook where he described in detail everything that happened to him, and in his notes, he called on his descendants to reveal the truth to people. But the elder did not expect that his descendants would not fulfill his wishes and hide the truth. They decided to hide the book and tell people that the elder had managed to find a solution, but the evidence had sunk. And all this was in order to preserve the honor of the family, right up to this day. But the truth cannot be hidden forever, and their family will have to face the truth. After his fiery speech, Abel bowed deeply to everyone who came to this conference. He says he would like to apologize to everyone for hiding the truth for so many years. Some people started shouting back at him about how his family had kept it a secret for so long. Assessing Abel, Boulayer concluded that he was a rather determined person. Once it became clear that the problem of the 7 bridges of the Tsar's capital had no solution, it became obvious that the Howard family was lying. Now that he has revealed the truth, future generations will bear even greater responsibility, and for the elder of the first generation, the Howard name will become a shameful stigma. A girl from the crowd asks if this is why Abel disbanded the mathematical society. Without raising his head, the new head of the family replies that atonement for guilt was one of the reasons, but not the main one. The main reason for the dissolution of the society was the number of the devil. The same girl asked another question about whether they had found this number. Abel straightened his back and stated that they had failed to find the devil's number, but not due to a lack of ability. He stated that this number did not exist, which greatly surprised Boulayer. An old man from the crowd asked him why he thought this number did not exist. Abel decided to explain that this number did not exist in the system of knowledge that they currently possessed, so he dissolved the mathematical society. The guy with glasses asked if they could even figure out the devil's number, to which he received a negative answer. The white-haired man claims that the devil's number can be deciphered, and someday they will succeed, but for now it is a completely new field of research, and the one who can lead them into this new field is none other than Mr. Boulayer from the Shendanasi Academy, who came up with the devil's number. The crowd began to talk among themselves because not everyone knows the main character. Abel said understandingly that Boulayer was probably not known to many people because he was very modest, so when he came up with that number, he asked that his name not be disclosed. But now, in order to step over this obstacle and enter a new field, he asked Mr. Boulayer to help them. Teacher Boulanger suddenly turned around to ask the boy what they should do. But suddenly, she and their whole company notice that the guy has disappeared without a trace. He simply ran away somewhere. The blonde man approaches his brother and whispers that Boulayer is not here. Abel said that he thought that he would be overcome with curiosity and come, but it seems he was wrong. The man hopes that sooner or later he will show up, and then he will be able to ask him in person. Some time passed after the conference. A new day arrived, and some rumors had already started circulating in the second-year class. Rumor has it that the person who put forward the devil's number was Boulayer. Abel blamed everything on the guy, so now no one cares about the Howard family's problems. Even everyone in his class only talks about the black-haired guy. Suddenly, Toby comes up to him, touches him with his finger, and calls him by name. But without even listening to the end of what the chubby man had to say, Boulayer replied that he hadn't seen anything at the conference and had escaped in time, so he asked not to bother him. But Toby ignores this and asks him to look where his finger is pointing. The hero turns around and his eyes show strong surprise at the person standing in front of him. The man turns out to be a history teacher named Hank, who stands directly in front of the boy's desk. He says that he knows that the black-haired man is very good at math, but he never passed his subject. Boulayer tries to justify himself by saying that his knowledge of history is confused. But the teacher did not listen to his arguments and sharply slammed his palm on the table. He says that even if he is famous now, he is still a student and should pay the most attention to his studies. With fear in his eyes, Toby decides to interrupt the teacher and inform him that someone has already come for Boulayer. Hank couldn't stand being interrupted and was about to start swearing at the chubby guy, but he pointed his finger to the side. Without listening to the student, he still stands his ground and says that no one cares about him, even if it were the deputy director. But suddenly, the same deputy director grabbed his shoulder and said that he had come for Boulayer. Having suddenly changed his mind out of fear, Hank urges the guy to get up quickly and follow the deputy. The hero immediately gets up from his seat and quickly leaves the classroom. And now he is walking down the academy corridor. Along with the deputy director, Chairman Calvin also meets him. Arshil extends his hand to him, and the boy asks regretfully why they came. The deputy says that the whole world is asking him to solve the riddle of the devil's number because the mathematical society of the city of Yabo is also under pressure. Bulisher realized her situation and her expression changed, about to say something. He is interrupted by Calvin, who says that they really do need his help and it wouldn't hurt for him either. But the main character, with a smile on his face, says that he simply doesn't want to do this. The scene shifts to the classroom where Bulangi is teaching, the door of which suddenly opens. She notices a young guy named Toby in the hallway, who walks in without knocking. He was very out of breath as he ran here to tell the teacher to hurry. According to him, someone just took Bulier, and the hero's friend asks her to help with this. A crowd of people crowded around the meeting room where the main character was taken. He was surrounded by all the main teachers and administrators of the academy. As many as 4 deputy directors gathered among them in order to conduct an interrogation, and also more than 10 more academy managers stood at the door. Bulier asks Chairman Calvin how he wants to get his consent. He also states that since the guy came up with the devil's number, he can no longer let down the entire mathematical community. The hero, changing the topic of the dialogue, asks Calvin whether he always calls truth something diabolical. In response to such bickering on the part of the student, some people begin to become very indignant. Calvin gets to the heart of the matter and asks if it is true that the devil's number cannot be expressed as a whole number. The hero declares that not only cannot it be expressed, but a square cannot be expressed either by the number 2 or by the number 3. It is impossible to express this value by an integer. And there are a lot of such numbers. Moreover, this can be proven using mathematics. Calvin, with shock on his face, asks the guy if they have been wrong for several hundred years. But he claims that this is a common thing in mathematics because it is a science where we constantly make and correct mistakes. Calvin asks him if he could help the mathematical community if he knew a method for proving and formulating such a number. The hero apologizes to the chairman and says that he cannot help them with this. From his words, he can understand what they are all so afraid of. They are afraid that the truth they have believed in for hundreds of years is not correct. According to the hero, fear is the most common human emotion, and there is no need to be ashamed of it. In his homeland, entire wars were waged to get to the bottom of the truth. Only if they are not aware of fear, they will be able to move forward and find the truth. They need to fight the devil step by step, and if he tells them everything himself, it will harm the entire mathematical world. He believes that they will be able to muster the courage to look their fear in the eye, and then they will overcome this difficulty. After all, people have always sung the praises of courage. The old man is extremely surprised by this phrase, feeling the full importance of the event that is happening around him. All the people around the guy bow sharply and respectfully to him, thanking him for this lesson. The chairman agrees with the guy, saying that he is right and that they were too hasty. They thank the hero for his guidance. The mathematical community will never forget his contribution to science. Fearing further unnecessary fame, Bulier tries to dissuade the chairman. Suddenly, the door to the room is unexpectedly knocked off its hinges, and a man in white clothes flies out with it. She flies out with a whistle to the opposite side of the room, and a couple more chairs fly after her. Everyone, including Bulier, looked at the person who was able to knock down the door with such force and surprise. They all notice Teacher Bulangi in the passageway, looking at the academy administrators with anger in her eyes. She releases all her strength into the air, preparing to tear apart anyone who would harm her student. A grimace of incredible anger froze on her face, and she slowly asked the people around her why they took her Bulier. The guy, in turn, began to wave his hand with a smile on his face, greeting the teacher. He says he's fine, and they just wanted to talk to him. Realizing what she had done, the girl immediately became embarrassed and dispelled her spell. She apologizes to the chairman and the others and begins to make excuses, but he did not blame her for inappropriate behavior because they had gone too far by not warning her about this interrogation. Some time passes, it is noon, and the situation involving Bulier is finally settled. He and his teacher walk silently down the corridor, both of them thinking about something. Breaking the silence, she begins to justify herself to the guy, saying that she was afraid that those people would do something to him. But he tells her not to worry because there are so many students at the academy that they couldn't do anything to him. Suddenly, she has a question that she would like to ask the guy. He casually asks what question the blonde would like to ask him. She is interested in why and how he made all this fuss about the devil's number. He explains this by saying that, as is customary in the mathematical community, he simply asked those people a counter question. But the girl is not satisfied with his answer, and thinking about something of her own, she says that the answer is not correct. Suddenly, she asks him with an embarrassed face if he likes Isabella. The main character could not have expected such a question, and therefore falls into a complete stupor. In Boulangya's mind, it looks like Boulier is caught in a love triangle between Isabella, Faisy, and him. In her opinion, he hated the blonde because he claimed his love. But the girl promises not to tell anyone that Boulier allegedly humiliated the younger Howard because of Isabella. He started to try to explain something or justify himself somehow, but the teacher did not listen to anything and happily ran away from him down the corridor. Trying to rectify the situation, the hero asks the girl to stop for the last time. But his words were simply ignored, and the guy fell into despair because he would have to deal with this situation later. Sometime later, it is late evening and the hero returns home. At this time, he is already standing at the stove and preparing dinner to feed himself and the blonde. He didn't think that teacher Boulangya had such an imagination. He needed to find time to explain everything to her. Suddenly, Isabella appears in front of him, looking with interest at what he has in the frying pan. The teacher also approaches him and explains that it was she who called the student so that they could do research on the devil's number together. Changing the subject, the guy asks if it's true that the main element of teacher Boulangya's magic is wind. He says he would like to make a refrigerator to store food, but it requires high-level water magic. The blonde, hearing a new word, asks with interest what a refrigerator is. Handing her a piece of paper, he says that it is an ice chest for storing food. She and Isabella decide to see what the guy drew on that piece of paper. The teacher looks at his drawing in surprise, and her student just chuckles sarcastically. Isabella really liked the guy's drawing, and she goes into hysterics, laughing heartily. The black-haired man is predictably angry at this reaction and takes the paper away from her, cursing at the girl. But Boulangya takes his idea seriously and, using a water spell, creates something similar to what is drawn on the sheet. Boulier looks at what the blonde created in surprise and asks how she did it. She explains this by the fact that she possesses not only the highest magic of air, but also of water. Isabella is extremely surprised by this information because mages who master two elements can be counted on one hand. After demonstrating her powers, the guy asks her with interest why she stayed at the academy. The topic Boulier raised upsets the girl a little, and she thinks deeply. While her brain is busy sorting through memories, she looks at the frying pan with food. She doesn't want to talk about what she was asked about, so she changes the subject and says that the food is ready. The guy cooked a full dinner for 3 and laid everything out beautifully on the table. Isabella is confused by the fact that she has never seen such food, but Boulangya convinces her because she really liked the guy's food. Boulier says that these are all recipes from his homeland. It's normal that they haven't tried this. The blonde doesn't believe that the black-haired man can cook so deliciously, but she can't wait to try it. Some time passes. They have all swept all the food off their plates, and only small crumbs remain. Isabella licks her lips greedily after dinner, savoring the aftertaste of all the food she's tasted. She really liked everything that the guy cooked, and she thinks about it dreamily. Boulier is frightened by the girl's reaction because she rarely shows her true emotions. He notes that Isabella said she would rather starve than try it. The blonde suddenly grabs him by the left ear and embarrassedly curses him for preparing too delicious food. Boulangya, looking at this scene, just chuckles a little, enjoying the moment. Her laughter attracts students, and they ask with interest what makes her so happy. The teacher says she just thought they were a great couple and looked good together. This remark makes both of her students blush deeply, and they look at the teacher in embarrassment. Finally, the blonde stops making fun of the guy and says that she is not attracted to such perverts. Her tease doesn't go unanswered, and the guy says that he's not attracted to arrogant people like her. The teacher changes the subject and reminds Isabella that she is moving on to the beginner level of magic and asks which element she wants to practice. The girl says she wants to practice the wind element, just like the teacher. She, in turn, explains that although the wind element is quite strong until it reaches a high level, it will not help in battle. Moreover, the most important thing for the girl is self-defense. She suggests trying to study the element of earth. The blonde doesn't want to practice this element because earth element mages have two ugly projectiles. Listening to their conversation, the guy sarcastically wonders how compelling the reasons the girl uses are. But suddenly, she again sharply grabs the guy by the ears, to which he, coming to his senses, reacts extremely negatively. He starts yelling at the girl, saying that he didn't tell her anything, but she did it because all his thoughts are written on his face. The teacher decided to ask the boy what element he would be studying. Boulier pretended to be thoughtful and sat with her finger on her chin for a while. He makes a strange face and says that as a child, he decided that he liked all the elements. Isabella ironically tells him to keep dreaming about it because, in her opinion, he is not talented enough to master all 4 elements. Looking at the boy, Teacher Belangi notices something about him and suddenly shudders. She says that he can and will succeed in doing the impossible and mastering all the elements. Isabella disagrees with the girl and exclaims what nonsense she is talking about. The teacher explains that when Boulier casts a spell, a dense and chaotic aura forms around him, and perhaps he really can control the 4 elements. She suggests talking about it later and wants them to start doing magic in addition to mathematics. This news makes the students very happy because their teacher is a high-level magician. However, if they want to become great magicians, they cannot rely only on magic. Although the gods have granted them all the ability to perform magic, the existence of spells and gestures means that magicians waste a lot of time. To compensate for this deficiency, mages also need to train in martial arts to be able to stand up for themselves when there is no time to cast spells. The boy is more interested in how he can conveniently wash dishes using water magic than in his teacher's lecture. The girl explains that martial arts are often much more useful than magic, so before she teaches them magic, she would like to show them martial arts. Boulier suddenly realizes that his teacher has martial arts skills. Isabella decides to have a friendly sparring session with the guy because she has already studied martial arts at home. Boulanger warns him to be careful and not to hurt himself. Isabella promises not to hit him with full force and thinks that although not in mathematics or magic, she will be ahead of him in martial arts. They change into lighter clothes and find an empty gym to spar. To scare him, the girl says that Boulier will soon cry because she will beat him up. Isabella decides to make the first move and quickly rushes to attack the guy. Her movements are very fast, and in just a couple of jumps, she catches up with the guy and hits him with all her strength with a straight punch to the face. It has been dark outside for a long time, and it is approaching midnight. A beautiful view of the stars opens up in the sky. At this time, a fierce battle between Boulier and Isabella takes place in the house. The guy timed the moment well and grabbed her by the arm, intending to throw her to the floor. The blonde, in turn, did not expect such actions and is confusedly trying to find a way out of the situation. The black-haired man grabs her and throws her to the floor, twisting her left arm behind her back. The girl pretends that he has already won and pitifully asks him to let her go. Boulier has already managed to relax a little and says with relief that she will let go. He was about to voice what he wanted from the girl, but he was interrupted, and at that moment, a foot flew into his face. The blonde made a rather sneaky maneuver and calmly freed herself from the hold, counterattacking the guy. But he expected this outcome, and therefore manages to make a careful movement so that the girl loses her balance and falls. Her vestibular system did not allow her to get out of this situation and lift her body, and therefore she falls. She started to panic because falling with that kind of momentum at full speed could have consequences. But, not feeling the impact on the floor, she opens her eyes in surprise, looking ahead. Literally a couple of centimeters away from her, she sees Boulier, who managed to catch her and press her tightly to himself. He turns to her and asks her for forgiveness, and the girl at that moment becomes very embarrassed. Boulagny is very surprised by the fact that the guy was able to defeat the mayor's daughter, who had been training since childhood. The black-haired man explains that he hasn't really studied martial arts, but is simply very interested in them in his homeland and has been practicing the art of sanda for some time. The teacher notes that she has never heard of such a thing and calls his homeland very mysterious. Isabella begins to squeeze the guy's cheek, hinting that he should let her go from this awkward situation. To avoid damaging her pride, she justifies her defeat by saying that the floor in this room is too slippery. Having seen all their sparring, the teacher also wanted to participate and invited the guy to practice. But he is afraid that he will not be able to control himself because in Sanda, it is difficult to control strength, and the teacher tells him not to worry about it. Buliger accepts her challenge and takes a serious stance with a serious expression. He begins to pick up speed and suddenly kicks towards Bologna's face. She strains her eyesight to keep up with the guy and dodge the attack using her reaction time. But his blow never reached the girl because he began to be quite distracted by her breasts. His coach once said that if he competed with true masters, he wouldn't even notice what would happen to his body. For a long time, the boy did not believe the words of his martial arts teacher, but now he was convinced of his master's rightness when Bulangi knocked him out without making any effort. She managed to catch him in mid-flight and slowly put him on the floor, while Isabella cried out worriedly, asking if everything would be okay with him. The teacher explained that he had simply lost consciousness for a short time and would soon wake up. The blonde, in response to this, declares that she does not want this pervert to wake up at all. While the guy doesn't hear anything, Bulai decides to say that he knows that Isabella likes Bulaier. The student is surprised by this statement and cries out in embarrassment, processing the information received. She goes into denial, saying that the teacher was wrong and she can't like such a pervert. Bulani says that she does not assume, but rather knows for sure the girl's true feelings. She only has time to say that she does too, but at this point, she is interrupted. In a dazed state, Boulayer calls out the teacher's name and grabs the nearest body part. Isabella becomes even more embarrassed and looks in surprise as the guy unconsciously gropes the teacher. His eyes open and he is just beginning to come to his senses, trying to make out something in front of him. The next day, he arrives at the academy and sits in the classroom, rubbing his bruises. Toby looks at the guy with interest, asking what happened to him in Bologna's house, hinting at something intimate. Boulier, in turn, irritably recalls everything that happened after his shutdown. After his unconscious actions, Isabella decides to arrest the pervert. The guy, lying in a grip, tries to get out and screams that she's going to break his arm. The teacher defends him, telling Isabella to let him go since he didn't do it on purpose. Thinking about his student, he is indignant because she has no technique but a lot of strength, so much so that she was able to break his arm. But he didn't expect that Bulangi was so good at martial arts. She probably had a very good teacher and spent a lot of time training. In this world, ordinary families don't have the opportunity to practice martial arts from childhood, let alone magic and mathematics. He assumes that the teacher comes from a noble family. Suddenly, Toby calls him over and says that he has already mastered the technique of summoning the spirits of the elements, which he taught him. The guy is very surprised by his friend's talent and how quickly he mastered such a complex technique. The fat man enthusiastically offers to demonstrate his new skills in practice. Focusing on the spell, he concentrates the power in his hands and calls upon the element of fire. The fire responds to his call, and magic begins to concentrate between his hands. He loudly recites the fireball technique and releases the spell into the outside world. Boulier watches his friend, both fascinated and surprised. He wonders why nothing happened and no fireballs appeared. But Toby suggests he take a closer look and they both stare into the void between his hands. Between the fat man's two palms hung two tiny fireballs. The black-haired man makes ironic jokes at him, saying that he will never surpass him in magic. But in his head, he thinks that it doesn't look like a fireball, but rather like some kind of fiery speck. Someone distracts him, and turning around, the guy sees in front of him a hand holding a large cake. Alice found out that Boulayer had broken his arm, so she brought him something tasty. She did this, assuming that he had again not taken anything edible with him. When she asks, she says that the fat man ate all of the black-haired man's food. The protagonist replies that he feels very awkward about eating Alice, but at the same time, he looks longingly at the cake. The girl looks at the guy with a smile on her face and asks if her food is tasty. Starting to eat the cake, Boulayer says that her food is the most delicious and asks what she is doing here. She says that she has a question for him, and the guy, promising to give an honest answer, tells her not to delay with it. Alice is interested in whether he likes Isabella, and this question leaves him completely stumped. Without giving any answer, he first asks why she needs an answer to this question. But the girl again shifts the focus and asks again what the answer is. Without showing it, Boulier says that he is only interested in magic now. She calls his answer very boring, but in the end, she was satisfied with everything. Before the guy had time to recover from such an unexpected question, Alice came up to him and kissed him on the cheek. Boulier became even more embarrassed, and the girl, leaving, said that she would come to see him more often. At this time, all his classmates, who were watching what was happening, were surprised at how easily girls were attracted to the black-haired man. Classes finally end, and the guy decides to go to the library, wondering what Alice was talking about. But he decides not to think about it, remembering that he has already read all the books on magic on this floor. Having finished reading the last book, he stretches in his chair and yawns tiredly. He plans to go to the second floor, since it seems there are books of a higher level there. As he walks towards the main hall, there is a woman with purple hair standing behind the counter reading some book with a pink cover. Apparently, this girl is very into romance, since she is holding just such a book in her hand. The main character approaches her, greets her, and asks how to get to the second floor. She glances idly at his ID and identifies him as a student. She says that to get to the second floor, you need to be at least a beginner-level mage, to which the guy replies that he doesn't have enough spiritual strength yet and asks if there's another way to gain access there. According to her, there are no other ways. Besides, how was he going to read high-level books? With an offended look, since all the girl's answers were rather dismissive, he was about to say something. But suddenly, Molly stands behind the counter, recognizes the guy, and asks if she can help with anything. The purple-haired girl decides not to pursue the situation and simply leaves, asking another girl to advise the guy. Molly explains that access to the second floor requires a basic mage ID. He can try to make a new certificate, but the chances of success are low because his spiritual powers are too weak. The guy decides to take the test and says that he just came up with a way to improve his work with the water element. The girl explains that if he fails to obtain a new ID, he will be blacklisted and will never be able to use the library's resources, but Boulier is serious in his intentions. After thinking for a bit, Molly decides not to argue with him and accepts his answer. She politely asks him to follow her, pointing with her hand into the next room. The girl went into the examiner's office and told them what Boulier had said. One of them is very surprised, saying that he does not believe that some student decided to perfect the magic of the water element. Another examiner says that it might just be an excuse to fool them, since water balloon technology has been around for generations and there is nothing to improve on. The man in the blue robe tells the student to think twice because he will be blacklisted if he bluffs. But Molly stands her ground, saying that she trusts him and asks him to allow her to take the exam. They didn't argue with her, and the man in blue agreed with the girl and asked the guy to come in. Boulier calmly walked into the dilapidated room and adjusted her mask before saying anything. Not paying attention to the guy, both magicians sit and, sipping some red drink, talk about their own things. The protagonist greets them, introduces himself as Chen Luo, and says that he is studying magic. He came to show them how to improve the magic of water balls. Following his method, you can greatly increase the power of the balls. The examiner in the red robe begins to look nervously at the guy and his thoughts become confused. Rising abruptly from his chair, he cries out that he recognized the black-haired man because it was he who broke their office with his magic. Calling the other man brother, he says that it's better to go to the testing room because last time this guy almost destroyed the place where they are now. Not understanding this reaction, the man with the mustache begins to claim that he is just a student and does not pose a threat. He orders the boy to try attacking him with his improved water ball technique. Boulier first gathers all her strength around her own body. It passes mana through itself, simultaneously creating fire and water elements. A tall flame ignites in his left hand, and in his right, a clot of water rapidly accumulates. The water mage sees what the boy has done and looks at him in horror, waiting to see what will happen next. He begins to complain to his brother that the boy can summon two magical elements at the same time, and he already begins to read the spell. Boulier, having accumulated enough mana in his hands and converted it into elements, begins to combine them. Both elements, being under pressure, begin to merge with each other without yielding. Suddenly, as both spells merged, a water shockwave erupted around. The fire mage, having set up protection, desperately understands that now a situation similar to the one that happened before will occur again. A high-pressure explosion occurs in the room, and everything around it rises into the air. The steam rising throughout the room begins to develop, and Bu Liar's figure begins to appear in the middle of the room. The water mage angrily calls the boy to him, shaking off the dust. He looks at him angrily and nervously asks how the black-haired man did it. According to the main character, this technique is quite simple. First, a water ball is summoned and then a fireball. Then, these two elements simply need to be mixed by squeezing them with your hands and merging them into each other. And together, they release significantly more energy than either one alone. The man in the blue robe tries to catch his breath and thinks about how the student was able to summon two elements. He was satisfied with the guy's performance and asked him to wait here for a bit. Molly decides to take care of the guest and makes him a cup of tea, and he thanks her in return. He feels awkward because the girl is just standing next to him, and he invites her to sit down. Deciding to keep the conversation going, the guy asks if Molly is a magician. She tells him that her abilities are not as good as his, and admiringly recalls Boulier's performance. But the main character is modest, saying that he is not very capable either because he has not even reached the basic level yet, and the power of the balls is determined by his technique. He can summon two elements, but it has nothing to do with his abilities. According to him, it's easier than it seems. It's like doing two different things at the same time with different hands. He demonstrates this using the example of drawing with both hands on one sheet of paper. Handing the sheet of paper to the girl, he shows her that he was able to draw two animals at the same time. The girl calls the dog and cat cute, and the hero replies that they are a wolf and a tiger. With an embarrassed expression, Molly says that she too can do two different things at once. At the same time, two examiners, having reached the deputy chairman's office, came to notify him about the student. He, not believing a single word they say, says that a person of that guy's level physically cannot create two elements at the same time. A man in a blue robe named Brady says that he and Andre saw everything with their own eyes. A thought flashes through the deputy chairman's mind that perhaps this guy could show them a new path in magic. But the question is, how many people will be able to use such magic? If this technique does not gain popularity, then what is the point of it? By order of the deputy, all managers and employees were gathered in one place. Many of them are indignant at such harshness because some were busy with their personal affairs. Suddenly, the chairman appears with two magicians who declare that one magician presented them with a new technique, and it has its own peculiarities in that it is necessary to simultaneously summon a water and fire ball. Brady explains that they were all brought together to determine if the technique could be widely adopted and asks them to give it a try. Some of the magicians began to wonder whether this was even possible. The purple-haired girl wonders if this guy is the one who created this technique, but quickly dismisses the idea as he is just a student. All the magicians in the hall concentrate and begin to try to recreate two elements at the same time. One of the magicians started to succeed and fire started to flare up and water started to flow from his hands. But the water created in his hand suddenly goes out of control and the spell is interrupted. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot summon the elements of fire and water at the same time. Magicians claim that it is impossible to summon two elements at the same time, and no one has succeeded in doing so. Brady informs the vice chairman that no one present has been able to create water and fire at the same time, and he orders to take him to the guy so that he can explain his trick. As they walk to the room where Boulicher is, Brady asks the chairman something, but is interrupted. According to the old man, he thinks that only Chen Luo is capable of such magic. He sadly reports that it is quite possible that no one else can do this except him. They were about to fail the exam, but suddenly they see Molly, who repeated the guy's trick. In one of her hands rests a ball of water, and in the other hand a ball of fire blazes. All three magicians simultaneously fell silent and looked at the girl in shock. Molly suddenly notices the three men and greets Vice Chairman Elton in surprise. The guy also greets him and says that Molly is a pretty smart girl and she has already mastered the technique and asks about passing the exam. The old man states that according to their decision, at least 3 people are needed who could master the new technology. They gathered the members of the Magic Society and no one was able to summon both a fireball and a water ball at the same time except this girl. Molly sadly asks if it is true that the guy will not pass the exam. But the chairman replies that he decided to make an exception for Chen Luo, since his new method could have a great impact on the development of magic. At the same time, he asks him to become an honorary member of their magical society. The guy replies that it is a great honor for him, but he has one condition. The chairman gives Boulayer the floor and he starts saying something about Molly. His condition is that he wants her to become the assistant manager. Molly is filled with surprise and looks at the men with wide eyes, in comprehension. After some time, a girl with purple hair bursts into the secretary's office and begins to express indignation at the fact that Molly was transferred to assistant. She begins to hate the girl with blue hair because it should have been her in her place. She orders one of the secretaries to tell where Molly and that student are now. Unable to contain her emotions, she abruptly pushes the girl away from her and calls her a fool. But suddenly, she remembers that the guy asked about the second floor of the library. At the same time, Boulayer is sitting in the chairman's office, filling out some scroll. He signs a document with a pen to patent his new technology. The old man says that he now owns the copyright to the improved water balloon technique. The black-haired man is very surprised that in this world there is such a thing as copyright. The deputy explains that their magical society will help him advertise his new technique, but if anyone wants to learn it, they will have to pay money. They'll give half to the guy as the copyright holder and half to their magical society. If someone learns the technique on their own and doesn't pay, they'll find out and the offender will immediately be blacklisted by their community. If there are aggravating circumstances, he may even go to prison. Boulayer realized that he never thought that, in this world with such a backward science, the concept of copyright would be so developed. The old man begins to talk about the price of this technology, offering 100 gold coins. He is very surprised, because for him, this kind of money is a very large sum. The chairman misunderstood the boy's reaction and explained that this technique was intended for very gifted magicians, and if the price was raised, those who paid and did not master the technique would be very unhappy with their company. The guy says he agrees with this price, but if society has problems because of this, he has one solution. He says he recommends writing something special at the end of the instructions. At the end, he wrote that this technique requires high skills in magic and asked to think before purchasing, and also that money is not refunded. He also wrote that the right of final interpretation remains with the magical society and Chen Luo. The old man asks what the final interpretation is, and the boy replies that it means they bear no responsibility. The deputy is surprised at how carefully the black-haired man thought everything through. Boulayer sarcastically remarks that the old man also tried hard, and they both caught the same wave. A little time passes, and Molly takes the guy to the second floor of the library. He is surprised that it is much larger than the first floor, and the girl says that only magicians at the initial level can enter here. Usually, there is no one here. On the second floor, there are not only many books on high-level magic, but also many new techniques. He can study it all. Molly is surprised by the guy's reaction and asks what caught his attention so much. The guy, in turn, says that he liked her new manager's uniform. The girl is very embarrassed by such an unexpected compliment and thanks the black-haired man. He suddenly became interested in whether there were any books on increasing spiritual strength, to which Molly replied that there were few such books. She wandered around the library for a short time and quickly found what the young man was looking for. The girl explains that this book is called Theory and Practice of Increasing Spiritual Strength. While trying to get down from the ladder used to find books, Molly trips and her body starts to fall down. Her hands lose their grip and she flies at full speed to the floor, but she doesn't feel the pain of hitting the surface and is surprised by this. The guy managed to catch the girl in the air and is now standing, holding her in his arms. A romantic moment ensues and Boulayer asks Molly if she is okay. The girl is very embarrassed, and for some reason, this situation seems painfully familiar to her. This scene is noticed by a girl with red hair who has just gone up to the second floor and is peeking out from around the corner. She doesn't perceive it in the way she should, and that's why some doubts creep into her head. The girl thought that Molly had seduced this guy, and perhaps that was why she had been promoted. Redhead approaches Boulayer and playfully calls him by the name Chen Luo, to which he responds somewhat irritably. She congratulates him on passing the exam and seductively says that she knew he would succeed. Her body takes a sexy pose and she offers him her help, saying that she can do anything. But the guy calmly tells her to just leave the library. The red-haired woman's plan failed, and she looks at the guy in shock, realizing that such a simple trick won't take him. Realizing that he had responded a little rudely, the guy apologizes and sarcastically tells her to go away because now he needs to start reading books that are beyond his capabilities. The girl apologizes to him, saying that she was rude to him then, and asks him not to believe Molly's words because she says nasty things about her. The guy notes that she didn't say anything about the redhead, and since she said so, then apparently she often does nasty things herself. He threatens to call Chairman Elton if she doesn't leave, and the girl decides to quickly retreat. Finally, silence falls in the hall and Boo Liar starts reading. All magicians know that the level of spiritual power depends on talents. The more talented, the level of spiritual power increases faster and vice versa. Currently, magicians know 2 ways to increase spiritual power: meditation and constant activation of magic. The author of the book the hero read discovered that while learning new techniques, the magician's spiritual power level is depleted, but after rest, the level is restored and the upper threshold increases significantly. Therefore, Boo Liar needs to constantly exhaust and replenish his spiritual power level so that he can become stronger and overcome the shackles of his talent. The hero is inspired and decides to try this technique today. Now he will have a chance to become a real magician. Without wasting any time, he goes to his favorite spot near the high fence of the academy. But something elusive appears in his head, and he becomes extremely thoughtful. He is overcome by the feeling that he has forgotten something very important, and he quickly returns home. At his home, he sees 2 girls who are really upset because their boyfriend forgot to cook them dinner. This lack of independence shocks him, and he thinks that they are like animals who cannot take care of themselves. Isabella suddenly gets up from the table and exclaims because Boo Liar came home too late and did not prepare food for them. Without wasting any time, he puts on an apron and says that he went on business to the magical society and thought that the teacher would prepare something for herself. The guy also asks what the blonde is doing here, and she happily hurries to tell him something. She announces that from today, she will also be moving into the teacher's house. Not expecting to hear such information, Boo Liar accidentally knocked over the frying pan. His extremely negative reaction irritates the girl because she does not understand why he is unhappy that he will live with such a nice girl. Boulangi also hurries to announce that Isabella will move in with them so that it will be more convenient for them to study magic and mathematics. The main character is not too happy about this news and turns to the stove, grumbling nervously under his breath. His conversations with himself are noticed by a blonde who begins to threaten him. Boo Liar decides to take a break from all this and thinks that he needs to conduct experiments with magic today. Finally, dinner is ready and they all start eating with pleasure. Isabella eats her portion first and sighs tiredly but happily, and the guy scolds her to go wash the dishes after herself. After dinner, they go to wash up, and the black-haired man suddenly comes into the bathroom to tell the blonde that she hasn't put her hair up again. But the guy arrived at a moment when both girls were just changing clothes and saw them naked. He blushes deeply out of embarrassment, and a slipper immediately flies into his face. Some more time passes, night approaches, and everyone gets ready to go to bed. Boo Liar sits at the table in his room, reading something, thinking about how he has to look after the girls like children. But suddenly, he gets tired of sitting idle, and he abruptly jumps up from his seat, slamming his hand on the table. He was planning on learning a new technique instead of dealing with household chores, and now was the perfect time. Looking at the book, he decides to learn the Firebird technique, which is described there in detail. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door, and the hero irritably asks who is there. Isabella decided to go into the guy's room before going to bed to ask something. The protagonist restrains his irritation and asks the girl to come in. She was worried that she had thrown her slipper in his face in a fit of anger and had come to ask how the guy was feeling. But the black-haired man understands that this is just an excuse and she wants to talk about something else, so he directly asks what she wanted to talk about. The girl says with embarrassment that she couldn't sleep and asks what the guy will do next. The hero makes a surprised expression on his face and doesn't understand what the blonde is asking about next. She explains that she has 1 year of school left and he has 2, and she is interested in what he will do after graduation. He replies that he hadn't thought about it at all and will probably stay at the academy to work as a teaching assistant. Unable to contain her emotions, the girl suddenly rushes towards the guy and grabs his forearm with both hands. The blonde switches to a pleading cry and asks if he wants to go to the capital after graduating from the Institute of Magic. Her eyes lit up mysteriously, and she said that her father would help the guy get in and they would study together. The girl thinks that in this case, he will cook for her every day and that she feels very good with him. The hero is embarrassed by how close the girl is to him, and he says that studying is a waste of time, and now he just wants to stay at the academy and study magic. Isabella is worried and asks if he will be able to study magic well at the academy. The guy explains that there is a teacher, Bulanya, and her talent and knowledge are enough to teach him. The girl is very embarrassed by the mention of the teacher's name because she began to perceive her as a rival. This is what she leads the dialogue towards, saying that the hero actually just wants to stay with Bulangi and not with her. She didn't wait for any answer and decided to just start interrogating the guy, and at that moment, the teacher comes in to see them. The teacher comes into the hero's room and asks why they are not asleep yet. Suddenly, she finally wakes up, opens her eyes, and sees a girl and a guy sitting in a strange position. The night passed and the morning came. Bulaya prepared breakfast for everyone, and they sat down to eat peacefully. The guy thinks that at night he tried to deplete his strength by learning new magic, and in the morning he felt that his strength had increased, which means that the method works. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by the teacher, who starts saying that it is too early for them to do what they were doing in the guy's room. But the protagonist rushes to justify himself, saying that they were simply discussing plans for after graduation and were misunderstood. Bolanyi did not argue and asked for forgiveness for her mistake, while Isabella at this time sharply slammed her glass on the table. Talking about that situation really irritates the girl, and everyone can see her bad mood. Changing the subject, she says with irritation on her face that she has a lesson soon and she needs to go. The teacher decides not to anger the girl even more and simply agrees in a conciliatory gesture. Isabella starts to get up from the table and walk away, deliberately hitting the guy in the face with her elbow. Bulangye doesn't understand this reaction and asks if Bulaya had a fight with the blonde yesterday, to which he receives a negative answer. After this, the teacher changes the subject, asking if the boy has time this morning. She asks him to take the article about the devil's number to the Mathematical Society. The hero agrees, and along the way thinks about how Bulangi has a huge talent for mathematics, since he only directed her and she already carried out the research herself. Finally, he comes to some kind of dilapidated brick building and wonders in his mind whether this is a mathematical society because the building looks very untidy. Inside, things don't look much better, with people milling around and some notices scattered across the floor. There is a man with a mustache sitting at the counter who says that if the guy brought a manuscript, then he should put it on the shelf, and if he came for a reward, then he should go to the manager. The guy said that he brought a manuscript, and the man, looking at him, reacted very strangely. He recognizes the hero by face, and with great hesitation tries to remember Bulaya's name. Finally, his name is remembered, and the man pronounces it for all to hear. The guy is very surprised that he has become popular, and the secretary says that he saw him at the seminar. Many people ask him for an autograph, and some ask him with interest about something of their own. Not expecting such a reaction from the men, the hero tries to get out of this situation and says that he just brought an article from his teacher. As he starts to leave, the secretary mentions that he can come back for his reward at any time. Smelling money, the guy turns around excitedly and asks what kind of reward they are talking about. The man apologizes to him for initially thinking that he only came for money. Without showing his emotions, Bulaya again asks what kind of reward he was told about. Usati is very surprised that the guy doesn't know anything about the Mathematical Society's reward. The society offers rewards for solving difficult mathematical problems. Scientists receive money for solving the problems, and the amount of the payment depends on the difficulty of the problem. The protagonist is inspired by the fact that he will be able to earn money and says that he would like to look at these tasks. The man invites the boy to follow him to show him unsolved mysteries. They approach a wall that looks like a notice board with many pieces of paper stuck to it. They depict various figures and equations in the style of a bounty. The man says that these problems were here before he joined the society, and he does not expect to live to see them solved. The black-haired man decides to take the matter seriously and asks to be left alone to think about the solution. He leaned artistically against the brick wall, pretending to gather mana around himself. Some guy from the Mathematical Society asks Andre's deputy with surprise what is going on with Bulaya, and he explains that the black-haired man cannot be distracted because inspiration can descend on such a talented person at any moment. While the man anticipates finally seeing a miracle and solving the mysteries of society, the guy next to him asks him to look ahead. Pointing his finger towards the wall, he says that it seems Boulayer has already left. The man falls into despair and looks in confusion at where the one he had placed so much hope in has gone. At this time, the black-haired man had already gone outside and joyfully declared that he could get as much as 500 gold pieces if he solved all these problems that even a first grader could solve. He thought that he had no money for new techniques, and he could not imagine that there was so much gold in the destroyed building of the mathematical society. He doesn't want to speed up the development of mathematics in this world, but he really needs this money. The main character, dancing, runs down the street, scaring the local children, and thinks that it would be better to solve these problems secretly and then come back for the reward. One day passes, and everything is just as peaceful and calm in the mathematical community. The brown-haired guy asks Deputy Andre why Boulayer is considered so smart if he simply ran away yesterday. The man thought that perhaps even a genius like Boulayer couldn't handle these problems, since they had been hanging there for many years. Suddenly, he only has time to hear the door open, and a huge stack of sheets of paper falls on his desk. The hero decided to submit all his work on the tasks secretly, and therefore says that he has little time, and he demands a reward. The man, with a shocked face, asks which of the problems is solved in these works, and the guy replies that this is the solution to all problems. At this moment, the mustachioed man is simply overcome with hysterical shock, and he looks at the black-haired man in confusion. The protagonist, under the guise of Chen Luo, says that he has solved all the problems of the Yabo City Mathematical Society. There were 23 of them in total. Deputy Chairman Andre and his colleagues spent the entire day checking the boys' work. Suddenly, someone declares that the mustachioed man has already managed to check all the solutions, and everything turned out to be correct. All the mathematicians in society are amazed to realize that a miracle has happened, and that guy really was able to solve all the unsolved problems. The black-haired man was tired of listening to compliments and simply settled down boredly on the books. Everyone around him was already starting to go crazy, and someone suggested calling the guy the god of mathematics. Finally, the man came up to him and with tears in his eyes began to wake Boulayer. He began to wake up and ask if they had finished checking all his decisions. The inspection was completed, everyone around bowed respectfully to their savior, and Andre asked what the guy's name was. In response, he introduced himself as Chen Luo. They finally decide to give the reward to the black-haired man, who politely refuses a small amount as a sign that their cooperation has only just begun. Boulayer, under the guise of Chen Luo, decides not to delay and goes to the Magicians Association to spend the money. He places the money in front of Molly and says that he wants to buy new magic. Somewhere far from the association, a certain knight on a horse gallops quickly during a pouring rain. He urges the animal on as if he is in a great hurry to get somewhere, afraid of not making it in time. In front of him, at some distance, one can see the palace of the head of the city of Yabo, which stands between several mountains. The knight finally arrives at the main gate, but the guards won't let him in. The messenger suddenly declares that he has an order from the capital and he needs to deliver it to the city's leader. Finally arriving at the mayor's office, the knight handed the letter to a certain gray-haired old man. This elderly man is the head of the city of Yabo, named Osden Clavius, who, reading the letter, is somewhat confused and asks whether what is written there is true. The messenger confirms that Baird is already in the city of Yabo. The capital has confirmed this, but they do not know his exact location. The mayor's wife asks about Baird. She says that he is a traitor and a high-level magician who disappeared 3 years ago. Clavius cannot understand why this man decided to return to the city of Yabo and says in confusion that if he uses his powers, then the city of Yabo will come to an end. The main character is sitting in class at this time and suddenly accidentally drops his pen. He dropped it due to weakness because he had again spent all his strength the day before learning all the new magic he had bought. 500 gold coins weren't enough. He wants to figure out a way to get more money. Toby sarcastically remarks that the black-haired man looks very tired every day after moving into Boulagna's house. At this time, most of the girls in the class gather around one who has decided to draw a portrait of the god of mathematics. The leaflet depicts Boulayer, disguised as Chen Luo, in a very masculine pose. Toby just irritably calls them fools, clearing his ears and indignantly, and the hero asks what god they are talking about. The fat man explains that recently, a guy named Chen Luo appeared who solved 23 of the most difficult problems of the mathematical society, and now everyone in the kingdom of Lonan is talking about nothing but him. Bulayer is both flattered by such popularity and more irritated because his pseudonym has been elevated to the level of a god. Toby thought that if that person was that good at math, he must be an old man, not a young guy. He also asks the black-haired man who he will be on the team with for magic practice after school, and he asks in surprise why Toby won't be on the team with him. The fat man says that he will not take part in the practice because his level is too low. He also says that there will be a second and third year internship, and the black-haired man reacts strangely to this. Finally, evening comes, and it is time to begin magical practice. The examiners explain that the purpose of this practice is to develop magical skills in students. This practice gives them the opportunity to apply knowledge in reality. But it is important for them to remember that although practicing magic is very important, safety is even more important. Therefore, most of the dangers in the mountains have been eliminated by them, and they need to be careful and not leave the vicinity of the mountains. Now they need to divide into teams of 3 or 4 people. They will go to the mountains for one night, and tomorrow at noon they must return back. After the explanation, Isabella and Alice approach Boulier and are the first to ask who he will be on the team with. Not risking choosing between them, he asks why they can't all be together. Alice just laughs childishly, saying that he has a big heart and wants to be with all his friends, but at the same time, she approves of his idea. Isabella at this time begins to get angry because she was not allowed to be alone with the black-haired man, and the other girl decides to ask if she agrees to be on the team with them. The blonde, not finding any other way out, decides to agree to this proposal. Bulayer is very happy with this outcome as the situation did not escalate into a dispute. Suddenly, somewhere far away from behind the mountain, a man with gray hair appears, looking into the distance. He turns behind him and tells Mr. Baird that the sun has already set. Baird stands for a moment, thinking about what to say to the people standing around him, waiting for orders. Finally, he solemnly announces to them that they have finally reached this place. Looking at the distant mountain peaks surrounded by the sunset haze, he says that the city of Yabo will not see the next sunrise. In the Shandonesi Mountains, where the exam is currently taking place, night has fallen and the surrounding nature has come to life. Some white hare, who was lying peacefully on the grass, suddenly felt someone approaching. Without wasting a second, he began to collect fire magic in his tiny mouth. The mana turned into a fireball that shot out from him under pressure at those who approached him. But suddenly, the fireball, before reaching its potential offenders, simply evaporated into thin air. The person who stopped the fire magic turned out to be Isabella, who simply deleted it. The girl was very inspired by the fact that she was able to control the magic released by the wild animal. And Boulier, who was standing nearby, began to explain that if the rabbit's right to control the fireball was taken away, then it would not be able to move. Suddenly, the guy gets very scared because someone unexpectedly grabs him by the ear. Isabella decided to teach the black-haired man a lesson because he shouldn't grab rabbits by the ears. She took the animal from him and placed it against her chest, stroking it. Someone grabbed Boulier's ear again, but this time it wasn't out of malice and there was no pressure being exerted. This person turned out to be Alice, who excitedly approached the guy and asked if he was in pain. Continuing the dialogue, the hero decides to ask the girl if other animals have magic. She confirms this and says that on the continent of divine grace, people and most animals have the gift of magic. But usually they control only one element and do not possess complex techniques. For example, rabbits can only control the fire element, but can also create water balls of the lowest level. She also says that no one knows the answer to the question that Boulier asked Teacher Anthony. A man stands in the middle of the forest near the stone question and thinks about something. This man turns out to be Teacher Anthony, to whom a dark figure is now approaching. Arkil approaches the teacher and asks why he is not patrolling the mountains, and in response, he receives that Anthony is still thinking about the question that Boulier asked him. The deputy chairman wonders what kind of question the black-haired man asked the teacher. He explains that the protagonist learned that rabbits can spew fireballs from their mouths and wondered why humans couldn't do the same without using spells and gestures. Arkil adopts adopted his teacher's thoughtfulness and also stood up worriedly, pondering this question. Now, they both stand in the middle of the forest, heavily burdening their brains with this question. The gray-haired man is distracted from his thoughts and tells Anthony that he needs to go guard the students. The teacher, in turn, continues to think about this riddle, telling Archil that he did not answer the question, but the deputy chairman nervously raises his tone and says that Anthony must go to protect the students. At this time, Bulayer's group decided to take a break and rest by the fire. Holding her shirt erotically, Isabella says that the guy has already touched something and asks who has more, her or Alice. The hero sits there, embarrassed, and says that it is very difficult for him to determine, but Alice suggests touching something of hers again to check for sure. Isabella, raising her voice, declares that her rabbit is bigger and asks the guy to admit it. She hands him her captured animal and asks him to touch it again, but the rabbit is not going to climb into the guy's arms and starts trying to get out. The girl, unable to restrain the animal, looks after it in surprise as the rabbit quickly runs away from them into the forest. She saw that he had run away towards the hollow stump from which the hare's butt was now sticking out. Approaching this hole, she realizes that the animal has run further into this cavity. While the girl tries to spot her prey in the impenetrable darkness, Alice slowly approaches her. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange sound begins to come, and the ground beneath them begins to shake. Bulayer's entire group understands that trouble is inevitable and something is about to happen. The ground beneath them splits in half, and the ditch grows ever larger in size. Literally beneath them, a funnel begins to grow, pulling the girls down. They fall into some room and are instantly covered with a thin layer of dirt. Isabella, like a zombie, pulls her hand out of the ground and tries to climb out. She managed to pull the upper part of her body out of the rubble and later climb out completely. She immediately finds Alice and helps her get out and shake off the dirt. Leaning against each other, the two girls try to recover from such a stressful situation. They manage to survive a fall from a height of about 8 meters without injury and are now looking at a hole in the ceiling. The blonde is trying to figure out where they ended up. The boards that hold up this tunnel are visible all around. Without thinking about herself, Alice lies on the cold floor, enduring pain, and calls out for Bulayer. Isabella, seeing that her friend is in an incomprehensible state, tries to make her wake up. She puts her index finger to her nose to check her breathing, but she is overcome with fear because the red-haired girl's breathing begins to slow down. Without thinking twice, the blonde gives her friend artificial respiration to bring her to her senses. Finally, Alice wakes up and sits up abruptly, clearing her throat and catching her breath. She breaks out into a violent cough, but her face turns crimson and she comes to her senses. Isabella was glad that she was able to save the redhead and asks her if everything is okay. Alice asks where they ended up, and her friend replies that she doesn't know and that they crawled out of a hole inside the mountain, assuming that it was a mine. The redhead says she hasn't heard of there being a mine in the Academy Mountains, and the blonde points to a door she noticed. Getting a little off topic, Alice thanks Isabella for saving her. But she reacted very strangely, looking at her friend with incomprehension. Alice asked what was wrong with her face, and in response heard that Isabella did not expect to hear words of gratitude from her. All the teachers and students around felt this earthquake and were terrified. They were scared at the prospect of failing the exam because after this incident, all the rabbits ran away, but Arkil reassured them. At that moment, Anthony came running and reported that all the students had been evacuated. The earthquake was so unexpected that he and the teachers did their best, but no other students were found, so Teacher Cook is now checking everyone against the list. Suddenly, everyone around hears the loud sound of hooves on the ground and the approaching danger. Some people, clad in armor, are loudly shouting for everyone present to disperse. They are getting closer and closer to the students, and they are looking at this event in surprise. Teacher Anthony is surprised at what the soldiers are doing here, and Archil looks at it with fear. He thinks and suggests that the earthquake was probably not without reason. At this time, something else is happening in the mysterious catacombs. Isabella opens the door. She notices that the room that opened up to them is quite spacious, and they go inside. The girls see some mysterious pillar that shimmers purple and symbols of the same color fly around it. Without thinking twice, the blonde decides to put her hand to this post and read what is written there. She doesn't understand a word and says that this writing is very difficult. After this, the blonde decides to touch this pole with her hand, and suddenly lightning comes out of it. They cover the girl's entire body, pushing her back about 10 meters. Alice, seeing this, desperately rushes towards the girl to save her. But Isabella wasn't too hurt by the attack, and she says she's fine, and that there's probably a high-level spell cast on that column. The redhead notes that she has seen something similar in ancient books on magic. According to legend, ancient people built a huge copper column with magical inscriptions. Copper wires were used to create a powerful magical field. Isabella becomes curious about what this magical field is for, but Alice says that she doesn't know, and perhaps it has healing or growth acceleration functions. Suddenly, some metal arrows start flying at them out of nowhere. Flying from a height, they began to accelerate more and fall straight towards the girls. But the attack was not entirely accurate, and the arrows, which had become covered in ice along the way, fell literally a couple of meters away from them. They decided to look in the direction from which the attack came. On the stairs that go along the wall, there is a fair-haired guy who is holding a huge arrow in his hand and says that the girls are very dexterous. Standing right on the railing, he looks at them mysteriously, continuing to hold the arrow in his hands. Alice decides to start a dialogue and asks who this man in armor is. He replies that this question should belong to him, and without mincing words, says that they are going to die now. Hearing this answer, the girls look at each other and think about how to get out of this situation. Without hesitation, they both begin to summon fire magic to attack the man. But he just smirks as he watches these kids try to do something. He just stands there and watches as a huge ball flies towards him. The fireball suddenly finds an obstacle in the form of an ice shield, which appears in just a second. The attack failed. The man, without spending almost any effort, calmly repelled their magic. The girls are shocked at how easily their magic was dispelled. The man decided to move into close combat and quickly jumped on their heads. He immediately pushed Isabella aside with his foot and aimed at Alice. While one girl lies in the distance and tries to come to her senses, the other takes a fighting stance. But she doesn't have time to do anything, and the man demonstratively thrusts the spear into the wall, right next to the girl's head. Alice doesn't understand what to do in this situation, and the white-haired man smiles slyly. A massive metal spear nearly pierces her head, and she looks at it in horror. The man makes a grab and grabs her by the throat with his left hand, starting to choke her. He squeezes her throat hard, causing her to cough and gasp for air. The white-haired man lifts Alice's body off the ground with one hand and continues to strangle her while she tries to say something. But he doesn't listen to her, making a terrible face and apologizing for something. He declares that he must kill them, while Alice looks like she is about to lose consciousness. At this time, the man snatches the sword that was resting on his belt. He quickly points it at the girl, trying to stick it right into her head. The sword reached the body, scarlet blood spilled and fell straight onto the floor. But he didn't achieve his original goal, burying his head in the protagonist's shoulder. The man starts to panic because he didn't expect this guy to appear. Alice looks at the black-haired man in horror, noticing that blood is coming out of his shoulder. Isabella, finally waking up, joyfully calls Belir by name, hoping that he will save them. She shouts at him to be careful, while the man is frightened by the fire that appears out of nowhere. The fire engulfs everything around and pounces on the blonde man like a predatory beast. Tongues of flame begin to lick his body, and he is surprised that the guy recreated magic without a spell. A huge fiery explosion occurs, with a man at the epicenter. Dust and smoke begin to develop, and the Boo Liar group can be seen in the center. Alice and Isabella survived the attack of this magician, and now the main character has come to protect them. The blonde started to worry about the guy because he was bleeding from his shoulder, and he started saying that he came here through that hole and followed the girls. Not daring to be distracted from his opponent, he stated that they could treat his hand later. By that time, the man had already begun to recover from the explosion and come to his senses. He turned out to be Baird's servant, and he was surprised that the boy could activate magic faster than his master. White-haired decides to kill their entire company because they managed to see what is underground. His long metal spear becomes covered in a thick crust of cold ice. He immediately rushes to attack the guy, lunging with his spear. Looking at this, the girls urge him to take care, but the guy steadfastly waits until the enemy approaches him. The man is shocked by the boy's reaction, and his face becomes extremely surprised. He notices a huge clot of mana hovering right above him. His keen eye discerns the water ball technique in this clot, and he is amazed that the guy made no movements and activated the magic. He also notices that this water ball has a very strange shape. The ball falls rapidly on the man, completely enveloping his body. And suddenly, blood starts flowing out of him everywhere, and the blonde guy starts coughing heavily. His eyes fill with anger, and his body appears completely burnt in exposed areas. A metal spear, now covered in water, falls from his bloody hand. Trying to stay on his feet, he only manages to exclaim something. Surprised by the force of the attack that hit him, he falls unconscious to the ground. At the same time, on the surface, Baird sits on a huge boulder. He is thinking hard about something, and his face looks extremely serious. One of his comrades notices this reaction and asks what happened. Getting up from the stone, Baird looks to the side and declares that some rats have gotten in among them. The squad of knights that ran past the students has already run far away from there and is now running towards the forest. Their commander orders all his comrades to stop their horses. He says that there is an underground passage ahead and orders us to dismount our horses and prepare to enter. The commander of the bandit army is a well-trained royal warrior named Baird, a high-level magician. He is very dangerous. One of the subordinates asks his captain to turn to the side, pointing his finger in that direction. A short distance away from them, a certain magician with a staff stood in the middle of the road, blocking it. This magician turned out to be Baird, who addressed the people as comrades and said that the passage was closed. All the knights, without wasting a second, decide to go on the offensive and rush into a frontal attack. They all stand in line one after another, waiting for the order of their commander. One of the knights tells the second one, addressing him by name, not to follow him everywhere. Full of courage, they finally went on the offensive against the magician, and the clearing was filled with screams. A knight with black hair and a bloody head, lying on the wet ground and having let go of the blade, only breathes rhythmically. He lies among his dead comrades, and a torrential rain pours down on him from above. Regaining consciousness, surrounded by people and dead horses, he clutches his aching head. Ethan realizes that he was able to survive this unequal and extremely brutal massacre. From one of the possible corpses, he suddenly hears a voice calling his name. This man turns out to be his uncle, who is still clinging to life. The guy ran up to his relative, looking at him with tears in his eyes. His uncle's legs disappeared, and Ethan began to get angry about what happened to the man. But the adult knight orders his nephew not to worry and hands over something, telling him to complete the task. Ethan despairs and declares that he cannot do this because that magician was able to defeat an entire army. According to him, Baird was able to kill their commander with one hand, and he could crush him with just one finger. The boy tries to save his uncle by grabbing him on his back, but he only thinks about the task, again asking his nephew to complete the task. As he asks to save the city of Yabo, his hands stop grabbing the boy and he falls. The young knight realizes that his uncle has finally died, and he begins to become overwhelmed with emotions. Ethan is filled with despair and anger and breaks down in a mad scream. At this time, something else was happening underground, in the very dungeon where Boo Liar's company is now located. Having defeated Baird's henchmen, the girls were finally able to begin bandaging the wounded boy. Isabella was very interested in the fact that the black-haired man was able to create magic without a spell, and he simply began to deny it. Not hearing an honest answer, the girl pressed hard on his wound. The hero, who had just recently received this wound, yelps loudly in pain. He rolls on the floor in agony over what the blonde did to him. After this, Alice advises Isabella to be gentler with Boulier, and she responds that there was no need to boast about her skills. But at the moment, they are more interested in this mysterious column. The red-haired one says that it was written in the book that this column creates some kind of magical formation. Although they don't know its functions, that earthquake must definitely have something to do with it. She also mentions the man who attacked them, and apparently this system is not so simple. Boulier states that they need to quickly find a way out and report everything that happened here. He says he doesn't want to deal with it himself, and a sword is suddenly put to his throat. The girls see the man behind the guy, and they are overcome with surprise and fear. A certain knight approached the guy from behind, and now his sword is practically leaning against the main character's neck. The man in armor asks their entire company who they are and what they are doing here. Feeling that he was distracted, the guy suddenly lunges his hand towards Ethan. He grabs him by the forearm and thus gets out from under his sword. The knight's face becomes extremely surprised by the black-haired man's skills. Taking advantage of the momentary hesitation, Bu Leisure stands up and rushes behind the armored man. He grabs his arm, twisting it behind his back and making a hold so that the guy cannot get away. Having fully applied the grip, he informs his girlfriends that the knight has a partner. Isabella looks at this brown-haired guy with undisguised surprise and interest. Ethan declares that he must be released because if this does not happen, then the entire city of Yabo will come to an end. Not expecting such an answer, Boulier simply froze, looking at the guy in armor. The protagonist's entire group is puzzled by this statement, and they ask him what he meant. Having finally freed Ethan, who told his story, Isabella asks him again for details. The knight says that in fact, the capital discovered a few days ago that Baird had invaded the city, but they were unable to find him. They didn't know that Baird was really so strong that all of them together couldn't defeat him. Boulier, after hearing this story, enthusiastically decides to ask who this Baird is, that everyone is afraid of him. Everyone present just laughs, ironically because the black-haired man doesn't know anything. Alice begins to explain that Baird is the most famous and most dangerous criminal in the kingdom of Lonin. Even small children know his name. He was once a general of the royal army. He is strong not only in war, but also a high-level magician. He has enormous magical power. He was the hero of the kingdom, but no one expected that in one of the battles, he and his army would betray the kingdom. Since then, he has been missing, although the king announced a reward for the capture of the traitor, but until now, no one has been able to find him. Isabella asks the knight about Baird. She is interested in whether it is true that he came to the city of Yabo because of this structure and what this structure can do. Ethan, with fear in his eyes, declares that the magical system could wipe out the entire city. The three of them, not believing his words, ask again about the detail that the entire city could disappear. The knight explains that the formation includes 118 columns that are located inside the mountain, and they do not know who installed it and why. But it is known that this formation has stood here for more than 1,000 years. 10 years ago, the city's leader discovered this formation and then summoned a community of mages to investigate it. Research has shown that this formation is superior to modern magic, but they know that if it is activated, it will generate a tremendous amount of magical power, which will be enough to destroy Yabo. Since it was not possible to safely remove this formation, this place was declared top secret, and the knight does not know how Baird managed it. But now, the formation is activated. Boulier wonders how they are supposed to turn off this formation. Ethan says that what he currently has in his hand will help with this. The main character's entire group stared in surprise at a certain magical stone. Ethan explains that although this formation consists of many columns, there is still one largest one, which is the key to activation, and this piece was discovered next to the main column. The community of magicians conducted an experiment. As soon as this piece approaches the column, the strength of the formation is significantly reduced, and if you place it directly next to the column, it will completely lose its strength. Boulier guesses that now they have to find the largest column. Ethan agrees, but Baird is much stronger than they imagined. The black-haired man says that the knight should call as many soldiers as possible to complete the mission. But he replies that it's too late to call anyone, and they need to quickly solve this problem, because in an hour, the formation will be activated at full strength. He states that only he can find this column, and everyone else needs to hide in the shelter since they are civilians. Suppressing a chuckle inside, Bolitzer points his finger towards the boy's pants, saying that he didn't want to interrupt his burst of courage. Ethan, who had just finally pulled himself together, looked down at his crotch in surprise. On his thighs, there is a stain from some liquid that has wet them. His face turns completely red, and he starts making excuses that it was the rain that wet his pants so much. Suddenly, Isabella jumps up from her seat, and from her irritated look, you can tell that she wants to say something. She states that their Clavius family has protected the city of Yabo for generations, and therefore she is obliged to fulfill her duty, so she will help disable this system. Boulier, hearing that Baird was being offered for 100 million gold coins, was extremely amazed by this amount. Ethan suddenly realizes that the person standing in front of him is the mayor's daughter named Isabella. The black-haired man, in high spirits from the news he had recently heard, places his right hand on the knight's shoulder. Hearing about the reward for Baird's head, the boy declares that protecting the city of Yabo is also his duty as an upstanding citizen. Alice decides not to shirk and also agrees to go with her friends. The knight is touched by the genuine sincerity of the guys who want to help the city with all their hearts. But interrupting such a heartfelt moment, one of the trio suggests that the knight change his pants, to which he reacts extremely negatively. At this time, many magicians gathered around the mysterious magical barrier. Using spells, they are trying hard to make a breach in this barrier. But their efforts remain unsuccessful, and the dome holds back all their attacks. One of the magicians turns to Elton and says that their magic does not work on this barrier, and Andre says that they should wait for the chairman to return. The deputy chairman dispels their hopes by saying that the chairman is currently on his way from the capital and will only arrive tomorrow morning. Suddenly, the head of the city, Yabo, appears before them and asks how things are going. Elton says that the barrier could not be broken through by the efforts of all the magicians gathered around. The leader says that the vanguard is already behind the barrier and they have a tablet with writing, so we can only hope for them. While walking with a group through underground tunnels, Ethan suddenly declares that their undertaking is very dangerous. But suddenly, Boulayer turns around and hits him hard on the head with his hand. The knight is dissatisfied with this treatment and asks why he is beating him near the web. Suddenly, he notices some movement in the area of his neck and reaches out his hand there. He puts his hand in front of him and sees that a yellow spider with a white head has landed on it. Unable to withstand direct eye contact with the insect, the knight runs away with a squeal. As he ran in fear, his foot hit some kind of pressure plate, which sank down from under his feet. At the last moment, Boulayer managed to grab Ethan by the clothes and move his head away from the arrow flying past. Realizing that he has just been saved from certain death, the knight thanks the protagonist. The hero warns his companions that there are traps everywhere here and asks if they are going there at all. Ethan has no doubt about his memory and says that he knows this secret path by heart. There are several paths leading to the room with the main column, but they all go through the main gate into the room. Baird is definitely guarding the entrance. If they have to fight him, they won't be able to win. So he will lead them all through a secret path that does not go through the main gate. They will enter the room quietly, attach the piece to the column, and complete the task. Boulayer asks him with interest how he knows about this secret road. Ethan explains that he graduated from the history department and can read ancient texts. He once found a map in the palace and now knows all the passages of this dungeon. The black-haired man wonders why he joined the army if he graduated from the history department. The knight explains that it is difficult for historians to find work, and his uncle served in the royal army, so he got him a job. In fact, this is his first assignment. Boulayer despairingly notices that it is as difficult to find a job in this world as it was in his previous world. Finally, Ethan finds a ledge in the corridor they are walking down. He presses on the board, and in the place where he pressed, the board bends inward. The walls move apart near this place, opening a passage for Boulayer's team. Ethan says that from here, they can go to the main room and complete the task. Baird is already sitting in that room, and they report to him that the barrier outside is working perfectly, and they still haven't been able to destroy it. He notes that the defensive system of this formation is very good and suddenly asks about a certain Sid. His servant replies that he went to patrol the western sector and never returned. Baird looks thoughtfully at the main column and the writing around it, thinking that another rat has gotten in. At this time, Boulayer and his team finally begin to pass through the secret passage. They reach the stairs that lead up, straight into the main room, and the black-haired man decides to take a quick look around. After making sure that Baird is not in the room, he throws back the passage cover that imitates the floor. Finally, they emerge from the narrow passage and are surprised at how spacious the room is. Isabella says that this room is very large, but it only contains an energy ball and the column is nowhere to be seen. Apparently, the column turned into a ball after activation, and Ethan finds a tablet on the floor with writing on it, which contains instructions on how to raise the column. He begins to read these letters out loud, and something begins to happen around him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a small column appears, engulfed in a purple glow. Ethan explains that it will take a few minutes for the column to rise fully, while Alice is happy that they took the knight with them. She is surprised by how selflessly he carries out this task, being a complete coward. Showing off in front of a beautiful girl, he declares that he is a soldier of the city of Yabo and always puts the safety of the citizens first. Boulayer hits him on the head to stop him from pretending to be something he is not. Wiping the smile off his face, he says that he is doing this task because of his uncle. His father died when he was very young, His uncle raised him, sent him to school, became a second father to him, and Baird killed him and the other soldiers. He wants to protect his uncle's only daughter, who lives in the city of Yabo. In an attempt to lighten the depressing atmosphere, Boulier says he thought that Ethan was doing this task because he liked his uncle's daughter. Blushing at this suggestion, he declares that he is no match for her at all. Two girls sharply grab the guy in the most painful places, saying that he has become too active. But suddenly they notice a photograph in Ethan's hand with a certain girl in it. He says that this is his uncle's daughter. Her name is Lena, and as soon as he finishes the task, he will immediately go to her. Boulier, distracted from the photograph, suddenly grabs the guy by the forearms and pulls him towards herself. He orders him not to say such a thing, otherwise he will curse his fate, and he, incomprehensibly, asks the guy again about this strange expression. The black-haired man explains that this is how they say it in his homeland, and he should not say anything until he has completed the desired task. The girls also say that they have never heard of the word nakarkat. Finally, the column has risen completely, and they are all distracted from their conversation. Ethan says that he will activate the seal and asks Boulier's group to wait. The black-haired man asks him again about the seal in surprise. The knight explains that to prevent Baird from discovering this fragment, a simple magical seal was placed on it. He pours some of his power into the stone, and it rises into the air, covered in a purple glow. Finally, Ethan props up the fragment and tells everyone to run away when the stone connects with the column. Suddenly, Ethan's attention is drawn to something terrible, and his face becomes extremely shocked. At the place where he applied the seal, a huge ball of fire suddenly appeared. His entire body is engulfed in orange flames, from which he desperately tries to escape. The magic disappears after a while, but by that time, the knight had lost consciousness. The seal he wanted to bring to the column falls out of his hand and lands near his head. Baird turned out to be not as stupid as Boulier's group thought. He noticed the rats that had made their way to him. Although wounded, Ethan was able to quickly recover from the magical blow. The girls look at each other and, without saying a word, understand what they need to do. They see Baird and several of his warriors in front of them, and without wasting a second, they begin to secretly read the spell. Finishing the fireball spell, they release one at each of the gang leaders. The white-haired man doesn't even think about reacting to their attempt to attack him. The fire magic simply evaporates a couple of meters away from the guy without reaching him. Both girls are very surprised because his spiritual power is far superior to theirs, and he can easily control their power. But suddenly, something makes Baird tense up and direct all his attention to it. A volley of fireballs comes at him, which he was unable to stop. The magic that reached the mage's body was released by Boulier, who was surprised to see that he was able to dodge it. Due to the unusual reaction of the squad leader, who usually doesn't get hit, his subordinate begins to panic a little and worry about the white-haired man's health. Baird in turn is surprised that the boy did not use any spells or gestures. Moreover, his spiritual power looks unusual. Boulier orders the girls to take the fragment and complete the mission while he detains the mage. He sends multiple fireballs at Baird at once, but he continues to stand still. The white-haired one manages to put up a magic shield at the last moment. He is surprised that the black-haired one can apparently use magic just like that. The girls were unable to complete the task because there were several other strong guys in the room besides them and Baird. But Isabella doesn't plan to give up, and even while being captured, she tries to feel for the seal. Boulier realizes that the only way to resolve this situation is to kill the gang leader. He, in turn, looks at the guy's technique and thinks why he summoned two different elements. The main character created water and fire magic and began to merge them. The two elements merged right in front of Baird's face, and a huge explosion swept through the room. The white-haired man's subordinates, seeing the explosion, began to worry about their leader. Boulier arrogantly thought that his attack had managed to reach Baird's body. But without waiting for the smoke to clear in front of him, the white-haired man lunges and is already flying with his fists at the main character. He takes the boy by surprise, as he didn't expect the mage to completely block his attack. While beating him with all parts of his body, he explains to the guy that before attacking an enemy, you need to find out his weaknesses. Moreover, he is completely unprepared for unexpected enemy attacks. After landing several powerful blows to vital points, Baird knocks out his opponent. He says that he has great talent, but he knows nothing about fighting, and if he were on the battlefield, he would have been dead long ago. Ethan finally comes to his senses and declares that Baird is the one who doesn't understand anything. The magician, in turn, did not expect at all that the knight would be able to wake up after such a powerful magical attack. Ethan's face looks wounded, but he is filled with courage and a willingness to give his life. Amidst the general noise, he managed to steal the seal that was lying near Isabella. His body is badly wounded and he can barely stand on his feet, but suddenly he raises his hand in which rests a stone. Before he was hit, he raised his hand and was about to throw the seal straight at the column. Trying to stop the guy as quickly as possible, Baird orders a blonde man named Oslo to throw his spear. Bootleisher, in turn, tries to save his new friend by asking him to duck. As Ethan's name is called and the noise rises around him, he is momentarily lost in his memories. He remembers standing near his uncle's grave as a child with another uncle and his daughter. He was puzzled by the question of whether the deceased Uncle Jason was a hero because of his strength. The man replied that his uncle was neither physically nor spiritually strong. He was a coward. The boy was very puzzled as to why everyone considered him a hero then. The answer was quite simple. He sacrificed his life to save others. The scene they saw suddenly brought Boulayer and his team to tears, and Isabella desperately screamed the knight's name. Ethan, without trying to dodge, received a spear blow straight to the chest, but managed to fulfill his purpose. Even an ordinary person is capable of incredible deeds, and then he becomes a hero. The stone hit its target and began to be absorbed by the mysterious column. One of Baird's henchmen asked in a resigned tone whether the formation had ceased to function. The man named Oslo, who threw the spear, said Ethan didn't even try to dodge the weapon. Baird, in turn, approached Ethan, who had fallen to his knees, and put his finger to his nose to check his breathing. After a little while, and listening to his breathing, he quietly stated that the guy was dead. Boulayer was furious when he heard this news, because Ethan had only recently become his friend. The white-haired man's henchmen began to ask what they should do since the formation had stopped working. At this time, Baird was nervously examining the drawing of the girl to whom Ethan was going to return. The entire squad of knights began to worry about their master, but he declared that they had lost. He said that this young soldier consciously did not evade and accepted death. He chose to sacrifice his life to deactivate the device. With some sadness, he stated that this time they had lost and they had to leave. The blonde-haired man asked in surprise why they couldn't resort to another plan. Baird explained that they didn't understand the method well enough and that they were probably just wasting their lives in vain. All his henchmen suddenly fell to their knees, asking him to try another plan because they were ready to sacrifice their lives for him. They need to take revenge for everything that happened to them. If there is even a grain of hope, then they want to try. About to embark on another plan, a squad of knights shackle the hero and his crew with ropes. The girls were seated on chairs, and Bootleer was tied tightly around his chest and arms and casually thrown at their feet. Isabella and Alice began to worry about him, as the black-haired man was still injured. But he said with a worried look that he was fine and was still holding up. By that time, the knights had informed their master that all preparations for the plan were complete. After some thought and some courage, Baird took a few seconds to think of what to say to his soldiers. He pounded his chest with his fist and enthusiastically asked his subordinates to help him one last time. Without a second's hesitation, they selflessly agreed to the order of their leader. They all slowly walked up to the purple column and placed their hands together, reciting the spell. The clots of magic created by each of the knights began to flow into one large haze. Boulayer, who saw such a picture for the first time, began to ask his friends what it was. Alice replied that it looked like a sacrifice spell, and apparently they were doing it to restart the system, but then they wouldn't be able to restore their power. Channeling all her magical power into the mysterious column, she began to react. These machinations are noticed even by those who are now on the surface. Elton suddenly tells the mayor that the barrier had begun to weaken, but now it has been restored. The chief doesn't care much about this, and notes that something very bad is starting to happen inside. One of Baird's subordinates shouts with delight that they have managed to launch the formation, but suddenly he notices that his body, like the bodies of his friends, is slowly beginning to disappear. With a smile on his face, the blonde-haired man says goodbye to his master. In response to their dedication and sacrifice, Baird promises his subordinates that the city of Yabo will be destroyed. These words become enough for the dying man, and he thanks his leader. Alice, like the rest of Boulier's squad, notices that the formation has activated again. Isabella can't contain her emotions and hysterically asks why Baird is doing this. She doesn't understand why he wants to destroy the city of Yabo and kill several 100,000 people. Baird, still reeling from the deaths of his comrades, states that he does not think he is doing well and thinks that he and his comrades are just a bunch of crazy people. Not receiving a clear answer to her question, Isabella again asks why he would destroy the city. This time, Baird thinks seriously about this question and thinks about what to answer the girl. There is still half an hour before the city is destroyed, and so he decides to tell them his story. He plunges into memories and a picture appears before him of how he and his comrades found themselves locked at the top of the tower. His comrade, Oslo, said that they had run out of arrows and only had enough food for half a day. Suddenly, the commander said that they would probably have to break out of the encirclement because they couldn't die here. They needed to deliver information about the enemies. Oslo is embarrassed by the fact that the kingdom has already recognized them as traitors. They fought the enemy for 10 days, but reinforcements never arrived. Some soldiers say they were never sent at all. Not allowing the soldiers to lose their fighting spirit, the commander stands up and loudly hits the bricks with his staff. He orders Oslo to shut his mouth because what he is thinking is just an enemy trick. He was about to object, but at that moment he was abruptly interrupted. Commander Baird decides to nip his doubts in the bud and orders him to stop it. He says that they are fighting for the safety of their homeland and states that he does not mind if any of them capitulate. One of the guys sitting nearby loudly declares that he believes Mr. Baird and will follow him to the end. Oslo does the same, trusting its entire life to just one commander. The magician managed to raise the morale of his comrades, and they all began to shout that they would follow him to the end. He triumphantly declares that they should not worry about the kingdom abandoning them and sends everyone to attack. 3 days passed from that moment, and on the fortress wall of the city of Yabo, someone noticed movement in the distance. One of the patrolmen, looking at the horizon, noticed that some kind of detachment was walking towards them on the road. These people turned out to be Baird and that part of his squad that managed to survive. The white-haired man shouted with joy that they had reached their homeland and fell down exhausted. The man patrolling the wall immediately called his colleague and said that they needed to check who these people were. When Baird woke up, he found himself behind a cage in the city prison and hurried to report that he was the commander of the royal army and he needed to report something to the king. The warden approached him and declared that he was a traitor. His wife and child had already been punished in accordance with the law, and tomorrow he too would go to the chopping block. He was struck by shock and looked at the man in front of him with confusion. He abruptly grabbed the man with the mustache and, shouting, began to say that he had not betrayed his homeland, asking for him and his family to be released. The warden broke free from his grip and said that everyone knew he had not betrayed his country, but someone up there wanted him dead, so he and his family had to die. Walking slowly away, he declared that he had said everything he had to say, and now he had to go. Baird was overcome by extreme despair because he stood for his homeland to the end, and it betrayed him. Some time passed, and another guard, standing on patrol, suddenly noticed a strange noise. His throat suddenly became covered in blood, and he suddenly began to fall down dead. After this, someone inserted a key into the lock of Baird's cell and opened it. These people turned out to be the white-haired man's subordinates, who escaped from a nearby prison to save their commander. Having completely lost the will to live, Baird did not react to their arrival and simply continued to sit in the corner. A scream was heard in the corridor, indicating that someone had noticed their squad. While some were fighting the advancing guards, others began to carefully lead their commander out of the cell. To survive, they all had to fight their way out of prison. A day later, an execution took place, at which it was announced that Baird had betrayed their kingdom and passed secret information to the enemy. Yesterday, he and his army invaded the city of Yabo to carry out a coup, but was caught by the valiant soldiers guarding the city. During the night, Baird continued his resistance, mercilessly killing their guards and escaping from prison, but 3 of his squad were captured. According to the laws of their country, the rebels will now be hanged. One of Baird's henchmen, who was standing at a distance in a robe, began to express indignation that this herd of brainless people was even rejoicing. He came to the execution of his friends together with the commander, who had lost the will to live, and the second henchman declared that they urgently needed to leave the city. Baird finally spoke up and told his squad to leave as he needed to be alone. By the evening of that day, he and the detachment that did not abandon him reached the grave of their commander's family. They began to wonder what they should do next, if even their own state had rejected them. Baird ordered them not to call himself commander, because that was no longer the case. This state has betrayed them. It has now become their enemy and must pay for all the suffering they have endured. The girls suddenly woke up from the spell that Baird had cast on them. Alice was surprised at how real it all was and asked if it was an illusion. The man said that these were fragments of his memories. He used synchronization magic on them, allowing them to share memories. The redhead asked in surprise where he had learned such an ancient form of magic. Boulayer suddenly started to wake up and make some sounds, which the girls noticed. Isabella began calling his name worriedly, and he finally woke up. The girl sighed with relief and said that he scared her because he was in the dream longer than anyone else. Not understanding what had happened to him, the guy with a streak of tears on his right eye began to look at the white-haired man. Apparently, the black-haired man was able to delve deepest into his memory. Baird decides to stand up and says that he didn't want to violate his personal boundaries because it will all end soon anyway. Before joining the Royal Army, he served for some time in the defense of the city of Yabo. It was then that he learned of the existence of this system, so he decided that after he took revenge on the kingdom, he would lead them to this place. In the basement, they found many ancient records. It took a lot of time to study them. In them, they found various ancient magic, as well as history and instructions on how to use this system. In ancient times, a war broke out between their ancestors, and the inhabitants of the city of Yabo lost it, and then they established this magical system. It is unknown how it all ended, but they are confident that this system has never been activated since its installation. Once it is activated, it will immediately produce incredibly powerful magical energy capable of destroying all life in the city of Yabo. Baird, with trembling hands, declared that in an instant, all people would be wiped off the face of the earth without having time to understand anything. Alice asked him to stop, saying that she understood him and that he could not carry out his revenge at the cost of the lives of ordinary people. The white-haired man said with a grin that she couldn't understand him, because sometimes he didn't understand himself either. Boulayer decides to intervene in this dialogue, saying that these persuasions will not help. After all, he wants revenge not only on the kingdom, but also on the common people who laughed when his comrades were executed. Baird claims that the boy apparently was able to really penetrate deep into his memory. The system finally gained its power, and the white-haired man decided to put his plan into action. He raises his hand and extends it inside the mysterious column. A certain energy suddenly flares up on the surface of the earth, its power suppressing all living things. Elton and all the other magicians understand that, apparently, the formation has already been put into action. Even Boulanyi's teacher, who is sitting in her office, notices the energy that has appeared. A purple light flickers outside her window, and she assumes an earthquake has begun. But after thinking a little, she understands from the magical vibrations that this is not an earthquake. At this time, something terrible is happening underground. The students stand and watch as the sphere of power continues to grow. Before her expected death, Isabella tries to apologize for dragging them into all of this. She was about to confess her feelings to the guy, but he stopped her. He suggested that they talk to her about all this when they got out of here. Isabella was shocked by the guy's reaction, and she suddenly took on a shocked expression. Leaning his hand against the structure, the mage bids farewell to his former comrades, promising that their wrath will fall upon the kingdom. After this, he orders the formation to activate with a menacing look. But suddenly, Boulayer's fist hits his face as he decided to try to interrupt Baird. He hit with such force that the magician flew several meters away from the construct and fell. The guy said that he had to stop this white-haired man. Almost all the knights and mages on the surface suddenly fell onto the grass. Andre suggested that the activation of the magical system had probably stopped. One of the knights said with horror that he thought that this was the end for them. While the mayor stood and examined the barrier, Elton suddenly noticed movement behind him. Boulanyi came to them and decided to find out what was going on here. She was told that all the students had been sent home and that she should not be there. Not believing his words, she says that Boulayer and Isabella did not come home. At least 2 students have not yet emerged and are underground. Elton suddenly realizes what the teacher is saying to the daughter of the head of the city of Yabo. Their dialogue is heard by Ozden, who realizes that his daughter is at the epicenter of events. He immerses himself in memories of how his little daughter, at that time, said that she wanted to join the city defense. The young father was very surprised by his daughter's desires, and he asked her why she wanted to go there. The answer turned out to be banally simple. The girl declared that she was from the Clavius family and wanted to protect the city and her father. Asduna was surprised by his daughter's desire, and he hugged her tenderly, starting to laugh. Now he realized that his daughter had already grown up and was now really fighting for their city. Baird, who had fallen to the floor, asked in surprise how the boy had managed to free himself from the ropes. Boulayer, in turn, said that he should ask the soldier they killed about this. The guy remembered that Ethan had handed him the knife in the building's corridor, calling it a city guard tradition. The black-haired man was surprised by this and asked how he would manage without the knife, but in response, he heard that the hero would need it more. Baird chuckled and said he had forgotten about that tradition and called Ethan a worthy soldier. He became interested in the guy and asked him if he would really resist him, despite having seen his memories. The hero answers in the affirmative because he needs to save his friends and prevent this madman from blowing up the city. Baird states that they have different ways of thinking and need to stop chatting. He immediately begins casting a spell and summons a huge fireball. The red-haired girl warns her friend that this magician is very powerful, but the guy is not afraid and says that he has already figured out how to defeat Baird. He, in turn, manages to fully read the spell and send a rain of fire towards the black-haired man. Fireballs scatter in a scattering manner, seeking to devour the body of their opponent. Before the attack hits him, Boulayer manages to put up a barrier around himself. The flame greedily clings to this shield and tries to break through it. But he doesn't succeed. The fireballs go out as soon as they pass through the shield. The girls are very surprised that Baird's attack passed the barrier but did not reach the hero's body. The hero was able to recreate the shield and pump out all the oxygen inside it, thereby suppressing the enemy's attack. Baird begins to panic, thinking that the guy can control his element and is superior to him. Suddenly, he turns his head to the right and sees a fireball approaching him. Fire quickly flies towards the white-haired man, trying to engulf his body. At this time, the man in his head confirms his previous words about the guy being able to use magic without gestures. Boulayer takes advantage of the momentary delay and approaches the enemy, ironically saying that he was not prepared for a close attack. He hits the man in the face with all his might and knocks out his tooth. Bader flies back several meters and falls on the floor on his back, dropping his staff. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Boulayer decides to quickly grab his opponent's weapon. Thinking that Bader has no chance to react, he tries to catch the staff in flight. He succeeds in this, and now in his hands rests a large staff with a blue top. But suddenly, he notices that there is still some magic left on the staff. Bader starts to smirk and say that the guy is still thinking one-sidedly because he hit his sword in this staff. Realizing his mistake, the guy tries to figure out what to do with the enemy who is running at him with a sword at the ready. No thoughts come to mind, and Bader manages to wound the guy in the same arm where the spear had landed earlier. Writhing in pain, Boulayer falls down, clutching her twice-wounded arm. In an attempt to completely subdue his opponent, Bader steps directly onto the victim's arm with his foot, causing him to thrash in agony. He admits that he was surprised by the guy's abilities, but he lacks the resolve because he had the opportunity to kill the white-haired man. The magician decides to end this and finish off his enemy, saying that on the battlefield, killing a worthy opponent is an honor. Knocking the man's confidence out of him, the guy turns his head sharply and shouts that this is not enough. At the same time, Bader notices that several fireballs are flying straight towards him. They manage to reach him and explode right in front of his face, illuminating the entire room. The guy's saviors turned out to be Isabella and Alice, who managed to create a spell and launch it at the white-haired man. Bydra was slightly hurt by this attack, and Boulayer decided to take advantage of the pause by pumping out the oxygen around him. He points his bloody hand towards the white-haired man and uses magic. But at first, he feels nothing and wonders in surprise what the meaning of this spell is. Suddenly, he becomes unable to hold the sword and it falls out of his hands. He realizes that he can neither speak nor breathe. Trying to catch his breath, Bader begins to cough and clutch his throat while Boulayer stands up. The boy apologizes to the man, saying that he was right about the honor of killing a worthy opponent. At this time, the white-haired man begins to convulse, trying to breathe in at least a sip of air. He begins to slowly lose consciousness and think that he has let his comrades down again. Finally, consciousness leaves his body and he falls with all his weight onto the hard floor. Seeing this, the girls ran to Boulayer with relief, asking if he was okay. Meanwhile, the energy accumulated in the column begins to gradually disappear. Alice suggests that, apparently, if this system is not activated after it has accumulated energy, it automatically stops. Isabella enthusiastically asks rhetorically whether they succeeded in defending the city. This realization dawns on her, and she joyfully begins to hug the wounded Boulayer. Suddenly, lumps of earth and parts of the building begin to fall from the ceiling. Alice explains that many ancient structures are destroyed after activation so that enemies cannot use them. Not understanding the essence, Isabella asks her friend again, and she says that the system is beginning to destroy itself. Suddenly, a huge chunk breaks off from the ceiling and starts flying straight towards Boulayer's group. He quickly takes the girls by the hand and starts running away from here before they get buried. He scolds Alice for not directly telling her that they should get out of here. The column begins to collapse and threatens to fall right on the fleeing people. On the way, the guy notices his dead friend, who is sitting right in front of a falling column. He decides to honor his memory and bears, and so he turns around for a second and says goodbye to them. The knights and mages standing near the magical curtain watch as it dissipates. They all begin to rejoice that the barrier is finally disappearing. But only Bolani takes off and flies to look for her students. She activates a flight spell and quickly approaches the entrance to this dungeon. Elton smiles and remarks that Teacher Bulangya is very impatient. At this time, the head of the city orders his knights to go to the opened barrier and deal with the situation. With sadness in his eyes, he thinks that he hopes his daughter Isabella is okay. At this time, the students are rushing to leave the crumbling dungeon, which threatens to finish them off at any moment with a falling stone. Finally, they reach the place through which all three of them entered this dungeon. Isabella notices that the ceiling is starting to collapse right in front of them, and she orders everyone to move away. Huge boulders fall from above and block the exit to the outside. The girls try to clear their throats of dust and call out for Boulayer, who suddenly disappeared. They notice him at a small distance from them. He looks shabby. Isabella asks worriedly if he was caught in the collapse, but he says he is fine, but his shoulder hurts a lot. Alice states that the passage outside is blocked, and now they can't get out. Now they are sitting in the dark, in a narrow passage, littered with many stones. Boulayer thinks that this passage has fewer rocks than the other exits, and suggests blowing them up. Isabella says that a lot of fireballs will be needed here, and their spiritual powers will not be enough. The guy asks if the girls have studied the fire shield technique and says that he has a plan. This time he does not pump out oxygen, but rather extracts it in his hands. When the oxygen concentration in the air is between 4 and 75%, the ignition will intensify. After filling the sphere with oxygen, he ignites it and throws it into a pile of rocks. A powerful explosion occurs and stones quickly fly throughout the room. By that time, the girls had already managed to build a fire shield that protected them from the stones. The passage finally opens, and Boulayer happily declares that they have succeeded. Meanwhile, in the outside world, dawn breaks and the sun illuminates the mountains with yellow paint. A hand emerges from a hidden entrance to the dungeon, trying to cling to something. Alice is the first to try to get out of the room and lifts herself up with her hands. Isabella reaches out to her for help, offering her hand to her friend. Boulayer is the last one to emerge from the dungeon, looking very tired. Both girls offer him their hands to help him out, and Isabella asks how he feels. He says he's fine, but in his mind he's thinking that he can't take it anymore and is at his limit. His legs give way and he stumbles on the climb out of the dungeon. The girls didn't have time to catch him, and so he began to fall down from his full height. In his last seconds, he thinks that he will die from the fall. Suddenly, someone manages to grab his hand and save him from death. This man turns out to be Bolangya's teacher, who managed to catch up with him using flight magic. Some time passes, and now he finds himself in a hospital ward, where girls have gathered around him. Finally, he wakes up and opens his eyes, trying to understand what happened. He tries to come to his senses and understand where he is while experiencing severe pain. Isabella wakes up from strange sounds and tells him not to move. All the girls are very happy that the hero has finally come to his senses. Isabella was especially happy about this. She took the hero by the shoulders and began to shake him with joy. Boulanger informs him that his wound was not fatal and that he had simply lost a lot of blood. Changing the subject, the guy wanted to tell the girl something about Baird, but she quickly interrupted his story, saying that Isabella and Alice had already told him about this and it was not worth including in the report. The guy agrees with this statement, since they can no longer do anything. Suddenly, the door to the room unexpectedly opens and another person enters. The girls, like the guy, turn around in surprise to see who entered the room. This man turned out to be the head of the city of Yabo, who decided to visit the black-haired man. The hero immediately asked with interest why such a high-ranking official needed him. The man bowed to Bulayr and thanked him for saving his daughter. The main character did not expect such statements from the mayor of the city, and therefore was very embarrassed. Without raising his head, the man continued and said that he was inviting him to the Clavius family's family dinner. The hero, having heard about the invitation, began to look stunned by such a surprise. Isabella heard this too, and immediately thought that the dinner would facilitate the hero's introduction to her parents. Thinking in the wrong direction, her face turns red and she becomes very embarrassed. It was the evening of the next day, and Bulayr, already dressed for the event, was getting ready to go to dinner with Isabella. The girl told him that there would be other families and important people at the dinner, and therefore the hero was frightened by such an influx of people. Isabella explains that their family dinners are always held in this setting. The hero realizes that the title of mayor is passed down through generations in their family, and it's no surprise that their family dinners are parties for the upper classes. The guy suddenly thought that the girl would become the next head of the city, and if he married her, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the city of Yabo, and their child will also later become the head of the city, only he will have to bear the surname Clavius in order to rule the city. He continued to reflect on the topic of having children with Isabella, but suddenly, the girl grabbed him by the left ear and pulled it hard, saying that he was thinking about something disgusting again. She asked him what he was thinking about, and he said that it would be possible to have 2 children. Hesitant to tell the truth, he changes the subject to the fact that one of his friends' wife is going to give birth and she will have twins, and he was asked to help come up with names. Isabella thought he was thinking about their future children, but she didn't dare say so either and asked if he had thought of names. The guy answered negatively and said that they wanted one child to have the mother's surname and the other the father's surname. The girl suddenly became interested in whether the guy would agree to his child having the mother's surname. He replied that if he had 2 children, he would agree to such conditions. After talking for a while, they slowly began to approach the place where all the people had gathered. On the way, Isabella saw her mother, whom the boy would now meet. The blonde's mother, who has the same hair color, greeted her and Bulayr. The hero bowed politely and greeted Mrs. Clavius. Getting straight to the point, the woman thanked the guy for saving her daughter and said that she had told him a lot about him. All the girls who were standing near Isabella's mother began to look at the guy with interest. This attention frightened the blonde, and she abruptly snatched his hand, telling her mother that she would take him to his dad. One of the girls asked why Isabella was so scared, and she, in turn, without answering, ran away with the guy. Under everyone's gaze, they quickly ran to the father of the family. At this time, something interesting was happening in the head's office. Abel Howard came to Osden. The white-haired man declared that the Minister of Finance, Walter, was plotting something, and the old man replied that such a minor official would not be able to shake their power. Abel replied that this was the case before, but in recent years the capital has been greatly restricting the powers of city heads. Now the finances and military power of all cities are no longer under the control of the city leaders. The king sends his servants to manage, and the Minister of Finance is the younger brother of the queen. Every year at this time, tax inspectors arrive from the capital. They wield great power, and if they find anything amiss, they have the right to arrest even the mayor. Abel knows information that Marquis Walter will come to the city of Yabo, and a few days ago, they had a conversation, and most likely they will organize a conspiracy against Osdun. The mayor thanked the white-haired man for the warning and promised to be careful. Having told all the important information, Abel says goodbye to the old man and gets ready to leave. But he wonders why Howard decided to tell him all this. Abel explained that this was for the safety of their family, as the Howards would need some time to recover. Understanding what the white-haired man wanted to say, the city leader looked at him suspiciously. At this time, Bulayr and Isabella had just arrived at the head of the family's office, missing Abel. He noticed the black-haired man and thought that a hero always appears where something is happening and mentally wished him luck. The students finally reached the father of the family's office and, after greeting him, sat down in the chairs. Isabella asked in surprise why the old man had been silent for some time. He asked her to leave the office to talk to Bu Lear alone. Not daring to disobey, she obediently went to the door, and the guy said that he would come to her when he finished. The girl, in turn, said that she would wait for him outside. As soon as the door slammed, the old man stood up and put on a menacing expression, thanking the guy for saving his daughter. Bulair politely replied that a man should always stand up for a woman. Taking up the sword, Ozdun mentioned that Isabella said that the guy was taking care of her at the academy too. As he said this phrase, the old man began to pull out his sword from the sheath resting in his hands. Starting to panic a little, the black-haired man said that they both studied under teacher Bulangia and cared about each other. The head of the family brought the sword, which was not fully drawn from its sheath, to the boy's face and asked if Isabella was telling the truth. He receives an affirmative answer, and in response to this, he takes his sword out of its sheath, saying that the girl said in a dream that he kissed her, hugged her, and also offended her. The main character asked in confusion when he managed to kiss her. Having received no answer to his question, the old man said that it meant that he had hugged her and then offended her. Not understanding the gist of the conversation, Bulair decided to get down to business and asked if this was why he had been called here. Ozdun was pleasantly surprised by the young man's wisdom and said that he was the first person to speak to him like that, and everything that had been said earlier was just a joke. Extending his hand to him, the old man asked him to continue to take care of the girl. The protagonist also raised his hand, extending it to the old man, and they politely shook hands. After this, at the old man's suggestion, they agreed not to talk about this conversation. Some time passed, and the whole family finally gathered around the table, which stood not far from the estate. Isabella wondered what he and her father had been talking about in his office. While choosing cutlery, the guy seriously said that he couldn't tell, since it was their male secret. The girl, who did not tolerate secrets, frowned angrily at the fact that something was being hidden from her. She decided to beat Bulair up a bit in revenge for him not wanting to tell her the secret. Suddenly, a subordinate approached the old man and informed him that the Minister of Finance and the tax collector had already arrived. The minister, dressed in blue, decided to immediately approach the mayor and ask why he had not invited him to such a luxurious dinner. In response, he heard that Ozdun did not want to disturb him because it was a family dinner. The minister in turn asked them not to worry, since the tax collector had already told him about their problem. The second one didn't keep us waiting and, approaching the table, said that they suspected that the Clavius family had committed illegal acts in the area of taxation, and they would like to conduct an investigation. Ozdun's face took on an angry expression, and he respectfully asked to be allowed to at least finish his dinner. But without delay, the tax collector stated that he would not repeat himself twice and that he represented the interests of the capital. All the people gathered for dinner began to discuss this situation with concern. Isabella began to tremble all over and placed her hand on Bulair's knee, asking for support. You can tell from her face and posture how worried she is about her father. The minister took the floor and said that he did not recommend him to create a scandal in front of so many people and that it would be better to voluntarily cooperate with the investigation. The old man was very angry that they were trying to control him, and he raised his voice. His wife decides to smooth things over a bit and tells the assembled people that dinner is over and Ozdun needs to finish some business. Bulair also tries to calm Isabella down and suggests that she leave here. He also notices that Calvin and Brad have arrived for dinner, standing behind everyone else. The blonde took the guy by the hand and led him away from everyone to calm down. Her face looks very downcast, and the guy decides to ask how she feels, saying that the head of the city is in danger. If they find anything, he will be removed from office and put in prison, and because this Walter is the queen's younger brother, he does whatever he wants in their city. As the couple passed by the girls who were at dinner, they heard them start gossiping about the mayor of the city. One of the girls says that she didn't think that the Clavia family would be removed so easily. Isabella, hearing these words, sharply squeezed Bulair's hand, to which he reacted. He looked at her, and his face was darkened by strong concern for the girl. Before his eyes stood a beautiful girl who was currently crying. This threw him off balance, and he began frantically asking why Isabella was crying. But she didn't say anything and just rushed into the guy's arms. She began to cry, not knowing what would happen to her father, and because of this, she became hysterical. The main character decided to calm the girl down and quietly told her not to worry. In his head, he thought that he would not allow anything to happen to her father. Some time passed, the guy managed to calm the girl down and decided to go to Calvin with Brad. He greeted the men, who asked him what he was doing there. The guy replied that the head of the clan was her friend's father, and they, changing the subject, thanked the black-haired man for saving the city. The protagonist was interested in what the two chairmen were doing there, and he asked if they had come with the tax collector. Calvin replied that the tax collector was the vice chairman of their mathematical society, and they should accompany him, and Brad should be responsible for the collector's safety. The guy was interested in why he came to the head of the city with financial problems if the Minister of Finance was responsible for this. Calvin explained that the Minister of Finance is subordinate to the head of the city, and therefore everything is under his responsibility. The protagonist decides to ask forcefully whether the chairman believes his own words. He becomes a little confused and says that they are just scientists and do not belong to the tax service. They have no right to interfere. Changing the subject, the guy asks if they remember the man who solved all the problems of the mathematical society and also created a new technique in the magical society. They reply that they remember him perfectly well, but suddenly the right idea occurs to Brad. He says they didn't tell anyone about what happened in the magical community. The protagonist explains this by saying that he is that very man named Chin Luo. Both men are shocked to realize that such a brilliant person turned out to be a student. Going into denial, they politely ask the guy not to joke like that. Deciding to prove his point, he told how much money he had earned from riddles and the secret of a new magical technique. Finally, both chairmen come to the realization and ask the guy for forgiveness. Brad begins to flatter the hero, saying that it is not surprising how he was able to defeat Baird. Calvin, kneeling, tells the guy that he is ready to sacrifice even his life if he has some request, but the guy only asks for help with the tax collector. Putting on a very serious face, both chairmen say that they are responsible for protecting the ministers, but they can make a mistake, for example tonight. The guy noticed that these two men had always demonstrated their good manners, but now they were behaving like two teenagers. Apparently, the impression created by the god of mathematics, Chen Luo, left an indelible mark on their souls. Both men decide that for Chen Luo's sake, they are willing to kill even this Walter. Continuing to talk about his plan, the guy says that the tax collector is their main problem and he should be eliminated. Not quite understanding what exactly the guy wants from them, they declare that they will kill his entire family. Such steadfast faith in his idol simply plunges the guy into deep shock. But later he explains that he does not want to kill the man, but simply wants him to get out of the city of Yabo. Both chairmen felt ashamed of their thoughts and finally grasped the essence of the boy's request. He also asked them not to talk about his second personality because if they did, he would get into trouble. Their dialogue was over and both chairmen went to fulfill their duties. Calvin approached the crowd and asked Deputy Caesar to follow him to talk about something. The blonde asked the head of Osden to stay here. He would resolve the matter and return. Stepping back, Calvin declared that Walter was not fit to be the finance minister of the city of Yabo. But Caesar's face became more serious after receiving the information, and he answered the chairman that it was not for him to decide. Brad was standing nearby and suddenly said with a sly smile that the rumors were apparently true. The blonde stared at the chairman with a puzzled look and tried to understand what he was talking about. Suddenly, Brad grabbed him by the shoulder with his right hand and came closer. He asked him with a grin if Caesar liked the Minister of Finance, named Walter. Unable to stand such jokes, the blonde pushed Brad's hand away with his hand and said that he was simply doing what was fair. But suddenly, the chairman said that it was not up to him to decide, and one person at the top wanted Walter to leave the city, and if this did not happen, then he would not be able to guarantee his safety. Calvin continued, telling him not to forget that Caesar was first and foremost the vice chairman of their mathematical society, and only then a tax collector. Such caustic statements made the blonde think seriously. He turned thoughtfully towards Walter, who was enjoying himself at that moment. Suddenly, Caesar ordered the local guards to seize the man in blue robes. He began to be indignant that they had captured him and not the head of the House of Asura. Unable to tolerate the Minister of Finance's shouts, Caesar ordered the guards to shut him up. He approached Osdun and reported that they had received evidence that Walter had been embezzling the king's treasury and now said goodbye. Not expecting such a turn of events, the head of the family only looked after them in surprise. As he watched the plump minister being led away, his wife noticed Bulir a short distance away. At this time, he was trying to find a way out of this clearing in order to find Isabella. The woman who witnessed this comical situation began to laugh a little, and her husband asked what she was laughing at. She took a glass of wine for herself and for him and asked a rhetorical question. Clinking glasses, she declared that Bulir was a great guy. The accumulated stress disappeared and they were finally able to enjoy the evening alone. Meanwhile, Isabella was sitting somewhere near the estate on a bench and thinking about Bulio. Before she had time to come to her senses, the guy had already approached her and gently placed his hand on her head. Still crying, she asked if the boy had been there and how her father was feeling. The protagonist casually reported that everything had been resolved, his friends had helped him, and Walter had already been taken away. He said that the city of Yabo would soon have a new finance minister, and the blonde asked in surprise how this could be if Walter was in cahoots with the tax collector. Smiling slyly, the black-haired man explained that his friends turned out to be somewhat cooler than the tax collector. The girl finally began to calm down and enthusiastically asked what kind of friends he had. But he approached her, romantically placing his finger on her lip and saying that she was asking too many questions. Giving into the moment, Isabella decided to kiss the guy on the cheek, and he, in turn, became very embarrassed. Unable to contain her emotions, she bashfully ran away from the guy, saying that dinner was not over yet. Before the event began, the court families began to fight over money because they had previously placed bets on who would win the dispute. One of the gold coins suddenly fell out of the man's pocket and rolled away. Just at this time, Isabella ran towards the table, followed by Boulier, who tried to stop her. Without looking at her feet, the girl accidentally trips over a coin rolling towards her. She loses her balance and starts falling straight towards the guy. Boulier, in turn, even with a broken arm, tried to catch the girl. He almost ran to the place where she fell and was about to catch her with his body, but his hand accidentally grabbed not her body, but the shawl hiding her breasts. Right in front of her parents, the guy accidentally exposed a little of the blonde's breasts. Isabella started crying because of this, and the guy, panicking, tried to calm her down. Covering her slightly exposed breast, she called him a pervert and said that he did it on purpose. The girl started to attack him with her fists while he tried to justify himself by saying that he just wanted to catch her. Realizing that her fists weren't working, the blonde decided to use another method of attack. She closes her eyes and begins to cast a fireball spell. In response to this, the guy only turned towards her parents, asking for help with his eyes. Isabella suddenly realized that the spell was inappropriate here, and stopping reading the spell, simply began to insult the guy. He began to justify himself again, saying that he had not seen anything at all. He pretended to be naive, and the girl at that moment began to become even more embarrassed. Austin's wife, looking at this scene, began to laugh a little, saying something about youth. The head of the family decided to take advantage of the momentary silence and called Boulier to talk privately. The woman explained to her daughter that the guy had helped their family a lot and that he apparently liked Isabella, but she decided not to show her true emotions and said that she did not ask for it. Boulier and the old man finally moved into his office and started talking. Austin began to say that the guy was not as simple as he seemed. He said that the guy apparently understood everything, but everything is not as simple as it might seem. In fact, Calvin and Brad were in debt to the old man, and today he was able to return it. The hero replied that it was an honor for him to defend Isabella, and the Minister of Finance had been collecting taxes as he wanted for 3 months already. Even the price of pork had quadrupled. The old man asked him in response if these were all the reasons why the boy helped him. Boulier said that if the price of pork had risen so much, then the price of everything else in the city would also rise. Taxes affect the state's economy and the well-being of the people, and if they let everything go unpunished, then the people will have a hard time. And if people have nothing to eat, will the city have any hope left? The old man replied that he had spoken correctly and that it was his responsibility, and the boy suggested not to blame himself. While the men are having serious conversations, the women decide to eavesdrop through the gap in the door to hear what they are talking about. Austin and Boulier, with smiles on their faces, talk about the need to choose a responsible person for the position of the new minister. But suddenly, someone puts a hand on Isabella's back and pushes her into the doorway. Unable to contain her momentum, she accidentally falls into the room. Her feet trip over each other, and she flies at full speed straight towards Boulier, who is holding a glass of wine. Trying to stop the inertia, she puts her hands in front of her and collides with the guy. With such a sudden movement, a glass goblet of wine fell out of the guy's hand. The wine spills out of it right onto the clothes of both people, even before the glass has time to fall. Isabella's mother comes up to them and tells them that she should be careful and bring clean clothes to Boulayer. And since she's going to get clothes, let her help him tidy up his room at the same time. Both students were about to say something to the head of the family's wife, but she interrupted them. She thanks the guy for what he did earlier and wishes them both good night. Having already changed, Isabella and Boulayer are standing in the hallway, and he is trying to find out if he will spend the night at their house. But she doesn't intend to answer him anything, and simply orders him to follow him, taking his hand. Some two figures, eavesdropping on the couple's conversation, stand behind the door and wait for them to leave. These people turn out to be Osden and his wife, who in turn asks about the situation that has occurred. The head of the family replies that the tax collector clearly changed his mind because of Boulayer, but he says that it was Calvin who did him a favor. But the old man thinks that everything connected with this matter is not so simple. The woman says that everyone has their secrets and let him continue to treat Isabella well. That's enough. Osden asks her how he knows that their daughter likes the guy. She tells him that it is obvious because she always said that she wants to go to the capital, but now she has not applied, and perhaps she wants to wait a year to enroll with Boulayer. But the old man suggests that perhaps she simply doesn't want to leave home. At this time, the guy is already lying on the bed in the guest room, resting after a difficult evening. He thinks that he used to pretend to be someone else to avoid trouble, but now he sees that being Chen Luo has other advantages. Walter is the queen's younger brother. He can put pressure on Osden and go against the rules. Chen Luo is a god for the mathematical community. Calvin worships him and believes his every word. One word from God was enough to put Walter in his place. The rules of this game have changed right down to the control of human life. The main character thought about the fact that he must protect himself and those close to him. It seems that in order to live well in this world, one needs to have a high status and unlimited power. The hero suddenly hears someone knocking on the door of his room. He immediately gets out of bed and goes to the door, and when he opens it, he sees no one. And the culprit of this event suddenly, as if nothing had happened, jumps through the window. While the hero is angry with her because she didn't come through the door, the girl jumps onto his bed. And she justifies her actions by saying that she did not want to be noticed. The hero asks if she is going to do something inappropriate because she might be misunderstood because she entered through the window. Childishly playful, she asks why he couldn't sleep and suggests that it was because he was overexcited by the sight of such a big bed. The guy decides to play along with her and says that if she takes off her clothes, it will be even better. Finally, the girl becomes embarrassed and, calling Boulayer a pervert, says that she came to him on business. She wonders what he talked about with her father in his office today. A little embarrassed, the black-haired man asks if she really wants to know, and she only egged him on. The hero decides to show his cards, and, looking at her chest, tells her that her father considers her small and is worried about her, so he told the guy to look after her. The girl, a little upset, begins to think about why he considers her small. But suddenly, the realization dawns on her that the black-haired man was teasing her. She starts yelling at him and gets out of bed, and the guy, in turn, tries to explain. The girl presses his face with her foot and says that she will not listen to him because she does not want to talk to such a pervert. She says that she knew she shouldn't have come, and at that moment, she retreats back to the window. At this time, Boulayer was very embarrassed and suddenly rushed towards the girl to say something. He says that he knows why she came and asks her not to worry. Nothing will happen to her father. But suddenly, she declares that this is not why she came to him. In fact, she wanted to say something else. The protagonist, with a serious expression, asks her not to say this and says that he understands everything. The girl also understands what is going on and with rising panic says that everything is not so. Finally finishing her silent dialogue, she sighs with relief. She says that she wanted to thank him and that she believes Boulayer. Embarrassed by such sincere words on her part, she does not wait for the guy's answer and walks away. The blonde had already managed to move away some distance, and the guy was thinking about what she said. All this time, their conversation was being overheard by the head of the family, who was standing near the black-haired man's window. Finally, the next morning arrived, and Boulayer began to say goodbye to the Clavi at the threshold of the estate. Osden's wife first greets him and then asks how he slept and whether his breakfast was tasty. The guy replies that he slept well and liked the breakfast too, but now he needs to leave. Theatrically acting out her tears, the woman asks why he won't stay until dinner and whether she hasn't been hospitable enough. Trying to justify herself and calm the blonde down, Balir begins to say that she misunderstood everything. Osden stops Anna and says that if he does not want to stay, then he should leave, and also asks if he saw anyone during the night. The hero does not dare to tell the truth and says that he did not see anything or anyone and that it is time for him to go. Sensing trouble is coming, he hurries to get away from here as quickly as possible, and Isabella's parents think about this guy. Some time passed, Osden was sitting in his office and reading some reports, and someone started knocking on his door. The tax collector and Calvin, who apologizes for disturbing him, enter his office. Caesar apologizes and says that yesterday they were too inattentive and caused him problems. Osden, in turn, says that it is his fault, since financing matters are also his responsibility. After talking about something of their own, Calvin and Caesar leave the city head's estate. At the same time, Abel, who received a letter from someone via pigeon post, is thinking about something. He understands that Caesar helped Osden, and Bu Liar was not as simple as he thought. After reading the letter, he says that everything is only getting more interesting, and burns the piece of paper. Meanwhile, a family consisting of a mother and child is walking around the city of Yabo. The mother tells her child that nearby there is the main building of the Mathematical Society, where the most outstanding mathematicians of the kingdom work. But the boy likes magic more, and he wants to grow up and become a magician because magic will conquer mathematics. Calvin comes up to them from behind and says that mathematics is the mother of all sciences, and research is impossible without it. He points his right hand towards the boy's head and asks him if magic will defeat mathematics. The mother defends her son, saying that he doesn't understand what he's saying, and the boy says that there will always be powerful magicians who can do this. Calvin doesn't look at him and says that someone even stronger could always come along. Mathematics cannot be defeated because it will constantly develop and become better. Having finished this conversation, Calvin decides to go about his business in the building of the Mathematical Society. While the man isn't looking, the boy decides to make faces at his back. The guard at the entrance politely greets Vice Chairman Calvin. His henchmen immediately approach him, informing him that panic has broken out in society and that all mathematicians will come to an end because of the devil's number that Calvin told them about. Another assistant says that this is called an irrational number. Everyone has already accepted this as a fact, and maybe they can still find a sequence of numbers. There is hope. Calvin, reading the piece of paper, says that the discovery of this number means that science is developing, and they must seek the truth. When Boulaire came up with an irrational number, scientists no longer needed to fight for the Edwin Prize. Two mathematicians compete to prove whose theory deserves the prize. Calvin came to the award ceremony, where all the most outstanding mathematicians were sitting. Suddenly, he unexpectedly decided to get up from his chair to go somewhere. But he was stopped by many people to give their votes for his theory. With smiles on their faces, they cast all their votes for the deputy chairman. Meanwhile, the judges sit and discuss the fact that there is no such tension this year. One of the elders, on behalf of the Mathematical Society, announced that Edwin Belangya and her student Boulayer from the city of Yabo were the laureates of the prize. Calvin, meanwhile, sat with tears in his eyes because their society had finally achieved success. He was asked to come up on stage to present the award. One of the judges held out a gold-plated statuette to hand to the man. With a smile on his face, he sincerely congratulated Calvin on the victory of their mathematical society. Without wasting time on politeness, the man accepted the award with tears in his eyes. He thought that with God Chen, their mathematical society would finally flourish. One of the old men explained to the crowd that this year Boulayer discovered an irrational number and the God Chen solved 23 problems. Another judge continued the thought, saying that if Chen Luo had appeared here, this award would have been his. But Calvin doesn't care much whether the guy will go on stage next time, because right now, the man is very happy. At this time, a huge crowd of people protested near the building of the Magical Society. That same boy decided to find out what was going on. He heard claims that people had been deceived out of 100 gold pieces by fake magic. The magicians are worried that they were sold useless magic and were also called untalented. The boy got caught in the crush and simply fell, but after that, he decided to crawl from below. While the crowd protested and asked for the money back, the red-haired man crawled between their legs. Although he has chosen a slightly strange path, he hopes that he is moving in the right direction. Suddenly, one of the guards guarding the association building notices the boy and grabs him by the clothes. And just at that time, someone opened the main door of the Magical Society building and began to come out to the people. The man turned out to be one of the association's managers, and the guard asked him where Chairman Angus, who was the only witness to that magic, was now. The black-haired guy said that the chairman of the Magical Society was currently meeting with high-ranking officials, and he was sent to calm everyone down. He came out to the crowd and had already started to say something, trying to stop people. But their anger went beyond common sense, and cries were heard everywhere that this was not an improved water element technique at all, but a complete scam. The boy also decided to intervene in the conversation and stated that his mother says that liars should be punished. The guard who was holding him by the shirt threw the boy away so that he would not interfere in the adult conversation. With a conciliatory smile, the knight declared that this technique was not a deception and that some people had already managed to master it. The man did not tolerate this attitude and became very angry because he was considered a mediocrity. He grabbed the guard by the clothes and ordered him to give his money back. The man sent to calm the people said that this technique had indeed been tried and that there were people who could use it. The red-haired mage said that they should bring at least someone who could actually use this technique, then everyone would be at peace. Suddenly, they all turned around at the sound of a female voice asking what was going on. This woman turned out to be some aristocrat, to whom all the magicians gathered near the association bowed. She asked why they were all crowded at the entrance to the Magical Society. The red-haired man claimed that the association was breaking the law and selling counterfeit equipment at high prices. The blonde says she doesn't believe a magical society could do something like this, and the black-haired man says it's a new technique and requires high abilities. The crowd continues to chant that these are all excuses and that Chen Luo is a dirty liar. The aristocrat decided to calm everyone down and stated that they would find out everything when the Magical Society demonstrated its technique. The man took out a scroll with a description of the required spell and said that they would definitely show this technique. He added that it requires a mixture of the fire element and the water element. The girl reached out her hand to the scroll and asked if there was even a person in the magical community who could control two elements at the same time. The black-haired man replied that such a person exists and that Angus himself had even tried this technique. The red-haired magician decided to intervene in the conversation and asked the aristocrat not to listen to this nonsense. The blonde quickly studied the technique and immediately created fire and water magic around herself. People at this point were extremely shocked by how easily the girl managed to do it. The magicians began to discuss the fact that it turns out that someone really can control two elements at the same time. The girl was also extremely surprised that she had not noticed this approach to magic. The man explained to her that Chen Luo called it combination magic, and the Magic Society was currently discussing all the possibilities of the theory he put forward. The blonde suddenly realizes that she has heard this now famous name somewhere before. The boy continued to make his unnecessary comments, reminding the red-haired mage that he had said he would apologize if anyone demonstrated this magic. The teenager was puzzled by the fact that the blonde had already demonstrated this technique, and he still hadn't apologized. But he decided not to apologize and simply raised his hand to the child, intending to hit him. The boy was very frightened by this and began to try to protect himself with his hands from the man's blow. The girl did not allow the aristocrat to take matters into his own hands and lifted him into the air. After this, he began to beg her to let him go, and she listened to his request. He began to beg the girl for forgiveness, and she told him to go and think about his actions since he started a scandal because of his weak abilities. And with a sly smile, she declared that she doesn't give second chances to anyone. Finally, the boy was found by his mother, who became indignant because he simply ran away from her. She took him by the ear, and on the way home, listened to his impressions of the magic he had seen and of some magician who had invented new magic. Belier, sensing that someone was talking about him, began to sneeze violently. He voiced his assumption to the girls, and they began to ask worriedly what was wrong with him. In fact, he had just entered Bologna's office, and she had just asked what he wanted from her. The guy said that he had one important matter that he would like to discuss with her. Isabella, who was in the room at the time, thought that he wanted to confess his love to her. She was confused by her own fantasies, and with panic in her head, she tried to decide whether to ask him what was the matter. The hero and the teacher decide to go out to the roof of the building so that no one can overhear them. They reached the place, and Bulangi asked him what secrets he wanted to tell her. The guy said that he couldn't tell her right away and wanted to ask her to create a fireball first. The girl fulfilled his request and created a blazing fireball in her hand. But suddenly, her magic simply disappeared and only a small amount of smoke remained in her hand. She looked at her hand in surprise and asked Bulir if he had done it. He answered in the affirmative and asked if she remembered her mention of additional elements. He began his lecture by explaining that he had discovered that fire needed another element to burn, and he called it oxygen, and without it, fire would not burn. The girl asked if he could put out the fireball just by manipulating the oxygen. The guy answered this question affirmatively and added that without oxygen, everyone on the planet would suffocate because last time he pumped out the oxygen near Baird and defeated him. It dawned on Bulai that Bulir could control additional elements. Elements can be controlled using spells and gestures, and this is their main difference from additional elements. Since humans discovered the existence of additional elements, no one has been able to control them. And now, Buliker has proven that this is possible, because if there are several people capable of something unusual, they will be considered geniuses. But if there is only one such person, he will be considered abnormal. It's true. People are very cruel to those who are very different from them. Bulanyi asked worriedly if he had told anyone else that he could control additional elements, but he replied in surprise that he had only told her about his abilities. She made him promise that he would never tell anyone about this, not even Isabella and Alice, unless one of them became his wife. The guy was very embarrassed by the topic of marriage and declared that he would not tell anyone about this secret except Bulanya. The girl, with a serious expression on her face, ordered him to swear to her on this. He was surprised by such pressure and put his hand on her hand, saying the necessary words. They held hands, and the girl smiled sweetly at this situation. But suddenly, her face became serious again, and she asked him to remember her words, because this information could cost him his life, and he should not have told this even to her. The guy stated without a drop of doubt that he trusted the girl. The blonde asks him why he trusts her so much, and he replies that she wouldn't worry about him so much if she wished him harm. Her face became even more serious, so much so that Bulir began to worry that he had said something wrong. But she suddenly just hugged the guy and sincerely thanked him for something. The hero also said that he told the Magical Society about the theory of combination magic and tried many magical techniques to increase his spiritual strength. The girl was worried that it was too early for him to get involved with the association because he was too weak. But the guy gave away all his cards and said that he came there under the pseudonym Chen Luo, so they don't know who he is. Bulanyi breathed a sigh of relief, but some unpleasant thoughts began to swirl in her head. Suddenly, a realization dawns on her, and she cries out sharply, asking what the guy said. She pounces on him, pinning him against the wall, asking if he is the same Chen Luo who was able to solve 23 problems at once. Bulir said that it was him, and he just wanted to make some money by solving the riddles. The girl is in extreme shock and begins to list all the merits of the man named Chen Lo, and she realizes that that man is Bulir. Bulanya's face takes on a very strange grimace, and she moves away from the guy. She admits that she can no longer teach him either mathematics or magic, even though her teacher was one of the best scholars in the kingdom. But even she cannot compare to Bulir. But in magic, she could help him because she is also an archmage. Bulanji promised to ask her to take the guy as a student. The hero is extremely surprised by the girl's sincere reaction and shyly agrees to her proposal. Suddenly, he realizes that if he is taught by teacher Bulangi, she will become his classmate. He asks the girl why she decided to stay at the academy if she was an archmage's student. But the blonde is in no hurry to say anything and, like last time, promises to tell him her story later. The guy finally leaves the roof and decides to go back to the office where Bulanai was sitting. But before he could even enter the room, Isabella suddenly grabbed him by the hand and led him somewhere. He tries to break free and ask what's wrong, but she just leads him on, embarrassed. She asks, puzzled, what he talked about with the teacher alone. The guy thoughtfully turned towards the door and thought about what they were talking about. He remembered his promise not to tell his secret to anyone, not even his girlfriends. And as expected, he decided to tell Isabella something, so he only said that they hadn't talked about anything. The blonde was furious at the guy's secrets and said that she didn't believe him because she had never seen Bulanyi so confused and asked him directly if he had confessed his love to her. Bulir suddenly covered her mouth with his hand and gestured for her not to say anything. While the girl, with her mouth closed, tried to somehow show her indignation, the guy looked towards the door. In complete silence, he tried to hear if there was anyone behind the door. Having heard nothing, the guy decides to quickly end this conversation and decides to lie to the girl, asking if she really wants to know what they talked about. The blonde frowned and told him to hurry up and tell her about their conversation. The guy said that Bulani asked him who he actually liked, Isabella or Alice. The girl began to feel embarrassed by such a conversation and thought that he was lying to her. She became very interested in what he answered, and she asked him about it. The boy, in turn, replied that he had told teacher Bologna that he was going to devote his life entirely to magic. Isabella looked at him with an actress's smile and said that she understood everything, but at that moment, she was overcome by completely different emotions. She realized that he was talking nonsense and decided to punish him by pulling hard on his right cheek. The girl gives him one last chance to tell the truth and at that moment begins to cast a fireball spell. The protagonist invites her to stop and just talk. Continuing his lie, he explains that he told Bulangi that he only treated Alice as a classmate and that Isabella was his most beloved friend. He hopes that flattery will stop the girl from doing something rash. At that time, she thought that since Alice was just a classmate and Isabella was just a friend, then Boulier liked someone else. She chuckled angrily and began to leave the room with a thoughtful look. Based on all the data, she realized that the guy actually liked teacher Boulangi. Although the hero was puzzled by the girl's anger, he was glad that she believed his story. Some time passed. Boulier came to his classroom to sit in on the lesson and he noticed people in the windows who started talking about him. The guy doesn't like it very much and feels like an animal in a zoo, being stared at by visitors. Suddenly, the corridor became quiet, and Alice, who had come to see Boulier, appeared at the threshold. He doesn't notice the girl, but the lack of conversation puzzles him, and he decides to go check what happened. The guy starts to get up from his desk, getting ready to leave the room, and turns towards the door. But suddenly his face hits something pleasantly soft and he thinks that this situation is familiar to him. Alice is very embarrassed by the guy's assertiveness and asks if he is so friendly to everyone. Boulier's face turns red and he starts making excuses, saying that it wasn't on purpose. The girl is amused by this situation and she still apologizes to him, saying that it was she who bumped into him. She calls him a fool and says that she has some questions for him. Alice asks him to solve a couple of problems that she found beyond her capabilities. With a little bewilderment and irritation, he opened her notebook and promised to help. The crowd outside the window was at that moment discussing their absurd collision, but suddenly Isabella appeared before their eyes, asking them what they were doing here. Someone from the crowd asked her whether she had come to see Boulier or for other reasons. By this time, Alice came out to meet her, and the blonde asked her what she was doing there. A spirit of rivalry arose between them, and the red-haired girl decided to ask the blonde directly if she liked Boulier. Isabella looked away and irritably told her not to talk nonsense because no one liked the black-haired man. But Alice hastened to refute her guess, saying that she liked Boulier. Isabella becomes angry and begins to feel indignant, and the redhead calmly declares that she has fallen in love with him. And since the blonde doesn't like him, she won't try to take him away from her. But Isabella instantly becomes sad and says that even if that is the case, her friend has no chance, because Boulier loves someone else. Alice doesn't lose her fighting spirit and says that she will compete with her, but the blonde says that it's better not to try because she is no match for her. The redhead assumes that Isabella herself wanted to steal the guy from her and is thus only trying to deprive her rival of her fighting spirit. But the blonde walks past her upset and says that she doesn't want to steal anyone, and if Alice likes Boulier, then she doesn't care. The girl sat down next to the hero and began to intensively work through that conversation, and the guy saw her indignant face and decided not to touch her today. The blonde decides to ask the guy who he would choose between Alice and her. This question leaves Boulier stumped, and while he is thinking, the girl looks angrily at him. He asks her a very reasonable question in response, asking why he should choose between them. The blonde stands her ground and says that he should choose and not ask unnecessary questions. Unable to cope with the load, his brain only came up with the idea that he would choose magic between the two girls, and Isabella declared that there were only two options: The guy's face lit up with a smile, and he asked if he could add another option. The blonde is surprised and asks if he wants to add bulunge as a third option, and he replies that it would be disrespectful to her. The guy asks if it is possible to choose both, and Isabella gets even more angry and replies that it is not possible. Bulaier becomes increasingly frivolous and asks if she will lend him some gold if he chooses her. The girl's face suddenly turns red, as do her eyes, and she angrily orders him to be more serious. Finally, the guy decides to answer the question and asks the girl if he should choose between them as a wife. The blonde told him to choose as he wanted, and the guy answered without hesitation that he would choose Isabella. This answer greatly embarrassed the girl, and she, no longer with her former anger, asked why he decided so. The guy casually replied that Alice was older than her, more tender, and had larger breasts, but in all other respects, the blonde was superior to her. The phrase Bulaier said sounds more like an insult than a compliment to the girl. That's why after this, the guy immediately gets hit in the face with a strong palm. The hapless protagonist again despairs for a second because he said something wrong. After this, the blonde hurried out of the office and the guy decided to read a textbook. His friend Toby finally comes into his class and asks him from the doorway if it's true that he saved Alice and Isabella from Baird. Bulaier casually replies that this is how it happened and continues looking at the book. Toby begins to get indignant at this reaction because the guy defeated a high-level mage but acts as if nothing happened, not considering it necessary to tell all the details. Bulaier, answering the question of how he defeated Baird, says that he does not remember anything. His friend gets down on his knees and begs him to tell him at least some scraps of memories. He replies that he remembers how Baird wanted to kill him with a fireball, and he thought that he could absorb all of his magic and then win. And then he gathered all his strength and absorbed his magic. At the end, the hero said that, in the end, Baird's magic disappeared, and then he fainted. Toby was very inspired by this story, and with shining eyes, asked Bulaier to teach him this technique. But he answered him that when he woke up, he could no longer repeat this technique, so he would not be able to teach him. But he called this technique the law of oxygen absorption, and he had already told him the steps for using it. So if Toby trained well, then maybe he would be able to use this secret magic. Chubby says that he is not that brave, and even if he learns this technique, if he meets an enemy, he will get confused and forget everything. To reassure his friend, Bulaier said that he believed in him and said that he should always have firm determination in his heart. He believed the black-haired man's sincere story and said that he would diligently study this law of oxygen absorption. Toby also reported that the place where one could climb over the academy fence is now closed for the safety of the students. This news greatly surprised the guy, and he quickly got up from his seat and ran to the magical society. Toby couldn't figure out why his friend had jumped up so quickly, so he simply looked after him thoughtfully. At this time, the protagonist decided to change into Qianluo's attire and just arrived at the association. He walked up to the counter on the first floor and asked the girl standing behind it to call the manager, Molly. She noticed the Order of Honorary Member of the Magical Society on the guy's chest and therefore decided that she could not let him down. The blonde walked him to Molly's office and told him that he needed to go there. The guy, without even knocking, simply went and opened the front door. The girl, apparently, was doing something important at that time, and therefore the sound of the opening door scared her greatly. Bulaier, who had just entered the office, saw Molly fall to the floor, having lost her glasses. Without wasting any time, he walked up to the girl to help her up and offered her his hand. Molly turned to Qianluo and asked him why he had come, and he replied that he had come to see her and compliment her on her clothes. She thanked him and complained that she still couldn't get used to the very high heels. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand sharply and pulled it towards him to look at her forearm. He noticed that Molly had a bruise from the fall she had earlier. The girl continued to complain about the shoes, saying that it happened because she twisted her feet, but with heels she could look taller. Flirting a little with Molly, Qianluo said that she was very diligent, and it was not for nothing that he recommended her for the role of manager. Such flattering words made the girl very embarrassed, and she looked away. But the guy finally got down to business and asked how much money his new, improved technology had brought in. Molly handed him a report on the profit for this equipment, saying that the total came to 800 gold. The hero thought in his head that he didn't expect his technique to bring in so much money, but he really didn't like the fact that this money could only be earned once. Once most people find out that they can't use this magic, no one will buy the technology with such excitement anymore. The guy asked the girl where the money was currently kept and whether he could take it, and she replied that it was currently in the office and was under a magical protection. Without wasting any time, she began to cast a spell and a golden circle flared up around her. Suddenly, out of nowhere, gold began to fall right in the middle of the room. The guy thought that if he took all this money, Isabella would definitely notice everything, and he was puzzled by how he would explain all this to her. Mully saw his strange look and asked what his money problems were. He replied that he didn't have much space at home and he wouldn't have anywhere to put them. The girl suggested that he look after them for now, and when he was free, she would take them from here. This suits Chen Luo, and he says that her help will not hurt, since he will spend this money in the magical society anyway. They come to an agreement, and the girl at this time begins to read the spell again to put the money back into the system. The guy says that it's time for him to leave and says goodbye to the girl, and she says that she will see him home. Chenlua objects and says that she shouldn't do that. They will meet soon because his most valuable treasure is here. In his head, he explains that in magical society, there are two things he loves most, magic and gold, and he wants to return here as soon as possible. The girl, in turn, is thinking about something completely different and is very embarrassed. Some time passes, night has already fallen, and the main character is lying on the bed and thinking about something. Thoughts come to his mind that the magic of combination will no longer bring him money. He also took the reward for 23 tasks, but now he is sad because he does not know how else to earn money. Finally, he settles down more comfortably and, clasping the pillow with both hands, falls asleep. He dreams of coming to a magical society and approaching the counter. He says that he heroically killed Baird and quickly asks for his reward. The girl behind the counter explains that the reward is too big and asks if he wants to take it all at once. In response, he says that there is no such thing as too much gold and imagines himself standing on a mountain of gold. But suddenly, he becomes very thoughtful and is surprised that gold is falling from the sky. He sees that all the money around him is starting to turn into ice, and he lies down on this mountain, thinking that he is cold and needs to call Isabella for help so that she can warm him up. Waking up and slowly opening his eyes, he, still not yet awake, says how cold he is. Suddenly, he notices Isabella standing next to him, holding out her hands to him. The guy gets very scared and jumps up, as if he was having a nightmare. He realizes that all these mountains of gold were just a dream, and Isabella stands there and looks at Boulier in bewilderment. Finally, the hero awakens from his sleep and asks why the girl came into his room. She says that she came to wake him up because he has guests. She also says that he was shouting about some gold the whole time, and the girl assumes that he had a nightmare. But the guy ignored her guesses and asked directly, getting out of bed, what kind of guests had come to see him. The blonde accidentally glanced at his half-naked body and became very embarrassed. Her face turned red and her eyes became extremely large. She started shouting at him and asking why he was naked. He casually said that if she went out, he would get dressed, but she refused and told him to get dressed quickly and she would check on him. Unable to contain her curiosity, after covering her face with her hands, she decides to spy on the guy for a bit. She wonders why she didn't notice how handsome and muscular Boulier's body is. Not noticing the girl's embarrassment, the guy asks why she is still standing in his room and tells her to leave. The protagonist finally came out of his room and noticed that two men had come to him. They all greeted each other and sat down at the table with cups of tea. Calvin said he came to congratulate them on becoming this year's Edwin Prize winners. He also said that he had been involved in judging for many years, but only this year had he seen the judges come to a unanimous decision without even having to prove anything. At this point, the protagonist thought that it was a good thing he invited Isabella because there was no money for this reward, and he hoped that she would buy them something tasty in her joy. Calvin also reported that he had seen the solution to two problems that Boulanger had done, for which a reward was also promised, and said that the logic of her reasoning seemed familiar to him. The girl praised the man for his intuition, as she had used Boulier's thoughts when he was solving the problem of the 7 bridges of the royal capital. Calvin continued to praise Boulanger, saying that everyone knew the solution to that problem, but none of them thought of using the same logic to solve other problems. Blushing with flattery, the girl said that she was being praised because she first tried all the available methods and only then tried Boulier's method. Continuing the thought, Calvin asked whether she then put forward the term topology. The girl explained that Boulier had spoken about topology even earlier and that he was the founder of this area of mathematics. Calvin stated that he believed that the boy's abilities and Boulanger's zeal would help establish topology as a separate science. While drinking tea, the hero thought that topology is an important science in the modern world, and most likely they will not be able to completely improve it. Another man said that he wished Chen Luo would also study topology since he had been able to solve 23 of the most difficult mathematical problems in one sitting. Calvin told him not to worry because they already had the patronage of the god of mathematics. The boy choked at the mention of his nickname, and Isabella began to help him. After talking to their heart's content, Boulayer thanked the men for coming, and trying to drive them out, said that he dared not waste their time any longer. Calvin said goodbye to them politely and said that it was time for him and Chairman Audley to leave. Having finally finished the important business, everyone finally sat down to eat breakfast, eating the food prepared by Boulayer. The girl at this time tries in various ways to relieve the spiciness in her mouth and asks if the guy put something spicy in the food. He replied to the blonde that he had added one hot seasoning to it. Not experiencing the same problems as the girl, he casually pointed towards some flower. Isabella was surprised by this because she thought it was just an ornamental plant. Boulanyi thought that the guy simply didn't have enough money for groceries and told him to report it. But the main character said that this was how it was intended and suggested that she try. Isabella, who felt deprived, also asked for some of this spicy product. But the guy suggests that she not try it because no one is forcing her to do it. Boulanyi also encourages her, telling her that she shouldn't eat spicy food. The blonde is a little sad because Boulier and the teacher insist that she not try the pepper. Seeing the girl's reaction, Boulani still asks the guy to give her this dish because it was Isabella who bought them the rabbit in honor of receiving the award. The guy claims that he didn't stop her from taking something from the table. After this, the blonde saw cold water in Bologna's mug and wanted to try it too. Boulier asked her not to give the girl the drink and to take care of her health, and Isabella became very angry about this. Taking pity on the blonde, Boulanger nevertheless used the spell and created several pieces of ice in Isabella's glass. After that, she smiled triumphantly and began to gulp down the cold water. A little later, she felt ill and, lying under the blanket, she wondered why her stomach hurt so much. Boulier decided to take care of the girl. He brought hot tea, which he placed on the bedside table. Isabella saw this and asked in surprise what he had brought her because the drink looked rather strange. He explained that it was black tea with sugar and that if she drank it, her stomach pain would go away immediately. The girl was surprised by the color of this drink because it looked a bit like blood. The guy didn't like these comments and, trying to take the glass away, he said that if she didn't want to drink, then he would take the tea, but she didn't give it to him. As she began to drink the mysterious black tea, she noticed that it was quite sweet and tasty. The effect was not long in coming, and she felt that her stomach began to hurt a little less. The guy said that she should take care of her health and also added that she had become somehow different lately. He had already left to go about his business, but the girl asked him to stay and talk to her about something. She was surprised that the guy noticed that she was not the same as before, but suddenly it occurred to her that she did not know why she stopped him, because she could not ask him directly about such things. Realizing she has nothing to ask, she asks what element he will study when he becomes a beginner-level mage. It suddenly dawns on her that this question is inappropriate, since the guy has already talked about this, but he suddenly says that he will study the element of water. This surprises her greatly, as he had previously said that he wanted to study the element of fire. He explains that he changed his mind because fire is good for attack, but it is not suitable for defense, and water has both functions at a good level. People underestimate the water element, so he will wear the mantle of a water mage, and his enemies will consider him weak. He wants to pretend to cast a spell and create a blue ball of water, and then catch the enemy off guard. Isabella states that in this case, she intends to study the element of fire. The guy is also surprised because she wanted to study the element of air, and he asks why she changed her mind. She replies that the fire element's attack power is on a completely different level, and she will be able to protect Boulier until he becomes a top-tier mage. The guy, surprised, declares that studying magic is a lifelong task and she doesn't need to protect him all the time. But he doesn't have time to finish, and she interrupts him by saying that she has already decided everything for herself. Bulier looked at her with a puzzled expression, and tears began to well up in her eyes, and she asked if he believed her. The guy didn't answer her question, but asked her to protect herself rather than him. A day passed, and the hero came across Bulanji, who asked him to help with a couple of problems. Isabella had already felt better, and now she watched as Bulier, who had agreed to help, took the written sheets of paper. After that, she left them, saying that she would go practice magic, and Bulani asked the guy why she had become so unsociable. She noted that Isabella would have gone to study math with them before, but the guy explained that she wanted to seriously study magic. At this time, Isabella was thinking that she needed to stand up stronger, and only then could she be with Bulier. She moved to the training room to practice. Suddenly, Alice came to her, who in turn was looking for Bulier. She asked what Isabella was doing here alone and where the guy was now. The blonde replied sadly that he was currently studying mathematics in Bologna's office. The redhead said that she didn't want to disturb them because she just wanted to tell them the good news, and suddenly announced that now she would have to share it with Isabella. Her taunts didn't work, and she wondered why the blonde didn't react to Bulier's mentions. Alice handed the girl a document and informed her that she was now the first student at the academy to advance to the entry-level mage level. Isabella extended her hand towards the piece of paper and said that now she would have something to practice fireball magic on. Alice took the jibe and returned it by noting that the blonde only practices the fireball technique every day and apparently has already burned out all her emotions. Suddenly, Isabella looked towards the window and wondered when she should try to move up to the entry-level mage level. Much time passed, winter came, and with it came the first day of winter holidays. The blonde decisively says that even though it's snowing outside, she'll still go. On the street, she saw Bulier waiting for her before leaving the house. He decided to walk her to the exam, but she said that it would be better if he stayed at home because it was cold outside. But he said that he was also going to take the exam to become a beginner magician and wanted to go together. Isabella was very surprised and asked if he had already reached the required amount of spiritual power. He said that he had just finished learning the basic level magic of all 4 elements a couple of days ago. But in reality, he doesn't really need this mage's certificate, but this is the only way he can get the mantle of a water mage. For a while, they simply walked past the houses without saying a word. Suddenly, Isabella called the guy's name to say something. He stopped, turned towards the girl, and asked what she wanted. The blonde's face took on a serious look, and she stated that she wanted to ask something. The hero was very surprised because he already understood where this question could lead. She asked why his spiritual power had increased so quickly and reflected on the fact that when they first met, he couldn't even create a single fireball, and only a semester had passed, and he had already mastered the magic of all 4 elements. After reaching the initial level of a mage, the difference in their strength will grow more and more. The guy only said that everyone learns magic at their own pace and she shouldn't worry. He gently placed his hand on her head and said that he would be the first to move to the highest level, and then he would be the one to protect her. The girl was embarrassed, but did not play along with him, pushing his hand away and saying that she would be the first to reach such a level. The hero did not give in to her and also declared that he would be the first, and they went towards the association. Entering the building, Isabella said that the fire mages were taking an exam on the 2nd floor, and therefore they should split up. The girl behind the counter said that Mr. Halls, who had higher standards, would be taking the exam today. The guy thanked the blonde and followed her so that she could lead him to the office. Having reached the office, the girl knocked on the door and said that a young man wanted to take the entry-level exam. Finally, he was invited into the examination room, and there he saw a man sitting alone. Examiner Halls turned out to be a man with a mustache, who quickly told the young man to show his magic. The man had just started leafing through the book when the young man called him over to watch the performance. The mustachioed man was greatly surprised by the speed with which the spell was cast and quickly shifted his gaze. Bulier demonstrated magic in the form of a created alien head, and the examiner was surprised by his abilities. He said that the speed of magic activation is quite high, and the concentration of spiritual power is excellent. It is clear that the guy has trained a lot. But suddenly, his attention was drawn to the guy's face, and he asked if they had met before. He said that it was impossible, since it was his first time taking the exam, and thought that he had seen him in the form of Chen Luo. The man asked the boy if he had taken the exam at the student level and why he needed an exam at such a high level. Bulier realized that he had taken the fire elemental exam in the form of Chen Luo and there was no information under his name. He explained this by saying that he was usually busy with training and completely forgot to take the apprentice exam. The examiner explained that every child at the age of 8 takes a student exam, and since he still hasn't passed it, it means he's a natural-born talent who didn't study as a child. Without such talent, he would have progressed very slowly in mastering magic, but by the age of 20, he already had enough strength to pass the initial level. If he had not possessed great gift, then even with great efforts, he would not have achieved such a result. The examiner concluded that the boy had taken a forbidden elixir and trained using forbidden books. This statement made the guy panic very much, and he tried to justify himself somehow. The man did not listen to him and told him to go to the judge and not to dare to pull the wool over his eyes. The guy said he would wait until the examiner calmed down and then explain. Suddenly, he concentrated and summoned the water dragon technique. Halls was very surprised because even mid-level mages cannot always summon a water dragon. He decides to use high-level water magic to subdue the boy. The man placed a large water barrier in front of himself just before the dragon started flying into him. But suddenly, Bulier's technique simply turned into a small stream of water. It acted like a cold shower to cool the examiner's ardor. Bulier later explained that he did not take the apprentice exam because he chose the wrong direction. As a child, he dreamed of becoming a fire mage, but fire was never his thing, so there was no progress in his studies. And then he discovered that he had great abilities in water element magic, and he began to study magic again. Besides, he is not that strong at all because he cannot fully control the water dragon. Halls became very angry and started shouting that the guy wouldn't be able to trick him. Bulier countered that he was an academy student, and his teacher was Bulangi, so the examiner could check his background if he wanted. Halls agreed to this proposal, but said that he would go call the Shandanas and that the guy should stay here and wait for him. He began to think that he might have been mistaken about the hero, since the academy only educated either children from respectable families or geniuses. The mustachioed man closed the door with a slam and went to find out information, and Bulier thought that he was rather strange. Suddenly, the guy noticed that someone was knocking on his door, and when he approached and started to open it, he thought that the person had returned too early. Molly, trying to hold on to a stack of papers, turns to Halls, saying that she brought a list of those who took the exam, and Bulier says that the examiner recently went out on business. The girl did not raise her eyes and did not see who was standing in front of her, but she recognized the voice as Chen Luo's. But when she raised her head, she suddenly saw Bulier standing in front of her. Surprised to see another person in front of her, she accidentally drops the entire stack of papers. She looks at the guy in fascination, thinking that she definitely heard Chen Luo's voice. Deciding not to guess the answer, she directly asks Bulier if he is Mr. Chen Luo. Suddenly, Isabella, who has just come out of an exam, notices them. She looked very angry because Bulier and Molly were in a very unflattering position at this time. The guy didn't understand why she looked like that and asked her directly why she came here. But in response to his question, she clasped her hands and loudly answered why she could not come. Molly moved closer to him and said that this time she would let the guy go, but next time he would tell her the whole truth. Isabella was very puzzled and angry that she thought the couple were hugging here. Hearing such an absurd statement, both young men turned and looked at each other strangely. The blonde immediately jumped into action, starting to cast a spell and, out of jealousy, scold the guy. Bulier demanded that Molly let her go so that he could explain everything to Isabella, but she wasn't going to let him go, so the guy screamed and asked for help. The girl took it upon herself to explain everything and said that she had simply been assigned to watch him and she apologized for this misunderstanding. Isabella suddenly came to her senses and looked at the girl with blue hair in surprise. She wondered why she was told to watch Bulier, and she replied that she was simply carrying out an assignment. She collected all the documents and then stated that she still needed to deliver the information and therefore she was leaving. At this time, the guy simply stood in the middle of the room and assumed a pensive look. Isabella had already tried to stop Molly, saying that she had seen her at the academy, but she couldn't. She turned her attention to Bulier, asking why he was being followed and what he was doing here. The guy told her that the story was quite long and began the story with how his exam went. After the story, Isabella started laughing wildly because of what the boy's examiner thought. The hero explained the skirmish with Molly by saying that Halls had gone away and assigned the girl to watch him. While they were having a pleasant conversation, the door handle suddenly moved and the door opened. The guy asked if he had found out everything about him, and Halls replied that he had no more questions for him. He also brought with him Chairman Angus, who wanted to talk to Boulier. The young man with white hair showered the boy with compliments about his talents in magic and mathematics. He greeted the chairman politely and said that he was a very ordinary person. Angus also asked what Isabella was doing in the exam room. She asked, confused, if he had forgotten that he himself had invited her to the magical society and that she too was Chandanasa's student. Angus, with a kind smile, said that he didn't remember anything like that and asked if it was true that Boulier was dating Isabella. The guy was very surprised that the girl had already become a member of the magical society, and the blonde began to praise herself. The chairman said he would like to invite Boulier to join their society. He responded approvingly and asked if he had passed the test to become a beginner-level mage. Halls called himself careless and finally handed the boy the robe with the Order of Honorary Member. Boulier is now considered a qualified entry-level mage. The boy thought that, having touched the robe, he finally felt that he had become a part of this world. After the hero left the association, Halls and Angus discussed how the black-haired man looked like someone. Walking home, the guy thought that he needed to get more money because magic of his level costs more. It looks like he'll have to spend all the money he has to catch Baird, but by the time he gets to the next level, the prices might be sky high. He decides to come up with a new way to earn money, since learning magic is very expensive. Boulier, oblivious to everything around him, is suddenly hit on the head by a snowball. The one who threw the snowball at him turned out to be Isabella, who became very happy after that. Playing along with the girl, the guy decides to take revenge on her and creates a huge snow globe using water magic. But the blonde is not going to give up either, and so she begins to create a fireball in her hands in place of the snowball. The guy said with anticipation that she would regret her words. But after some time, while in the shower, he admitted that he really had burned. He came out of the shower room, saw Boulanger sitting, and asked her where Isabella was, and she answered that the holidays had started and she had gone home. The teacher also asked him when he was going to visit his family and go home. The guy explained that since his father died, his mother has been sad all the time, and if she sees him, she will constantly cry. He doesn't want to hurt her, and therefore asks him to stay with the girl. He thought that he was not the real Boulier after all, so if his mother saw him, it would be very awkward. Boulanger was a little upset after this story and hugged the guy to her chest, saying that he could stay here as long as he wanted, and tomorrow they would go shopping for groceries. And then she smiled slyly because now the hero will feed her 3 times a day. A new day had come. Morning had broken, and the main character and his teacher went out to buy groceries. They approached the Mathematical Society, and Boulanger asked him to stop because she needed to deliver an article. Sitting in the common room, he overheard a conversation between 2 mathematicians who were talking about how a new problem had just recently appeared, and someone had solved it in one fell swoop. The 2 young men began to complain that they had already come up with a solution, but had not yet had time to deliver it. This conversation gave rise to reflection, and the hero immediately came up with a brilliant idea for earning money, which he announced out loud. 2 men turned around at the sound and looked at the guy strangely. As she left the Mathematical Society building, Boulanger was surprised to see vegetables lying on the ground. Boulier admitted that he dropped them by accident. The girl was worried that someone might crush them, so she asked the guy to pick them up quickly. Tossing a tomato in his hand, he said that he had everything under control, and there was an egg under his foot. A second later, he looked at his feet and saw a broken egg and a bruised tomato. He was overcome with panic, because now he would not be able to cook eggs with tomatoes, which Boulanger loved so much. Crushing a tomato in one fell swoop in her hand, she declared with irritation on her face that she was not angry at all. At this time, the hero thought that first he needed to save his life and then earn money. They finally got home. Boulanger looks very pleased and says that Boulier is a good man. Rubbing his sweaty face with his shirt, he says he is glad the girl is happy. Licking her fingers, she declares that the taste is simply amazing and she wants more. But the guy replies in the negative and says that she has already eaten 3 servings of potatoes with eggs for lunch, a plate of potatoes with peppers for dinner, and 2 bowls of chicken soup, and asks her to stop. The girl listened to his request and sadly said that she would go do math while he washed the dishes. He thought that Bulanyi was offended and promised himself to cook more dishes tomorrow. But apparently, the girl wasn't offended. She brought the guy a bag of money, telling him to buy more groceries tomorrow. In response, he said that tomorrow he would cook 5 servings of fried chicken and potatoes. And at that time, he thought about a plan to make money. He finally figured out how to get gold, but he didn't have the means. But now, he has them. Tomorrow, he will bring the problem and give 1 coin as a reward for it, and everyone who cannot solve it will also give him a coin. And when the reward reaches the required amount, he will come and solve all these problems, receiving a lot of money. Instead of sleeping, he wants to get busy with his cunning plan, and so he begins preparations. He took a pen and wondered what task he could ask for a reward for. Finally, an idea comes to him. He dips his pen into the inkwell and begins to write. He decided to create a problem to prove the butterfly theorem. Scientists in this world prefer to solve such bright problems. The next morning, he came to the Mathematical Society, but he was rejected. The man explained that these were the rules. The reward for the task had to be no less than 10 gold coins, and he could keep his one for himself. The hero decides to give almost all the money that Bulanyi gave him in order to publish his task. The man agreed to these conditions and took the bag in his hand, but the guy did not let go of him right away. Bulanyi, who was passing by, saw this picture and hit the mathematician on the head, and the protagonist tried to take her away from there. But he bought very few products with the remaining money, so today's portion of food will be small. Several days passed, they came to the market again for food, and Bulanyi tried his best to please the teacher with the remaining amount of money. He decided that when he collected the reward for solving the problem, then he would buy the chicken. But suddenly, Bulanyi simply disappeared from his sight, and he began to search for her in confusion. And taking advantage of the moment, he decided to run to the Mathematical Society to see how much the reward had increased. On the way, he met Bulanyi, who said that she had gone to the association and that a new problem had come up, which she had quickly solved. She said that she had received a reward of 10 gold pieces and offered to buy food with it. The guy's face became extremely shocked after hearing the information, and he couldn't believe his ears. Bulanyi began to worry about him because of his reaction, and the hero took the money in despair. He was extremely upset by this situation, but did not show it and said that he was crying from happiness. Now he needs to figure out how to get rid of the teacher and only then earn money. The next day, he decided to go outside a couple of hours earlier. He will finish his business and come back. Bulanyi has just gotten up, so she will definitely not follow him. The guy left the house and thought that his plan was working. His new task would be much more difficult than the previous one. After constructing the auxiliary line, you will get not only several triangles and circles, but also an uncountable number of imaginary lines and a solid line intertwined with another. The teacher will definitely not be able to cope. He rummaged through all his pockets and got 50 gold pieces to put a reward on them. The man from the association asked if he really wanted to give the money as a reward for the task. The guy, with a sly smile, thrust them into the mathematician's hands and told him to take them quickly because he still needed to buy groceries. Running away from the Mathematical Society as quickly as possible, Bulanyi went to the market, and the man suddenly thought that maybe this guy stole the money. 3 days have already passed. Today, the guy is going to collect the reward for his own task because the reward for it is 200 gold. He began to move carefully towards the exit of the house because it was early morning and he did not want to wake the girl. But suddenly, right at that moment, she entered the hall, hearing someone's footsteps. She just woke up and asked Bulanyi where he was going so early. The guy justified himself by saying that he wanted to go grocery shopping early, otherwise all the good stuff would be taken by other shoppers. The girl was a little embarrassed by the fact that he sneaked off to go get groceries and didn't even take a basket. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulanyi broke into a run to reach the Mathematical Society as quickly as possible. But when he came to the task stand, he didn't see the one he had put up. He became extremely angry at this turn of events and screamed loudly. He was met by a man working in the building who said that his problem had been solved last night and the reward had been collected. Bulanyi asked with an extremely angry look who had solved his problem and was told that it was Mr. Abel. The hero was very upset and thought that he didn't think that anyone could solve his problem, and he lost money again because of the Howard family. Living in a world where people don't even know the basics of mathematics, Abel was able to solve a complex problem using primitive knowledge. The hero admitted that he had taken a big risk, but who knew that he would lose? All his savings had disappeared, and now he couldn't even buy food. On the way, he unexpectedly met Alice, who was just getting ready to go to the Mathematical Society, and asked him to sit with her in the building. The girl noticed that the guy had been muttering something under his breath all morning, so she asked him what was bothering him. The guy replied that he would tell her directly and asked in no uncertain terms whether they would remain friends if she did not agree. Alice assured him that she would not be angry and thought about a declaration of love. He had just started to ask if she agreed when the girl immediately screamed that she agreed. And then the hero, with a smile on his face, said that he knew Alice was very generous and asked her to lend him 20 gold coins. The redhead got angry because of such tricks and asked if that was all he wanted to say and received an affirmative answer. She snorted angrily and threw his hand away, then walked away. The guy was very alarmed by the fact that the girl was so angry with him because of money. Suddenly, someone nearby asked if it was Boulayer, and Calvin, who was standing nearby, said that it was him and that he would recently receive the Edwin Award. The man in glasses said with a smile that he didn't know that award winners were forced to borrow money. Boulayer asked him who he was, but he ignored the boy and went off with his students to look at the board with the awards of the Yabo City Mathematical Society. This attitude made the guy extremely angry. His day was not going well because even passers-by were dragging him through the mud. Calvin suddenly grabbed the guy by the hand and said that only the guy could help him or even save the entire kingdom of Lonan. He sadly stated that he was not in the mood to joke with him and asked him not to talk about saving Lonan since he could not even take care of himself. But Calvin replied that this was no joke. If Boulayer did nothing, the honor of the state would be destroyed and the man would become a criminal. The chairman was overwhelmed with emotion and knelt before the boy, asking Godchen to save him. The hero felt extremely awkward about this, and the man said that he would only get up if Boulayer promised to help him. This picture was noticed by Boulogne. She had just entered the building and was very surprised by this situation. Calvin explained that he almost twisted his ankle, but Boulayer came and saved him, and he ended up in the Mathematical Society only because he decided to wait out the rain there. He explained that he saw Calvin fall and extended his hand to help him. Boulogne didn't bother to investigate the situation and simply invited the guy to a conference. The conference turned out to be about scientists from Jiayu arriving in the city of Yabo, and all the most difficult problems had already been solved. New problems are emerging now, but they are not comparable to the 23 that existed before, and these scientists are free to decide whatever they wish. Yabo City is their last stop. If they don't come up with a task that those people can't handle, then the continents of the Lonan state will lose face. The chairman asked everyone present if they had any ideas for the tasks. The guy at this time looked at Abel, who probably took those 50 gold coins with him. Boulayer asked Boulayer if he had come up with anything. He remained silent for a while, and the girl changed the subject and asked him to forget about it. Apparently, she was a little upset that the guy didn't come up with anything. People began to disperse slowly because no one had any ideas. Calvin decided to put pressure on them, saying that it was a pity that everyone was leaving because His Majesty had explained a reward of 5,000 gold pieces for this task. The hero suddenly heard about money, and his face changed completely. The chairman began to say in an actorly manner that it seemed they would all have to surrender. But Boulayer loudly exclaimed that he couldn't give up so easily. Boulogne turned around in surprise and looked towards her student. Calvin took the boy by the hand and asked him if he could really come up with such a problem, and he replied that he could puzzle the Chiayi scientists. And money is not really important to him. The main thing is to preserve the dignity of the kingdom. The chairman agreed with him because if the scientists could defeat them, then Lonan would become a laughingstock for the entire world of mathematics. The hero assured him that he had come up with such a task that these scientists would never even come close to the city of Yabo. Calvin asked him to tell him about her, but the guy said there was one condition. He pointed at Abel and said he needed him to give him 50 gold pieces. The white-haired man said that it was not for nothing that the guy was known for his mystery and offered to give him 200 gold pieces for the work. But the hero said that he only needed 50 because he only wanted to take his own money, to which Abel immediately agreed. Bulayer asked Calvin to hand him some paper and pen with a smile on his face. He immediately began to tirelessly draw out problems one after another and prepared to show them to people. Calvin took one of the papers and thought that the drawing looked extremely simple. Boulanyi also decided to take a look and took the paper from the chairman. On it, she saw that an arbitrary angle is divided into 3 parts. The area of a circle is known, and the question is whether the area of a circle is equal to the area of a square. The second problem was of a similar type. Everyone gathered around began to get indignant because these tasks were too easy. Boulanyi thought the same thing and asked him directly if he really thought these 3 tasks would be enough for the scholars from Jia. The guy said that he was completely confident in these problems and suggested taking pencils and trying to solve them. Divide an angle into 3 equal parts. Make a square out of a circle, double the volume of a cube. These are complex problems from ancient Greece. They only seem simple, but when you try to solve them, you realize that they are terribly complex. After these problems were put forward, each generation came up with its own solution, but it was only after 2,000 years that scientists were able to prove them. These problems seem very simple, but in fact, they cannot be solved with a ruler and compass. All evening, Teacher Boulanyi tried to solve these problems, but she was unsuccessful. She didn't notice that it was already almost night, so Bulayer suggested that she go home and get some sleep. They went home, but suddenly the guy was called out by a white-haired guy named Abel. He decided to catch the guy and asked if these problems actually had a solution. Bulayer smiled at him haughtily and asked him what he thought. Having heard no answer to the question, the guy turned around and walked away, telling him to think about it more. This mocking attitude towards the head of the Howard family made Abel angry. When the boy and Boulanyi went outside, she asked directly if there was a solution to these problems. He responded by saying that they couldn't be solved with a ruler and compass, but that in about 2,000 years, Abel and those scientists would figure out the answer. They finally got home. Bulayer cooked some food for himself and the girl, and she responded by saying that he was simply a master. The hero began to clear away the dishes and desperately declared that she probably meant that he would now be her cook. But he was not allowed to continue the dialogue because someone suddenly started knocking on the door. It seemed that Calvin had come to see them, and Boulanyi decided not to keep him waiting at the door. He was asked to take his time, and then hot water was poured into a glass for him. The chairman was very cold and covered in snow, and he wondered if it was true that those scientists would not be able to solve the new problems. The guy replied that he knew what he was talking about, and there was really nothing to worry about. He stated that these problems would definitely not be solved by anyone in this world. Calvin breathed a sigh of relief and said that after the guy's words, he became calm. He thanked Bulayer and said that he would personally go to the capital and tell about his merits when everything was over. But he asked him not to do this. The only thing that was important to him was the king's promise about the money. The chairman told him not to worry because the king of Lonan would never deceive him, and after that, the man decided to say goodbye. Calvin left Boulanyi's house and was about to leave on business at the Mathematical Society. But on the way, he met some guy who worriedly asked what would happen to the association if scientists were able to solve those problems. But the man assured him that they would definitely not be able to solve these 3 problems, since Bulayer was a rather famous mathematician. He said that let those idiots know how scary the great Bulayer was. Sometime later, the man finally arrived at the Mathematical Society and noticed Jia Ya's group as he was leaving. They declared that they had already completed all the tasks in the city of Yabo and did not dare to linger there any longer. The leader of this math gang said that they were going to return home today, but Calvin, extending his hand to him, said with irritation that they had not yet had time to thank them for solving the problems. The blonde replied that they just wanted to earn money and spend it on the trip home. The chairman stated that their scientists had recently come up with 3 more problems with good rewards for them and suggested that they try to solve them, to which the boys agreed. Taking a piece of paper from somewhere in his pockets, Calvin handed it to the blonde. On this parchment were written 3 short problems that Boulayer had compiled. At first, the blonde couldn't believe his eyes and asked the chairman again if they would really pay for these simple tasks. He responded approvingly and said that the pencils and paper were already ready. They should just try. Tannen decided to tell the man one small wish in the hope that the mathematical society would fulfill it. He thought about Chen Luo, an unrivaled mathematical genius who could solve the most complex problems even without using already proven theorems. When he solved problems, he put forward and proved 3 new theories and used them in any conditions. Calvin listened attentively to what Tannen asked of him, but he only remained silent with his eyes downcast. Apparently, the blonde man was thinking too hard, and the chairman tried to bring him to his senses. One of Tannen's disciples decided to speak for him and asked to introduce their leader to Mr. Chen Luo, but he replied that, most likely, such a meeting would not take place, because the guy was hiding his identity and no one knew where he was. After some time, Tannen approached his students and asked if they had solved the problems, and they replied that they needed a little more time. He sat down leisurely on a chair and told them to hurry up, as they shouldn't be late. Calvin asked with a sly smile on his face if they were really leaving today, and he replied that as soon as they solved the problems, they would leave immediately, and he also asked the chairman to pick up their things from the hotel. But realizing that they would be staying for a long time, Calvin asked the person in charge of the hotel to extend their room for another month. A measured light from a large crystal chandelier burned in the hall. Some time passed. The blonde also got involved in the work and suddenly realized that these tasks were not as simple as he thought. His nerves began to fail him, and he called Calvin to him. Without waiting for the man, he began to become hysterical and called the chairman again. Audley approached him and said that Calvin was out on business and asked him to pass something on to Tannen, who in turn only asked who the man was. He replied that he was also the chairman of the Mathematical Society and that the blonde man could contact him with questions if he wished. He immediately replied that he would like to ask the mustachioed man for help. Audley asked politely what Mr. Tannen wanted from him, and the man's face suddenly became irritated. He replied in a psychotic manner that he didn't need anything, and the chairman wondered why he had asked for help then. The blonde was starting to get really annoyed by this situation, and Audley just politely wished him luck. Tannen decided to approach his students, who had been trying to solve these problems all this time. He nervously put the folder with office supplies, documents, and keys on the table. Becoming very angry, he declared that the boys had let him down because he had only asked to divide one angle into 3 equal parts and not into 1,000 parts. The disciples begged him to give them a little more time, but he told them to shut up. He snatched a pen from one of the guys and decided to try to solve these problems himself. Much more time passed, and he, already in complete despair, thought about why nothing was working out for him. He ordered his students to come up with new ways to solve the problems, because these are not so simple and they need to think outside the box. At this time, Audley decided to read the newspaper. He thought about Lonen's hero, the demonic Boulayer. Calvin approached the chairman and asked what he was looking at, and he replied that the Chiaya scientists had been in their city for 3 months already, and even the newspapers were writing about it. They still haven't been able to find a solution to the problems, and Audley hopes that this time their state of Lonen will be able to maintain its honor. Calvin expressed his full agreement, as he was also very worried about this. They barely managed to save face in front of the Jiayan scientists. Now they will not be able to destroy the glory of the Lonen mathematicians. Audley added that their level of knowledge in mathematics was initially higher, and if it were not for Boulayer, Lonen would have lost his face. He reflected on how Calvin wanted their country to become a center of mathematics, and then, with a twinkle in his eye, he declared that if Chen Liu could surpass the Qiuyi scholars, he himself would become that center. Calvin stated that he was only after money, and if a reward of 1,000,000 gold pieces was announced for these tasks, then perhaps he would appear. Some time passed, and the chairman decided to call Boulayer to talk. He thanked the boy on behalf of all the scientists of Lonen and its citizens. But Boulayer didn't really need gratitude, so he asked for a less formal setting and asked when he would receive the money from the king. Calvin told him that the reward had already been delivered, but he would only be able to receive it when the scientists left the city of Yabo. The guy thought about the fact that these scientists would not give up and would stay here for 10 years, so he needed to come up with a way to make them leave. The chairman casually said that they had actually lost this battle, but if they could somehow completely crush their mathematical society, they would definitely win. The guy took the bait and agreed to shake up their scientific foundations a little in order to destroy their self-confidence. The man happily asked Bulir if he had heard correctly, and Bulir replied that it was no problem for him, but he needed something. Calvin asked him with hope in his eyes what he wanted for his work. The guy said that the only thing he wanted was an increase in the amount of the king's reward. The man looked at him in surprise, thinking he had misheard. He declared that for saving the honor of the entire city of Yabo and the entire country, he was ready to add another 2,000 gold pieces. Bulir was satisfied with this state of affairs and shook his interlocutor's right hand. Calvin was transported into his memories of the not-so-distant past, where scientists had not yet arrived. He began to think that the problem that Chen Lo had put forward was no longer just mathematical, but now touched on questions of philosophy, time, and space. When this problem comes out, not only the scientists of Jia, but the entire continent will be shocked. Suddenly, the front door to his office swung open with a loud noise. Audley ran into his room, bringing a letter and saying that he was very scared. Before speaking, he caught his breath and slammed the letter down on the table. He claimed that it was a letter from the capital, stating that the state of Jia had published an announcement that their scholars would destroy their mathematical society. Calvin, looking at the letter, thoughtfully said that Jia won and Lonan lost. Audley continued and said that they had been defeated, but if they could come up with 3 very difficult problems before the scientists arrived, then their country would be the winner in these newspapers. Calvin, in turn, squeezed the letter he had brought with force and asked why he thought they had lost. He angrily stated that the competition was not over yet and they could not admit defeat. The man promised himself and Chairman Audley to send the people of Chia to hell. In the present day, Tannen's students were still solving problems when a roll of paper flew at one of them. The one who did this turned out to be his friend, who said that trying to solve these problems further was just a waste of time. But the guy disagreed and said that he had almost managed to solve this problem. One of the boys started to panic because he couldn't solve such a simple problem, and another boy asked Vincent to take the teenager away. Vincent didn't hesitate and grabbed the hysterical teenager by the scruff of the neck while he was clinging to the floor and begging to be left there because he could still decide. Suddenly, he notices that another task has appeared on the notice board. They started reading the problem, which said that a tortoise was walking along the road and Achilles was running after it. The question was, how long would it take for a person to catch up with the tortoise? Melky stated that if the speed of a person and an animal was known, as was the distance between them, then even at 8 years old, he would have solved this. But Vincent says he shouldn't be so biased, since Bulir created this problem. They notice that underneath the ad, it says that no matter how fast Achilles runs, he will never be able to catch up with the tortoise. Vincent decides to look under the piece of paper and read the message. The little bespectacled guy suddenly clicks his tongue and starts laughing heartily. He says that this is just nonsense because even his nephew could catch up with the turtle. Vincent hit his classmate and said that Bulir didn't leave that message for nothing. Melky agreed with him, but said that he still didn't understand anything. Calvin noticed their squabble and decided to come over to ask if everything was okay. Vincent said that they could not understand this problem devised by Mr. Bulir and asked for help. The man replied that, as far as he knew, the scientists from Chiai had said that time and space could be divided indefinitely, but suddenly he was asking the guys if that was true. They start to panic and say that not only their mathematicians think this way, but the entire mathematical world. Calvin explains that they were mistaken, and this is not a problem about speed and distance. Every time he tries to catch up with the turtle, every time he gets closer to her, she also moves forward. The distance between them is gradually decreasing, so the process can be divided into countless parts, and if you look at it from this side, it will never catch up with it. One of the boys falls into despair because he understood Calvin's thought and realized that he really won't be able to catch the turtle. Vincent said that this was nonsense invented by Bulir. The tortoise can definitely be caught, but on the other hand, the truths that the Chiayi Mathematical Society believed in were a mistake. A little guy named Ron decides to rip this piece of paper off the board and declares that he will show it to his master and he will understand exactly what is wrong here. While the boys were running after each other, Calvin thought that he too would soon go crazy. After some time, Tannen read the problem and declared that Boulayer was a demon. He simply could not understand how the theory of their mathematical society and the solution to this problem could exist simultaneously. At this time, Calvin was sitting in his office, looking at the turtle and wondering if this problem could be solved using mathematics. Oddly, suddenly opened the door without knocking and told him to go and deal with Jiaya, since their people had simply all run away. The chairman replied that they hadn't been able to solve the problems, and now a new one about the turtle had appeared. He would have run away too if he had been in their place. After the turtle problem arose, the Chiayi scientists had no other options. If they had stayed here, they would only have had more questions. Oddly started an argument with the chairman, saying he was doing nothing to address the unrest over the task and scientists from another country. Without saying a word, Calvin just stood up abruptly from his chair and looked towards the mustachioed man. He placed his left hand on his shoulder in a friendly manner, about to say something. Calvin said that if he wanted an explanation of all these problems, then he should bring 7,000 gold coins. Some time passed. It was already evening outside, and the moon was at its zenith. At this time, Boulayer was looking at 3 huge chests filled to the brim with money. The gold simply hypnotized him, and at that time, he thought only about how much money he now had. Finally, Calvin managed to bring the guy to his senses, and he says, with a smile, that he didn't notice the man. The chairman says he wants to know how to solve that turtle problem. The difficulty with Zeno's paradox, or the tortoise problem, is that it is not just a mathematical problem. The guy can give an answer from a mathematical point of view, but he won't be able to fully explain this paradox because it touches on the concept of the limits of the possible. If we explain it from the point of view of physics, we will have to involve quantum physics. But on the mainland in this world, there's not even classical mechanics, so no one will understand it. If he goes beyond the concepts known in this world, then perhaps people might just go crazy. The guy replied that he himself didn't know, although in his mind he thought that he simply wouldn't be able to explain the solution to them, so it would be better to say it the way he said it. Calvin addressed him as the god Chen and asked why he had put forward a problem without knowing the solution. The guy threatened the man and asked him to speak more quietly because Boulayer did not want anyone to know about his second personality. The chairman said that he could add more money, but asked that they think about it some more. This prospect attracts the guy, and he looks in fascination at the man's hand, who is making a money gesture. But his obsession eventually subsides, and Boulayer says that he really doesn't know the solution. Calvin decides to say goodbye and leave, but in his mind he thinks about how he will explain himself to the king if even money has ceased to motivate Chen. But without losing hope, the chairman before leaving declares that he can add another 5,000 gold. The door closed right in front of him, letting him know that he would not receive an answer. Boulayer almost gave in to temptation and thought about how he needed to maintain his current level of knowledge in this world. For if he burdens them with knowledge beyond their understanding, disaster will follow. Suddenly, a cry suddenly rang out, calling Boulayer to come into Boulangya's room. He ran to her and opened the door in fear, asking what had happened to her. She stated that she had an idea for the tortoise problem. If you divide an infinite number of times, there will be a smallest number left, and she asked if it could be counted as 0. The guy thought about the fact that it seemed, since he had put forward the problem about Zeno's paradox, things had gotten out of his control. For example, Teacher Boulanghi herself has already begun to delve into the concept of the limits of the possible. Even without his presence, scientists in this world will be able to come up with the correct theory. He was deep in thought and suddenly heard Boulanghi ask him if he was still listening, to which he replied in the affirmative. Then the girl decided to ask with a sly smile about how she reasoned, and the guy began to hesitate. At the most opportune moment, Isabella finally arrived, opened the door, and asked if anyone was home. Boulayer took advantage of this moment and ran to meet the blonde at the entrance. At this time, Boulanghi wondered why the guy had listened to everything she said. Isabella, meanwhile, stood near the open chests of money and wondered where he got this money from. He replied that he had earned it all during the winter holidays and also asked why she had come back. Interrupting their conversation, Boulanghi came and was about to start telling something about some new number, but the guy decided to change the subject. He said that he didn't want to sit at home on the last day of the holidays, and so he invited them to go shopping, paying for their purchases. Isabella immediately took the girl to change, saying that they needed to go faster. The next day came, and Boulier was approaching Isabella at this time because she asked him for help. He thought she was having trouble with the assignment, but she said she didn't know which university in the capital to choose on the graduate application form. The guy said that there was nothing complicated about it and that she should choose what she liked best. He didn't understand the girl's hint, and so she angrily snatched her piece of paper from his hands. Boulier explained that he could not decide for her where she should go to college. The blonde decided to approach the matter from a different angle and asked the guy where he wanted to go to college. He, in turn, replied that he would not apply anywhere and wanted to stay at the academy, but she ordered him to leave. The hero didn't understand anything from this conversation and therefore assumed that these days had begun for her. As he walked thoughtfully down the corridor, someone called his name. That person turned out to be Alice, who, with an embarrassed look on her face, said that she wanted to talk about something. She said that she would soon graduate and leave for the capital, and perhaps they would not see each other again, but she would wait for him there. He told her not to wait for him, because he was not going to go to the capital and would stay in the city of Yabo. The girl was very surprised by this information, and so she accidentally dropped her piece of paper. Alice grabbed him by the shoulders and began to say that with his abilities, he could enter the capital's university and become a great scientist or magician. But Boulier said that he appreciated her concern, but he liked this city better. She turned around upset and asked not to think anything unnecessary, and now she had to go. But the guy suddenly made a jerk and grabbed her hand in order to say something. Alice's face immediately flushed, and she wondered if he understood her feelings. She decided that if Boulier said that he wanted to go to the capital with her, she would immediately confess her feelings to him. The girl looked at him with embarrassment and almost asked what he wanted, but he just casually said that she dropped something and forgot to pick it up. He asked her not to drop important documents again and thrust a piece of paper into her hands. Always calm, Alice slapped him on the cheek and walked away angrily. At this time, Isabella was sitting in her classroom and thinking about what to write in the graduation questionnaire. Suddenly, someone snatched her piece of paper right out of her hands and pulled it towards themselves. This person turned out to be Alice, who decided to see what the girl wrote on the form. She noticed that the form was blank and decided to ask why she hadn't filled it out, since the blonde was planning to enroll in a magical institute in the capital. Isabella replied that it was none of her business, and perhaps she did not want to go to the capital. Alice said that she didn't expect her to do such a thing for Boulier, and declared that the blonde had won. Isabella was very embarrassed by this statement, and could not find the words to respond. Several days passed, and suddenly Boulier was painfully grabbed by the ear again. She assumed that the guy looked thoughtful because he couldn't recover from Alice's departure, but he replied that he was just lost in thought. The girl began to remember that the redhead hugged him for a whole minute at the farewell party, and out of all the guys, she hugged only him, which is why he can't forget her. He tried to somehow justify himself and say that it was not so, but Isabella did not listen to him but finally let go of his ear. The guy explained that Alice hugged him only because that's the custom, and in his head he was actually thinking about how to make money, but he didn't say that. He asked her to choose one of the books that a certain man was selling to give to the girl. Even though Isabella said she didn't care, the guy decided to buy her one of the books and asked how much the one with the blue cover cost, and was told it cost 20 gold coins. The girl started saying that she thought that this book was really good and therefore asked to buy it. But the guy suddenly starts shouting and says that 20 gold coins is too much. The seller stated that he was selling it at the lowest price anyway, and in general, he was not selling books, but knowledge, and knowledge is priceless. The hero looked at the books and thought about the last phrase said by the man. Isabella thought he was upset, so she offered him the option of paying. But suddenly, the guy grabbed her hand and said that they needed to go urgently. She wondered where he wanted to go, while the seller was unsuccessfully trying to break up the scene. He thought that the young people had completely forgotten how to play by the rules, because if the guy had bargained more, he would have sold the book cheaper. Boulier took Isabella to the hat shop to buy her a gift. He pointed to a hat with a lovely pink rose and a matching headband, suggesting she try it on. The girl tried on the hat, asking if it suited her. He replied that it looked great and told the saleswoman that he was buying it. The woman thanked them for their purchase and asked them to come again, while the girl was surprised why he bought her a hat for 20 gold pieces. expenses. The guy said that it suited her very well, but he really didn't care about the money. Isabella noticed that Boulier could be very cute at times. At this time, the hero thought about the bookseller's words and thought that in this world, knowledge of mathematics is most valued. Finally, he smiled and broke into a light jog, urging the girl to hurry up and have lunch. He became so happy because a plan for making money had finally matured in his head. On the Shenhen mainland, knowledge is guarded even more strongly than in the developed 21st century. Scholars who write books are considered aristocrats in status. That's why books in this world are very expensive. Only the rich can afford them. Over the years, countless people have been executed for violating scientists' intellectual property rights. This whole world is just a paradise for those who discover something new. Geometry, the mother of mathematics. Of all the fields of mathematics, geometry is the one that attracts the most interest from scholars in Shenyan mainland. But their progress did not reach even 10% of Chen Luo's world. The hero thinks about how good it is that he was a mathematics teacher in his past life. He will be able to pass on a lot of knowledge about geometry. He can explain every law and every theorem in detail. He also studied many workarounds and non-standard theorems so that the top students in the class could not stump him with their questions. He has a much deeper knowledge than the high school curriculum. If he writes a book about geometry, he will become a hero. He will earn a lot of money and help scientists make scientific progress. Without thinking twice, the hero decides to immediately start writing his new book. He wants to take Euclid's principles and remove all the shortcomings from them, and then combine all geometry into a single book. His idea had completely consumed him. 2 weeks had passed, and he was still writing it. The boy's zeal was so strong that he even slept on the pages of his book. Suddenly, someone started knocking loudly on his door, waking Boulier up. That person turned out to be Isabella, who was telling him in a commanding tone to get up. She angrily asked him why he didn't answer, even though she called him several times. The guy said that he would change his clothes first and then come, and also asked if anything urgent had happened. The girl was embarrassed by Boulier's bare torso, so she decided to hurry him up and leave. The hero thought that it was good that he reacted quickly, otherwise Isabella would have burst into his room and seen his treasure. 2 weeks of effort, and finally his book entitled Geometry is ready. Boulier is a demon who destroys the truths that people believe in, but Chen Luo is not like that. He is a god, and so the hero decides to hand over his book under the guise of the second. Suddenly, someone knocked on Calvin's office door and he invited him in. Without turning around to look at the guest, the chairman thought that although the god Luo had helped them defeat the scientists from Jiayi last time, in reality, Jiayi still remained the center of mathematics. Chen Luo walked into the office and greeted Calvin, congratulating him on his promotion to the official chairman of the Yabo City branch. He asked with a serious face who the guy was, thinking that he was not the real god Luo. But Boulier quickly dispelled his doubts by taking off his mask and showing his face. Calvin asked him why he dressed like that if there were no secrets between them for a long time, and the guy explained that he wanted to propose to him on behalf of Chen Luo. The chairman assumed that he had come to put forward a new theory, but Boulier's hand suddenly fell on the table, placing a whole stack of papers there. He said that he was almost right with his guess, but in fact he brought a book. Without wasting a second, Calvin immediately asked the guy for the opportunity to get acquainted with the work, and he answered in the affirmative and said that he had some other business for him. Without listening to Boulier, the chairman began to read the book and realized that it covered all the issues that mathematicians were currently researching. And it contains many theories that the man has never even heard of. He attacked the book like a wild predator on its prey, and the guy asked if he liked his book. Suddenly, the chairman dropped to one knee right in front of the guy. Placing his hand on his heart, he declared that the god Luo would always remain his god. The man crawled at his feet and said that this book was a real gift for their scientists because it was the pinnacle of mathematical research, and with it, Lonan would become the most important in the world of mathematics. He also stated that this book will go down in history, and every scientist, and perhaps even every person in the world, will want to buy it. The guy decided to talk business. He said that he brought it here to ask the association to publish it under the title Geometry and asked what price they could give for it. Calvin declared that this book was priceless and its minimum price would be 10,000 gold pieces and perhaps even 100,000. Boulier suddenly declared that 10 gold coins would be enough for him. This surprised the man very much, and not believing his ears, he began to ask again if he had heard correctly. The guy explained that he wrote this book not for money, but only to shed light on the world of mathematics. And if they set the price at 100,000 gold, then no one will be able to afford it. Calvin bowed before the boy's kindness and presented him in the guise of a saint. But Boulayer was thinking at this time that he didn't understand anything about trading, and it would be more profitable to sell many copies at a low price. He also said that this book would be Chen Luo's last contribution to mathematics, and that he would no longer work on it and would devote himself entirely to magic. Calvin looked at him with incomprehension because he could not imagine how they would develop without the instructions of the god Lo. He said that they put him in too high a position here because he was just an ant compared to the great scientists of his world. In his world, people are faced with questions they cannot answer, and without any guidance, they search for the truth, making efforts from generation to generation. Now they have reached a high level in mathematics and were able to get closer to the secrets of the mysterious palace of mathematics. In response to the man's question, he said that he believed that the day would come when scientists would find their way without any help. Boulayer left the association without a mask, accompanied by universal respect. Calvin was very surprised by what the guy was saying about another world, and the man suggested that perhaps he really did come from another, more developed world. At this time, in the royal palace, the queen's subordinates were trying to determine Boulayer's location using a certain ball. After one of the slaves reported, the sphere suddenly exploded, scattering the girls. They bowed humbly, asking for forgiveness and appropriate punishment for not being able to find his whereabouts. The queen, sitting on the throne, suddenly declared that they should try to find him again because she wanted to see him in person.